are back. Telkom VS Gaming, Comic-Con Africa. There is but one foundation the South African Counter-Strike scene is built on, and that foundation is passion alone. Deadshot will cut them down from the inside out. To find two frags from that position, he picks up the AK. No way! It's a Galil! He's found another slow down. Malky's no more frags, eventually put to death.
So nice, he had to do it twice.
Comic-Con Africa Day 3 is where we find ourselves. It's the weekend now, boys, and we're really into the thick of things. Going to be the High School Esports League Grand Final up first, and we've got both semi-finals for the Telkom VS Gaming Masters coming up later. My name's Hayes, joined by Mr. Elusive and Kani once again. Elusive, we had a hell of a day yesterday, mate. Did you manage to get some rest last night?
Yeah, I got a couple of hours, and then I had to 1v1 a couple of mosquitoes there at the end around 2 o'clock. But yeah, we got a couple of hours sleep in. But I think the CS is going to wake me up. I'm keen for some good games.
Broadcast life is quite brutal, yeah, Kani?
Yeah, no, especially considering there's only so many chomps, and there's not enough to go around these days.
Yeah, hopefully we get an endless supply of chomps after what happened yesterday. Yeah, we just need a box here for him or something, man. But yeah, the gates are open, the doors are open, the masses have arrived, and the day is only going to continue to ramp up as we go through it, right? We're going to, like I said, have that high school game up first. We can actually just bring the schedule up now for you guys so you can see exactly what we have lined up for you for the day. So we've got Rondebosch against Parklands College that's going to be taking place first. Then we've got that semi-final between Punishers and Monarch Realm. And then the pick of the semis for me, Nixa versus Exceed.
Yeah, I agree. I think Punishers versus Monarch. I don't want to speak too early, but it might be a bit of a one-sided game. We saw very promising signs of Punishers, obviously coming out very strong in that game against Kitsune. Close game, Monarch versus Synthesis yesterday, but yeah, I think Punisher's just a step ahead of the competition, and then, as you say, that second semi-final is going to be a banger.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely fair to say Punishers are looking like the best team coming into this tournament. If you look at all the games we watched yesterday, when it comes to mechanical, individual aspects and the team aspects, Punishers look like a cut above the rest, and it felt like if Casino didn't play against Punishers in the first round, they might have at least made the semis, maybe even made the finals. But unfortunately, it seems like they're by far the best team at the tournament. So I'm excited to see how other teams try and stack up to them.
All I'm saying is that God is real, and our prayers have been answered as we have just been hand-delivered a box full of chomps. Your very own endless supply. Your endless supply of chomps, Ruan. You don't have to only take one, mate. You can grab a handful.
Breakfast,
there we
lunch,
go.
and dinner.
This is what's going to keep us going throughout the day. All right, well, we are ready to get the players on stage for the High School Esports League matchup, so let's throw it across to Mr. Comes Up.
Thank you very much to the desk, and there we go. You can hear me now? There we go. Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing? Hello, guys. Hi. Hello to you. Hello, everybody at the back there. Hey, what's up, Bram? How you doing? Comic-Con, if you've just walked in, please come on through. We're about to get into some high school esports action as far as CS2 is concerned. We have two really important schools as far as the makeup of this kind of competition is concerned, because they've been at it. The schools are supporting these pupils, trying to get them to be great e-sportsmen and women. So we're looking forward to the future of what these guys are capable of, but today we'll get a taste of maybe, who knows, there could be a scout from a bigger organization in the room looking for a young upstart to include in their plans moving forward. We'll find out in good time. But obviously today, let's introduce you to our two teams, starting with one that's traveled all the way up from the Cape, which has a coast. Make some noise for Rondebosch. I know I can rely on the teachers to do it, but I need everyone else to join in as we see their young team here looking to come through and drive the point home, finalize things, coming through on stage. Guys, feel free to wave if you're seeing any family or friends in the crowd. They're here for you. I can see the look on your face. You're saying, teacher, just calm down. Teach, calm down. I'm going to now introduce you to their challengers, the other team looking to make sure that they acquire the big prize here this morning. Make some noise, folks, for Parklands College. There we go. looking mean and ready for this one. Some recognizable faces here. Speaking to you, gents, coming into this one, you're all looking ready. You've had time to kind of go back, look at what you did in your last matches, prepare for this one. What have been some of the adjustments that you're looking to make coming into this one for your opponents?
Well, we obviously just reviewed some of their demos and try to kind of shat them, obviously. But I think that we don't really need to change anything because we're pretty confident in our map picks.
Okay, and hearing that, how confident are you guys in your map picks? Because you're both confident, one of you is going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be a really tough game. So, yeah, we're just going to have to, take it as it comes. But again, like I said yesterday, nothing's going to surprise us. We're super confident. So, we're looking really forward to it. Hopefully.
What does it mean being in a final for your school?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, it's my second time here. This time we're actually going to win it instead of last year. It didn't go quite our way, but we're going to take it home this time.
No, that's good to see, like the development coming back stronger. On your side, what does it mean for your school to be in this grand final?
Well, I mean, we aren't established as an esports at Rondebosch. We're still society, so we're trying to change that and pave the way for future generations at Rondebosch. So it would be a nice victory.
There we go. It starts with all you guys here. I want to give you an opportunity to go grab your seats as we get ready for your encounter. We'll do the handshakes and everything at the end. Right now, stay in the zone. Go for it, guys. You're on that side. You're on that side. I'm going to send it back to the desk as they discuss the permutations heading into this big final.
I really like what Kremik said there. They're like a secret society, the esports group at Rondebosch. And these teams, what they're competing for is their share of a 90,000 Rand prize pool, but that cash, it then gets contributed to improving the esports facilities at the schools. So that only helps continue to develop the grassroots of the South African esports scene.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want at the end of the day. I think the fact that we have esports in the schools at this stage is amazing already. And now, to get the support from the school for them to be here, knowing that also, I don't know if it's a portion or all of it is going back into the school.
I think it's all of it.
Yeah, to help develop it. So, amazing stuff.
I also think about the bragging, right? I think if you have to go back to school and you help provide your school with 45,000 Rand worth of computers, I think you'd be, people around school will be very thankful towards you, Back in my day, if you had to go to an esports tournament, people kind of laughed at you,
How long do you think it's going to take before, in high school, if you're in the first rugby team, everyone knows you're that type of guy. How long is it going to take before you're in the first CS team for the school and people are like, oh,
it's a good question.
One of the cool kids.
I matriculated in 2014 and we had we called it Mind Sports, right? But it was esports. And back then it was super under wraps, no one knew who you were. And now we're starting to get events like this, so it feels like it's slowly becoming more mainstream. I'd say probably in might be 7 to 10 years. I reckon at that point, we might actually reverse the roles. Head boy, he's going to be the best esports player in the school.
Yeah, no, it's just how technology gets incorporated, I guess. And
from head boy to head fragger.
Yeah, exactly, as you say, yeah.
All right, well, let us just try and delve a little bit deeper into this game now, guys. Of course, it is Rondebosch versus Parklands. Both teams winning their respective semis and doing a pretty good job in the process. Of course, we saw Parklands beating, it was St. John's, and Rondebosch beating Waterkloof in their respective games to get into this grand final. Of course, we saw Waterkloof come out on top against St. John's in that third, fourth playoff, and it means we have got 2 teams left remaining. Now, fellas, favorites off the bat for this one?
Personally, I will have to go with Parklands, just based on what I saw individually, the mechanics of the players. I don't know, they didn't necessarily show us a lot of depth. If I can draw a comparison, it was kind of like the Punishers Kitsune game. Punishers just came out, they had strong mechanics, did very basic stuff, and they ran away with the game. And I felt like, Parklands kind of did a similar thing. Yeah, that second map was a bit closer, but I think I'd give a slight edge to Parklands on this one.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with Ruan there. If I remember correctly, Parklands played Dusty on the first match.
Yes, and ran St. John's over.
They didn't really need to show any strats. They basically just played their defaults and won through that. And I remember the other game, the St. John's game, was a lot closer than I'd like to see. So I think Rondebosch is definitely the underdogs coming into this final.
Yeah, I mean, let's just focus on a few players here, cherry pick a few players that we're going to be highlighting. Kremix for Rondebosch looked very good in the semi-final.
Yes, Kremix was definitely the standout player, and then on the flip side for me, Wake was someone that really impressed me as well. Not just mechanically, but the decision making, in a lot of the clutch situations, and taking space, putting himself in a position, not overextending. It takes a bit of thought and understanding to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, no, I think that's the thing about Parklands for me. If you look at their lineup, it's a lot more rounded off. I can't think of a single player of theirs that didn't perform relatively well in their first game. Whereas in Rondebosch, Kremix is definitely the standout player, and I feel like his teammates kind of have to, rise to the occasion if they want to win this final.
I feel like we did see good things out of everybody on Rondebosch, but I'm totally there with you. I feel like Parklands feel like they're a step above in terms of their mechanics across the board. Kremix was the hero. Not only was he the guy who was top fragging, but he was also making a lot of plays, right? It's not like he was going in second or third and being set up by his teammates. Very often just by himself and still having a huge amount of impact.
Yeah, and as you said, mechanics isn't everything at the end of the day. You can show up at a tournament like this. Yes, you performed the day before, but now it's a new day. It's playing a new team, and if you don't step up and perform the way you did yesterday, everyone on the server has good mechanics, and if the mechanics aren't there on the day, the strategy and the synergy between the team and the chemistry, that plays a vital role. Also the vibe and the mindset of everyone in the team. So yeah, it's going to be, and also this is now the final, so added pressure for both of these teams.
I think it's also the nerves that are going to come into play, because Parklands actually lost in the final last year, while Rondebosch played in the third, fourth game. So, I think Parklands have already been in the grand final. So I think the nerves won't be as big a factor for them. But I think Rondebosch, this might be their first final. So I feel like they might start a bit slow. It's going to be hard for them to build momentum when you're the underdogs like this. But I'd love to see a scrappy game.
With that being said, you also have to note how many of the Parkland players from last year are actually in this team.
I do not think that there's a single one.
Yeah, so that point
but
of
the coach though.
I guess the coach, yeah. So.
All right, fellas. Well, we are going to be sinking our teeth into this grand final soon enough. We've got Ancient, we've got Anubis, we've got Mirage. Those are the three maps that are going to feature. Obviously, when we saw Parklands play up against St. John's the other day, they went for far more puggy maps, Dust 2 and Mirage. We've got a few more technical maps that are going to be brought to the table this time round. Maybe Parklands throwing Rondebosch a little bit of a curveball either way.
Yeah, I see that Rondebosch is the ones that picked Ancient, and they, which means that Parklands decided to start on CT side, which is interesting for me. And then on the flip side, Parklands were the ones that picked Anubis. We'll find out who's going to start on what side, and then Mirage being the decider.
Okay.
I think this map's going to be really important for Rondebosch, especially considering it's their map pick, and Parklands are starting on the CT side. If they don't get off to a hot start here on the T side, I think it's going to be really rough for them to try and close this game out.
What an experience for these youngsters, getting to play on a stage in a grand final with the crowd, lights, cameras, action, pressure. Diamonds are made under pressure. And let's see if we can polish a few of these boys up here. 333 polishes off tone. Good way to open up. Parkland's looking to just try and force some early fights here in the pistol round. And 333's taken a lot of attention, and Zyrex as well. They've completely sold the fake over towards the B-bomb site. And 333 continues to do work over on that side of the map as well. This is really good for Rondebosch. My goodness, everything just going according to plan.
Really good game plan from Rondebosch coming this pistol round.
Yeah, big fake being sold over on the B-bomb side. Surely there's no way for them to make it work from here. Perfect flash. I feel like they've actually just gone through the motions and the protocols really well in this round.
Yeah, I really like that play. I wanted to actually comment on Parkland's approach, immediately sending 2 or 3 guys, middle, jumping towards catwalk, getting that info of the 2 terrorists going towards B, selling that fake quite hard. And we spoke about the mechanics leading into this. It's the first game, it's that first game jitters, it's the early morning, and we spoke about the mechanics of Parklands. And right now we're not seeing it just yet. A lot of missed shots off of that pistol round.
I mean, Trev, for a high school, student, what an opportunity to get to play on stage in a grand final and just kind of blood yourself and get that experience.
Yeah, I know, especially considering the age of these teams. This isn't something that happens every day. Some of us, when you started out playing, you had to grind to really get to the grand final. But this is something that they can take into if they really want to pursue CS as a career or play semi-professionally in their country. This is something that can only benefit them. A lot of players didn't get this opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge advantage for them here, as you say, early on in their careers.
Another thing to think about is like Parklands definitely see themselves as the favorite in the series, and for them to go down, you know, if they lose the first gun round, going down 3-0, maybe potentially 4-0, I feel like that might kind of play on their nerves a bit, you know. They're like, wow, we were supposed to be the favorites.
I'm kind of surprised they just didn't pick Dust 2 coming into this with how good they looked on the map.
They looked really clean.
Yeah, they did indeed. I just like the way they went through the motions. Either way, Rondebosch now looking to force the fight in towards middle. Looking pretty good initially for the CT side. Quite a lot of damage inflicted, and actually it looks like it's going to be enough to force the T's back until Kremix is able to get in on the act as well. So much damage has been done though. Still an even numbers game.
I really like Parkland's response to Rondebosch's mid-take here. Even though it didn't work out for them, the fact that they predicted that the T's are gonna smoke the molly, so they throw a second molly towards the left. So in case the T's try to push through the smoke, they'll take a lot of fire damage. But Rondebosch are really fragging out on this gun round. I've also actually been really impressed with 333. I feel like he's not as aggressive as Kremix, but mechanically he's very sound.
Tone with a massive job to do here to try and save the day for his team, but just going to get completely overwhelmed.
Good spacing.
Yeah, true. And when you're in such a massive numerical advantage like they were coming into this round, you honestly just want to group up and you can do anything, right? You really can do anything as long as you do it together.
Yeah. Surprised Sci-Fi isn't going for the save here. No kit, time is ticking.
It's probably comms coming through about how low these T's are.
Yeah,
there's a lot of
that's a good
early
point.
damage towards middle there. But you've got a small window here.
He should save now though. That kill was actually pretty massive.
Is there a kit on the ground maybe?
It's possible, but I have not spotted one.
Yeah, it's too late now. It's absolutely too far gone at this point. Only hope in hell would be to stick that 10-second defuse, and he's going to be running straight into them. So that's another one of those rounds where we saw it quite a few times on Thursday. You know, players not really understanding the best time to just call it a day, save the gun, and prioritize the economy.
100%. But I like the initial approach from both teams. Challenge middle. Let's see the conditioning take place. I'm assuming the CTs are going to carry on going for that middle aggression, and the Ts also, they want to condition the CTs that they are willing to go through that elbow, and then they're going to come with the secondary approach from Catwalk.
It's something we spoke about yesterday, even with the Masters teams. You know, we spoke about how important mid control is on Ancient. I feel like a lot of teams didn't really abuse it as hard as we wanted to. So it's nice to see it from the high school teams.
Yeah.
Mix of another opener. He's just on form. I must admit, I like how this guy plays.
Yeah.
Very aggressive, very cocky, but not over cocky, overconfident. Sorry.
Yeah, I feel like he's got like a fairly measured approach, even though he does play aggressive Counter-Strike. It's not like it's just balls to the walls, running at the opponents and winning gunfights. There's still, you know, a few calculations going on. He's probably pretty good at maths.
But it's also, you know, he understands that he's most likely his team star player.
Oh yeah.
And he needs to be leading from the front. He can't be leading from the back. He needs to be getting those entries for his teammates.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. You know, it's great when you've got the mechanical ability, but you have to have the mental to also back that mechanical ability, right, Ruan?
Yeah.
Because you can be very good in terms of your skill in the game, but if you don't have the mental and, you know, recognize the responsibility you have and not get overwhelmed by that responsibility, then the talent could just be wasted.
Yeah, it's easy to overstep in situations where, you know, you can get the advantage, you know, and then you just throw it away directly afterwards. It's something you see very often with, you know, the more inexperienced or younger players. They'll get the map control, but then they'll just keep pushing the envelope and, you know, get traded out. But then on the flip side also, you get guys that do that, and then they find that second kill, they find that third kill, they double down, you know. So it's difficult. It's situational at the end of the day, but you want your players to be able to distinguish between where you want them to identify where the line is.
Okay,
you know,
yeah.
that's what it's all about.
First time out used here by Parklands. Of course, as we've referenced, they've got Coach Chili Willy behind them, a previous winner. I believe it was 2022 where he won, and then coached the team 23 to the final. They lost that, unfortunately. And they're in the final once again.
Big gun round here for Parklands. If they need to win this one in order to get the ball rolling. If this goes 5-0, you know, you can see it spiral, and then you're looking at a 7-0 scoreline even.
I really hope Tone doesn't just go hold A with this AWP. I think you really need to get aggressive on this round. I'd love to see him go down middle, maybe take a shot towards B, maybe even the cave walk that we saw yesterday.
Let's see, where is he taking that up? He's going towards B with that. He's going to hold on.
Exactly what you asked for, Trevor.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Again, the CTs, we spoke about this middle control, but this time Rondebosch not interested in middle, posturing to do something fast towards A. We see a lot of A executes happening on Ancient over the last few days.
I like this though, just the change up in direction. There's clearly a game plan here for Rondebosch right now, and There's not much resistance over on that bomb site. My goodness, Alet just destroys Penguin. Okay, Cyrex on the opposite side of the map gets a kill as well. You spoke about how important this round was for Parklands coming into it, but it's basically as good as done. Or maybe not.
Well,
good kills coming through from a Sci-Fi and Sci-Fi. They combine, try and give themselves a way back into this round. They've got utility and they've got kits as well. And you're going to be able to find another frag. Yeah, okay.
What a retake.
3 versus 5 and they don't even lose another player.
yeah, there's always that small window that I give teams. You know, if you're in a man disadvantage in a post plant, you got like 5 seconds where if you get that pick, you know, you get the info, you even out the numbers, then it becomes far more viable. But after that 5-second window, you know, you got to look, do we have the kits, do we have the position? You know, if the T's are playing this even like relatively well, the chances of us winning this is just, you know, going down by the second. So, you know, I like the fact that they got those 2 kills early. I know I was calling for the save, but obviously they got those 2 kills nice and early, made it a 3v3, and then the multi-frags came after that.
Yeah, I do think Rondebosch kind of jumped the gun there. I mean, they were in a 5v3, and I think they assumed immediately that the CTs were going to save, so that's why they were over peaking. But again, when we've been speaking about these after plants like entire tournament long, and you can't give CTs an opportunity to get frags like that to come in to make the retake easier. From a 5v3 to a 3v3, like that's you really don't want to let that happen. So I think Rondebosch really need to like clean up their after plants.
Yes, that middle elbow aggression again. A catwalk player coming into action. Pinsey into middle.
Timing's obviously really important with this type of a crunch in mid. You want the players coming from elbow, bottom, middle. At the same time, your lane players swinging as well.
Yeah.
Flash over the top from Spawn's always nice as well.
No house smoke though. If only Tone was able to take his ult to mid this round. If no house smoke,
Yeah,
it came out now, though, a bit delayed though. He could have gotten like easy kills.
That's a free frag if you just post up with the AWP on that angle. All
Very
they can see
hard
is your
kill.
head.
I'd like to see Parklands be a bit more proactive. I know they've been contesting middle quite a bit, not this round, but you know, be more proactive towards B, be more proactive towards A, get the information that you need. I feel like they played a lot more confidently in their first game that we saw on Thursday.
I do agree that I want him to play a bit more aggressive, but I am a fan of the setup they were running with the 2 donuts and the 3 towards B. You know, it's like donuts like a very like important area when it comes to the A bomb site. You know, you can play outside of the bomb site, but you can as long as you hold down. Oh, what a flank.
But a trigger display.
Still
Wait,
no comms.
hold on. Where's the communication? Where are the comms?
He
Oh,
keeps
and look,
going.
this is going to completely punish. That is a disaster from Parklands,
Melktat.
dropping the ball. Melktat, sweet as you like, able to find himself a vital triple to get his team back in the round here. And that's going to afford them full control of the Say bomb site.
Are we just calling him Melktat from now on? Or did you said Melktat?
I did. I'm just wondering, I mean, poor lad in his grand final has just been dubbed Melktat by the casters. Listen, we've got the mics at the end of the day, guys, so
Could
yeah.
be say what we want.
Exactly. Some creative license. Could be worse. All right, well, Wake is the last man left alive, and he'll be dealt with by Zyrex, who's been able to find himself a multi-kill here in the round. Rondebosch, they dropped the ball in that previous round when they lost that post-plant, but straight back to winning ways.
The important thing in a game like this, especially first game of the day, is I always tell my team, we just need to focus on the basics. Obviously, everyone's concerned with their own individual performance, landing their shots, but you need to be sure that your awareness is there, that you know you're looking at the minimap, you understand what's happening with the rotations, what's going on the map, and communication. Like you have to calm what you're doing, you know, where you're getting killed from, where you're getting your kills.
Bit of a fast player.
Yeah, we haven't seen this yet out of Rondebosch over on this side of the map in particular. Tone's going to hear all of these audio cues right now, but unfortunately isn't able to do a huge amount about them. Bomb plant comes through. Rondebosch just with this pack-based mentality again bulldoze their way into a bomb site. Plant comes through and now they can lock it down.
They've got no control other than ramp here.
Good that they fight back for it.
There was a double peek there, which is really important.
Oh, the auto shot. He's doing work right now. Oh my goodness.
That's your
Wait.
teammate, bro.
He's found 3 kills with that auto shot. He wants to draw his homie's blood.
No
But,
kit.
oh man, that could be a big problem here. There is a kit. There is a kit there.
They
Dude.
did pick one up.
Okay, well, Wake is now looking to try and stick that fuse in the smoke, and it's just absolutely chaos. So Parklands will be able to get their second round.
Something I mentioned, I think on Thursday as well, when you breach that B bomb site, you need to have 2 avenues. You're coming up B ramp, so that's your one avenue. You need to either take long and short, one of the two, or you need to take cave control. And in this situation, Rondebosch, they get the bomb site, they get the entry, but they don't push the envelope after that, and you kind of have to. Like, if you don't, you find yourself in a position like that, you just get smoked off on the side. You don't see the diffuser, you can't do anything about it, so it becomes a very difficult situation.
And you've got no room to play with if you don't actually take that control, which means it's a lot easier for the CTs to retake because they can just force the fight. You've got nowhere to hide, nowhere to run.
Second timeout used by Rondebosch.
They need to get some momentum here, do Parklands. They've won a round, lost round straight afterwards. They've won another one back now, and they have to try and build up some head steam.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be really bad for Parklands if they lose a round again now, because they've just been getting reset, especially like after that first gun round. Luckily they had a bit of economy building up, but this round is going to be their last fight. If they lose this round, it's going to have to be a save.
For both teams.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's one of those rounds that count as 2.
Yeah, 2 for the price of 1. Everyone loves a special, man.
Yeah.
Parklands take middle, but then they just leave it immediately.
I think they're a bit scared, to fight because there's so much utility coming from the T side.
Yeah, I don't know if it warrants having 3 people towards B at the start of the round, especially after the previous round. The chances of winning you just won your round on B. Chances of a team going there immediately afterwards is so slim.
Wonder if it has anything to do with some anti-strat or something that they know, because these teams obviously know each other pretty well.
Unfortunate timing on the jump.
Oh, running out of ammo. At least he's been able to deny the bomb plant, and he'll get himself back to safety. Big advantage here for Parklands as they're in pursuit of their first set of consecutive rounds, and it looks like they will be able to rack it up. Only 3-3 left, and not for much longer. And there we go, 5-3. Rondebosch. That lead is starting to diminish.
Very needed round for Parklands to build their confidence and get into this game. See a Cypher on 9 for 5 so far, pulling his team ahead, carrying the team on his shoulders. Penguin ZA not really activating just yet.
I remember Cypher having a very good game on Dust 2 against St. John's. Yeah. Him and Sci-Fi were the ones who really combined.
It's like a fast A player from Rondebosch.
They really are keeping up with the style right now.
Immediate response from the CTs.
If they could just find a bomb plancher, that would be nice. And I like the way that they're fighting Temple with numbers as well.
Yeah.
This is just an eco round from the T side, and they've been able to inflict some damage and find a bomb plant. Anything from here, that's just gravy, man.
I like that Parklands had 3 people rotating in from Donut to retake together.
Nope.
This guy's a menace on the shotgun.
Nice shots. Another buy coming in here from Rondebosch. Full belt of util. Wake deciding to stick with that shotgun. He's obviously going to keep it in cave, which is perfectly fine. Yeah. I don't have a problem with that. It just becomes a bit funky when you go into a retake on air.
It can get a bit rough, but it reminds me of when people were playing Nuke, when CS2 just got out and people were playing top hut with the auto shotgun every single round.
I mean, it was so strong in that position. The problem was if you had to retake somewhere or reposition. Either way,
really good kills from Parklands.
Yeah, they seem to have their momentum now.
Yeah, we just spoke about this previous round. You said they might be a little bit scared this round. They decide to commit. Good to see from them.
Yeah, signs of confidence.
Yeah,
early morning nerves,
Understandable.
They also get a pick off towards A, so 2v5, not ideal position for Rondebosch.
What I like about CS is, we speak about nerves a lot, and even the Punisher guys, who are considered the favorites for the tournament, even they said they were nervous before their first game.
Yeah.
And look how they played. The funny thing about CS is that there's so much to think about in the game. You actually don't even have the mental capacity to be nervous. You got to be thinking about the rotations, the economy, the setups, and all of that.
I mean, nerves are healthy. Nerves are important. It's an automatic human bodily response to just heighten you and get you prepared and make sure that you're in a prime state to be able to react and respond to the stimulus that comes your way. And it doesn't really matter where that is in life. Problem is, you've got to know how to keep those nerves contained and not let them consume you, where it then turns into stress and panic, right?
Yeah.
And that's what these guys are learning right now by being on the stage, going through those motions and those processes.
Developing that BMT.
Looks like they're just going to walk up here. I actually like this. It's a 2v5, so they're probably not going to win this round. Okay, now they started throwing you. So I would have liked to see them try to get up to as far as possible onto side without making any noise. try catch the CTs off guard.
Just contact, right?
Yeah.
I think
We like to
Marcus
call it dry, walking in dry, contacting in.
should have just planted in that situation, given his team
Yeah.
a little bit more money for this buy. Last time out used from Rondebosch.
You know what I learned about nerves early on in my playing career? Something I actually learned from Richard Deviant, right? Because I used to have issues as well where my hands would start shaking, and then he told me what I would do is you just got to tap your feet, and then it stops your hands from shaking, and it's something I used to do until like the last tournament I played.
You channel it into your leg, yeah.
I mean, as long as it doesn't bother the guy next to you.
It did, but unlucky.
Unlucky for him.
And Goals was famous for doing that as well. Very you sit on a table with him and he's flicking around and stuff and his leg is tapping and, the whole table starts shaking and you gotta calm him down and tell him, listen, yeah.
Especially at Rage in the dungeon where we just had those fold up metal tables.
Yeah.
So those things would shake like crazy at the slightest bump.
See, Parklands are taking this mid hard now. I like this.
Yeah. A little bit of a half buy here with some util. Obviously got a plan to do something towards B here.
They should be able to take the site here. I mean, I feel they threw 2 smokes towards long
Yeah.
and 1 miss. I'm not sure. I've seen that smoke towards long miss
Good
a couple
spam.
of times now, so that's something they definitely need to look at.
And that's a huge denial on the bomb plant there with the wall bang out of wake.
It just comes back to what Ruan said, look at what they're doing. They're smoking up short, they're smoking up long, they're not taking cave. It's going to be really hard to hold this. The retake should come in from Parkland.
Yeah, I mean, it was an eco round from Rondebosch, so I guess the bomb plant probably the main objective here. Next round is going to be the last of the half, and Parklands have done really well to recover here, and they're going to be able to get themselves a lead.
Keep 5 alive is what you want.
I feel like their pauses were actually really effective here from Parklands because they've had a good improvement since then.
Yeah. I feel like both teams got what they wanted there. Rondebosch just wanted the plant, and Parklands, you want to keep 5 alive. I really like the fact that he had especially Tone on the AWP, he identified he's pretty much the only player there. There's a cave player as well, but they're not going to contest this pistol rush coming into B. They're going to play the retake, they're going to wait for the team to come in. Yeah, they're giving up the bomb plant, but that's alright. And they keep all 5 players alive. And look at the economy now. Not that it's going to matter much, it's the last round of the half.
Yeah, but still it's a general good thing to keep in mind. Penguin, Cypher continued to boss middle. It's definitely been one of the big turning points in the success here for Parklands is how much success they've had in middle.
And individually, we just see these guys from Parkland stepping up and starting to land their shots. Very different from the first 3 or 4 rounds that we saw from them.
Double AWP on Parklands as well. We haven't actually seen any double AWPs this tournament so far.
We did see one from Nixa yesterday with Hayes and Ruben, but it was on Mirage for 1 round, I think.
I'm not a fan of double AWPs on Ancient City side. No, not really.
I'm a double AWP enjoyer, especially if you have 2 decent AWPers in your team and they're 2 separate styles. If you have an AWPer that likes to go aggressive and then you have an AWPer that likes to play passive.
The thing is, you can have your AWP playing towards A and playing that retake towards A. You can even play aggressively if you want, but your secondary AWP you're probably going to put on the other side of the map. But I feel like a map like Ancient, as soon as you're a number down, you want to start being proactive, and it's just easier to move around with the rifles.
That is true.
You don't really want to push. We saw Ruben doing it yesterday, pushing down B ramp as a CT with an AWP. It can get pretty, pretty
dicey.
wild, dicey, spicy even.
Spicy and dicey. All right, well, Parklands, they've definitely got the wind in their sails right now coming into the second half as they're actually able to finish off with the lead despite the fact they were down, I think, 5-1 at one point. They win the last 6 rounds of the half. A 2-round buffer now coming into the T side, and I actually think generally these high school teams will do better on the T side than the CT side because CT side is so heavily fundamental based, and
This over-rotation.
as T sides you can just group up, and like you say, Rondebosch have misread this round and it's going to require a huge retake from them, but they've got a kit. They've got a kit, boys.
They learned. They listen to us. They have 2 kits.
Okay, wow.
They listen too much.
Wake in the corner, no trigger discipline needed. Himself and Penguin will combine to find the
Unless
frags necessary.
he could stick it.
Unless he is
I
sticking
think
it
that
right
Molly's
now.
a bit late.
Molly is going to be late. I don't think the kill will come through in time. And Milkist, although
They
he
got it, they got
dies,
it.
the bomb defuse comes through in time, and the kit makes the difference.
Why would you play all 5 people going back down ramp?
Yeah. To be honest, I see the idea from Parklands. It looks nice with the molly coming over on the tap. The problem is you need someone on site that can at least get you some information. Going all ramp like that, you have a guy outside cave. Nobody was even ready to even attempt to look to see if he was sticking.
Yeah.
They had full side control as well, fellas, which is my concern, is that they could have taken much deeper control long and short. Either way, great force spy coming through here as Parklands look to kickstart their T-side campaign after losing the pistol. And they're going to try to go straight through the smoke as Cypher wins out a huge gunfight. And Parklands look like they're just going to answer back immediately after losing that pistol.
I got a bit concerned there when they started running through that smoke, but at least the A main player got the last remaining CT on the A-bomb side, so...
I think if there wasn't that A-main player, you shouldn't make the push through the smoke, but actually having him there and pressuring the A-anchor is the perfect play to make in
After
that
getting
instance.
those 2 kills and rushing towards Donut, you get smoked off by the CT, you can go, okay, cool, guys, we can reset here. 5 versus 3, you know, we got all the time we need.
2 kills come in.
Hold on, Alet's got a kit here as well. Oh, and it's going to be a smoke. Hold on, is this actually about to happen again? Penguin with the Mac 10 has to find the kill.
Not again.
And he will just in time, not again.
Hashtag not again.
Guys, just a little tip. If you're going to smoke the bomb and try to defuse, don't sit on the bomb. Try, angle yourself a bit away from the bomb so that if they know where the bomb's planted, they're going to spam on the bomb.
Yes.
Very good advice.
Trev tips.
Yeah.
101. We can get a little segment going. Trev tips. Trev's tip.
Bev tips.
I mean...
Just a tip, but with Trevor.
That's your new podcast name, mate. That is your new podcast name. All right, it's going to be a force buy here from Rondebosch, and I guess they just have no round loss bonus behind them, so it makes sense that they empty their pockets, but this is starting to get out of control very quickly here for Rondebosch.
Yeah, at least they get the bomb site, it's clean, they get the deep control, get that deep smoke down, and once that smoke's down, I mean, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, I mean, Rondebosch want to save this round, and they decided to just gamble 5-man A. There's nothing wrong with that, Sometimes when you gamble, you lose. The house always has an edge.
Yeah. Comes with the territory. See, if you're on a Bosch here again, you forced up, you bought these weapons, you just want to carry them over into the next round.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that the chances are slim of making anything happen, but you still have a little bit more firepower, and a retake like that is almost just always going to be impossible.
Did they have armor there?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. The second that they plant, even in the 5v5, if I see that deep smoke coming down towards short, and I'm smoked off and can't rotate in, and I've got all 5 of my players there, I'm just calling a complete save.
Yeah.
Let's go run into A main, we do a little tower build up there, and we just wait.
The house smoke keeps missing here from Parklands, by the way.
Yeah.
Yesterday we saw that as well in one of the
Yeah.
Masters games. So guys, even the better players miss their smokes.
And it's actually a really strong smoke for the CT to play around as well if you miss it like that.
Again, Rondebosch deciding to, keep the pack mentality and having a stack, but every single stack that they've done so far have been incorrect.
They're playing roulette and they just can't get it right,
They're
man.
0 for 3 now.
All right, well, for Parklands, just about keeping numbers alive. I must say, I'm very impressed by how Parklands have just been able to turn things around here in the grand final, especially for inexperienced players. It's very easy to fall apart when things don't really start in a favorable way. Some good damage coming through here. The Cypher is 17-6, by the way.
Yeah. Hold on.
Hold on. Hold on. Okay, this was a full eco. And it's Alet's got the AWP. Alet's got the AWP, and Rondebosch have just robbed Parklands blind.
How have they done that?
Stealing candy from a baby, man. They made it look easy.
Players just getting caught off guard, but unaware, holding angles that they shouldn't be holding, getting shot in the back, not trading favorably.
One thing that I did notice about Parklands as post-plant is that 2 players donut and the 1 player took contact first. I would have liked to see the other players swing out, and as soon as his teammate takes contact, just swing out and take it and help him. Because what happened is he got 1 kill, died, and then his teammate came, got a kill and died.
Yeah, you get that first kill, you tuck. Your teammate comes, he activates, back and forth.
That's 2 rounds now that Parklands have lost,
Yes.
to one to a defuse that definitely shouldn't happen, and now 1 to a post plant that should have been theirs. So if this game gets close, they're definitely gonna look back on those rounds.
Yeah, that could cost them heavily.
And I was mentioning Penguin not waking up, and now he's 11-9.
Oh, Milkus, that's a collateral.
Yep.
Sure, he only finds the frag on the one, but he's done an immense amount of damage to the other. Tone's going to go down. Rondebosch looking revitalized here. Finally a frag back for a Cypher, but he's got the world on his shoulders, and I mean, surely no way back into this for him. Oh, nearly gets offered up a 1 versus 1. No need to force the issue here if you're Rondebosch.
He does have a lot of time. He does have the spike. So we'll see where he's going with this.
Got the what, mate?
The bomb.
Gee whiskers, was that intentional? Okay.
It's a family show. It's a family show.
Okay. I see, okay. As long as it was intentional. Remember when DDK called the AWP the operator when he was casting Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I heard Steel as
Steel did it as well. But we give Steel a pass because we love Steel.
Yeah, and he also
Selective.
he cast a lot of Valorant and he's casting CS, so I guess it's hard to not get mixed up.
I wonder if he's going to come back because his ban expires at the start of next year, January 25.
I'd be really surprised. He's probably making a lot more money just casting.
I know, but I feel like he is just such a... Like, he's just got competition in his blood, man.
Yeah, he's very passionate about CS.
Yeah.
He's one of the only iBuyPower guys that actually kept on playing the game, kept on trying.
Swag will be one of the biggest what-if players that's ever existed.
I was a big Swag enjoyer.
How long was that ban for?
Well, it was indefinite initially. It was a permanent ban originally, and then they came out and they said, okay, well, we're going to make it a 10-year ban, I think it was. Or when was that scandal? I think it was like 2014,
No, a bit later than that, like
2015 latest.
16.
So then 10 years makes sense at that point. It wasn't 16, it was definitely earlier than that.
A little bit of a half buy here from Parkland's probably going to be doing something fast towards B. Well, they're slowing it down now, waiting for the initial util being thrown by Rondebosch.
They've just got to make sure they don't get in their own heads here after they lost that. I think, was it 5v2 in the retake? I can't remember exactly what the numbers were.
It was a 4v3, I think.
You see what they did? They threw 2 side smokes and now they're running back A.
They needed someone to pressure, though.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that, fellas. Smokes aren't iron walls.
Well, it's worked out okay so far. Zyrex is going to be close enough to hear all his footsteps, though. Not the best piece of util he could have thrown, and now these Tech 9s are actually pretty difficult to contain. Milkist, with his AWP out range, at least going to be able to find a frag. And Arlet's been dispatched of as well. Parkland's about to potentially win an eco here. Oh my goodness, that's a huge frag. That's round done. Job over.
Techie's doing work.
Okay, so actually a perfect fake. Little bait and switch.
What do we know?
Just because it worked doesn't mean that it's a perfect
Yes,
fake.
I know. And it's actually, the inverse is just as true, right? Just because something didn't work doesn't mean it wasn't the right play to make.
Exactly.
That was always one of my pet peeves as an IGL, is where you spend hours, formulating strats, and then you explain it to your team, you run it, someone doesn't do something right, like you do it like 4 times, and every time a different player doesn't do something right, and then a player comes and tells you, I don't like the strat. Maybe you shouldn't be
The
IGL.
strat never works.
Maybe you shouldn't be
Maybe I should IGL.
And you're like, blood, you.
Maybe you should learn how to throw your smokes.
Maybe you should learn to throw your smokes. Yeah, that's baseline.
10 to 8.
That's a huge round because Parklands were supposed to. I mean, they were looking for a bomb plant or damage, and that would have been Rondebosch leveling up the scoreline at 9 apiece. But Parklands have kept some distance now. And if they can win this round here, I think that they probably go on to close out the map just looking at the finances for the CT side.
Another miss smoke. I feel like they see the smoke.
Yeah, they should realize.
Yeah.
Those nades from Rondebosch a little bit too early or too shallow, one of the two.
333's in a really important position right now.
Are they going to clear this?
They have to, but they don't. Oh, they both clear the same corner.
And he gets a dink on the third.
Oh my goodness, and Arlet's going to be able to make a play here towards ramp, and actually just really good decision making not to continue to force the issue.
Gotta clear your corners, guys.
Especially if you're 2 players pushing in towards Jaguar, you've got to clear complementary corners. And Arlet just continues to find kills here. Kremix is going to be able to finish off the job in Rondebosch. That's a great response after they lost to the eco.
We spoke a lot about Kremix, but he's been a bit quiet this half so far,
Yeah,
7
true.
for 11. We expected him to be the standout player for Rondebosch.
Bottom fragging right now.
I think Milkist is having so much impact with that AWP.
By far the most impact we've seen out of an AWPer in the high school matches so far.
So far, yes. Going for elbow again here. Wait,
how did he get
Okay.
that?
Through the smoke, Deagle running one shot.
We love this game, don't we?
Oh, and he's actually been able to, I was going to say get past Milkist, but then they do run in that direction.
another
Tone, what in God's name is this guy with the Desert Eagle? Are they about to win this force by? They are. I can't believe it. My goodness, both teams are going to be pretty aggrieved with some of the rounds that they've lost on this map so
I'd
far.
love to see a replay of that first Ego shot.
Yeah, we got some
I
scrappy
want to see it from
rounds.
the CT's perspective.
I actually want to see it from the T's perspective because I feel like he didn't stop moving.
Did you see that montage ESL made about the donk peak, and they did it from the perspective of the players that were getting donk peaked?
It's completely unfair.
It's just like, that guy's insane, man.
Yeah, he went through a bit of a dip apparently, and then the last tournament that he played, he got back to his regular.
Yeah, but his dip is like a 1.2 rating.
But I
Yeah,
think it's also because Spirit haven't been performing
Yeah.
nearly as well as they have. But he's still been playing really well.
I mean, he's a generational talent.
Yeah. No, it's something with the young CIS players that they're a different breed.
I mean, bro, I cast tier 4 Russian teams, and the talent that is just exuding from that region is actually ridiculous.
It reminds me how Sweden used to be in the early days
Yeah.
of Go in 1.16. They used to be the CS capital. Now I feel like the CIS region is completely taken.
And Brazil as well is
Yes,
also
yes, I was gonna
churning out the
mention.
talent, yeah. Shout out Meg, keeping us full throughout the day, hydrated, teed up, coffee, dried fruit, grumpy
Good vibes.
snacks, dried roasted chickpeas. Okay, I like that. That sounds appealing to me.
Parkland's just rinse and repeat, middle. This time opting to go towards Donut.
And Rondobosch are playing for overtime, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, they tried to go aggressive A main here. Unfortunately, one of Parkland's boys were watching it.
Or Milkist would love to have a Desert Eagle or maybe a 5-7 in this position right now. P250 not really going to enable him all that much as Parklands look to pivot in the opposite direction. Alex should be able to hear these footsteps right now. Don't think Sci-Fi actually caught a glimpse of the CT. Milkist, yeah, lack of armor there makes it really difficult for him.
Are they going to expect this guy?
Oh, goodness. Okay, well, whoever that player was is quite fortunate, but he still ends up just running into his death anyway. This was an eco round for Rondobosch, and Parklands are having some serious troubles right now. Sci-Fi and Wade to try and save the day. They know exactly where Kremix is going to be coming through from as well. They've got smokes, they've got flashes, but they need to get the kills. Kremix will know where this last player is because of the util that's being thrown here. He doesn't have a kit, so that could be a big problem for him. Just looking to try and gather himself. Going to tap that bomb.
Does he have time?
I think so. I think he's got just enough time here to stick that full 10-second defuse. What a round coming through from Kremix.
It's just, it's something I've seen over and over now in a couple of these rounds, is the awareness of where your opponent can be isn't there. They're running into an area they haven't cleared in this situation. They haven't cleared cave, but they're completely unaware that there could be a guy there. They ran all the way from Donut towards Catwalk. They know that the CT spotted them, but they're unaware of the fact that an A flank could be coming.
Yeah, I also really feel like Parklands could have played that afterplant so much better, you know. You know exactly where Kremix is. He's getting naded, he's getting mollied, and yet you still give him the peak. He has no kit, time is on your side. You should really try and just play the clock.
All right, well, two teams who both looked very good in their respective semi-finals have come out the gate swinging
Bad
here in
smoke.
the grand final.
Little bait and switch on the smoke.
Yeah, it was intentionally missed.
I'm going to
Three-man
start doing that.
All right, well, lots of pressure mounting over towards his B bomb site right now. Milka's doing his damnedest to lock it down as he does play around that smoke grenade, continues to inflict damage, but Sci-Fi through the smoke will actually take him down. Oh, Kremix not able to finish off that frag, and the nade's going to take him. Oh, I feel like we've had so many rounds being traded back and forth here in the second half. And it looks like Parklands are going to be able to get themselves up to map point, assuming 333 can't do the unthinkable here. 1 versus 4, they know exactly where he is. That nade is going to give him a headache.
Rondobosch have no money.
So he just has to try and save here. There might be the Yorp that's recoverable. It's towards short right now. Absolutely no reason for him to hang around and take any of these fights. He should be using the smoke grenades across to get back to safety. And he will head for the hills eventually. 12-10. Parklands get themselves up to map point here in the grand final, fellas.
I'd have liked Milkus to just carry on posting that angle. You've got the advantage taking that first shot, and then after the shot, you don't have to repeat. You can smoke off close ramp. You don't have to smoke off deep ramp.
So for anyone who's just joining us here, this is the High School Esports League CS2 Grand Final. We have the big boys coming up on the stages later today. It's going to be the Masters Finals. First semi-final going to be starting around 12 o'clock. Punishers versus Monarch Realm. Second semi later on against Nixa, or between Nixa and Exceed.
I'm getting so triggered by this house smoke missing every round. It's physically making me cringe.
Well, this might be the last round of the map, Trev, so you might be cringe-free soon enough. Good opening kill found by Wake, and Kremix wants to try and make a play here. He's got 4 players heading in his direction. Unfortunately, only going to be able to get the 1 kill and a little bit of chip damage. Parkland's very happy to play the trade game here to the end of the round. Tone entry duties with the AWP. Really brave, Locust.
So weird, clearing the angles with an AWP like that.
I respect it, man. I respect the hustle.
It's actually something I remember bringing up a long time ago. When you have an AWPer and you need to be running towards a site like this, it's sometimes better to send the AWPer first, because if you send the rifle first and he dies, it's really hard for the AWPer to trade.
Yeah.
Good points.
Oh, how does he get that?
Zyrex and Alex try save the day and keep Ronderbosch alive here on Ancient. 2 versus 3 retake. It's an unlikely one, but they're still looking to try and make it happen. These MP9s finding frags. They've been able to recover a kit as well. Penguin will finish off the job though. A fantastic double from him as Parkland seal the deal here on Ancient. Their opponent's map pick. They get the job done 13-10 and they go up 1-0 in the grand final.
Yeah, good job from Parklands, 13-10. It was a scrappy game. I think scrappy is the right
pretty
word.
good word,
Broadly
yeah.
as well. Parklands obviously just going middle round after round, running around. Nothing too tactical or anything. They just relied on their mechanics and managed to pull it through.
I will say, Tone, he was 12 for 14, but that one round with the Desert Eagle where he literally won the round for his team was of such high impact that was all that was required from him. Shout out to Cypher having a great game across the board, everybody pitching up for Parklands College. So that's the first map of this grand final done and dusted. Next up is going to be Anubis. It's the pick of Parklands. Will they finish off the job in 2 or will we require a 3rd?
as yet, ma. I haven't decided, really.
Hey sis, did you get my email? Ungabi gwala. Find your courage.
Welcome our next speaker from the top moving in science. Notam.
Get out there, dude. Find your tribe. Never let them go. And together chase the sun.
Wow.
Notando, the world is big. May you always be bigger. I'm proud of you.
Dad, Mom. I know.
Telkom. Possible begins here.
Okay, we are back and we're going to be getting into the second map of the HSEL Telkom VS Gaming matchup here. Grand final, right, fellas? It was the pick of Rondebosch that was played first. It was Ancient, but Parklands came out on top. Now they're going to their map pick, leading this final, Ruan.
Yeah, I think they're feeling very confident. It was a bit of a scrappy game, very back and forth, high-paced game as well. But Parklands, obviously, this is their map pick. Rondebosch deciding to start on the T side. I don't think Parklands mind too much. I would just want to see a bit of proactive CT sides from Parkland, but based on the way that they've been playing recently, I think that's exactly what we're going to see.
Yeah, I think you could tell in the first map there were a lot of nerves from both sides. You know, like Ron said, it's a very scrappy game, not very clean, a lot of missed utility. Looking at that house smoke every single round. Still thinking about it.
Have you recovered yet?
No. It's going to haunt me for the rest of the
Those
day.
few drags of the smoke didn't really help out much.
No, I'm going to need more than a few drags. But I think this map is going to be a lot more cleaner in terms of team play and mechanics. I feel like the nerves should have settled now, and I feel like both teams should be coming in this map ready to rumble.
Anubis, just trying to remember. Rondebosch did play Anubis against Waterkloof, no? And that's when they made that sick comeback happen on the T side.
That's true.
Yes.
10-4, 10-6 down kind of thing, and they won the map 13-10 from there.
Yeah, where Waterkloof were actually so far ahead, and we said Waterkloof would be so upset with the result because they actually had it, and I think they threw a round or two, which was the economical reset, which resulted in Rondebosch making that comeback. So, you know, they're going to be confident in that sense that they've played the game, but I think Parklands also, they probably looked at that demo, they've got an idea of what they're going to do. So, and I mean, that's probably why they picked it as well. They're feeling confident.
That's exactly what I'm thinking as well, right? There's some content out there for them to go off of and try and figure out what Rondebosch are going to look to do here on Anubis. And we're going to be getting into the action of the second map. Telkom vs Gaming Masters High School Esports League. 19,000 Rand prize pool. That is the total prize pool here that these teams and that these schools are competing for. Winner gets 45,000 Rand, and that money goes to their esports facilities at their school. Improve the esports facilities and continue to drive the ship forward. So, here we go, fellas. Anubis is live.
See if we're going to get a kit on the CT side. It doesn't look like it.
Something's never changed.
No.
Who needs a kit when you just kill 5 of them before they plant the bomb?
Dooley's smoke flash. I like a smoke on the CT side as well, you know, so that you can stick the diffuse, but all the more reason to get a kit. Smoke, we saw it in the previous game where Rondebosch actually won that one. I don't know if it was a pistol round, yes, that they won. Just by sticking the diffuse with the kit.
I like the dualies buying the smoke buy, but what I really would have liked to see, because Wake bought the dualies and the smoke, I would have liked to see him drop the dualies to someone with armor. I think it's way more.
It's such a selfless role, though, man. Like, because you end up playing with the USP, no kit, no utility, no armor.
But I mean, having dualies with no armor, it's rough because when you start getting body shot by the Glock, the aim punch,
just like that,
just like that. A flash there would have been amazing, though. Just one flash.
All right, well, bump not going to come through from Rondebosch. That lack of a kid could come back to haunt Parklands as they have to make this retake happen. Down by a man as well. Rondebosch looking to kickstart their campaign. All right, well, we do see some kills coming through here, but Rondebosch have got the numbers.
2v2.
Yeah, Tone doing his damnedest right now. 333 and Zyrex to lock it down. They're doing well just not to offer up any fights here. Penguin has to try and force the fight with the A main player. Now Zyrex can activate. Someone's going to have to get on the defuse. I'm not even sure there's enough time here for the full 10-second stick. You know, Penguin has to keep his teammates alive, and he will. I still don't think there's time.
Nah,
I still don't think there's time. Oh, he doesn't. The bomb's going to blow up in their faces. If only they'd spent their 400.
Yeah, and I mean, just to build on that point that you guys were saying previously, you know, you don't, okay, they didn't get the kit in that situation, but the guy without armor was still the guy that was playing pillar. If you are that person that makes the sacrifice, whether it be for a kit or for a smoke or for dualies or whatever, you just play him in a position where he's, you know, it's more favorable to not have armor. You know, for example, you look at Mirage, that's the guy that plays ticket. You know, you can take a couple of pot shots and then he can run away, he can stay alive. I think playing him towards pillar on A is not necessarily the best.
Speaking of tickets, I think the next time the team doesn't buy a defuse kit on pistol, we need to give them a ticket.
Like a fine.
Yeah,
Cost
is fine.
Guys, fellas, boys,
USBs?
What's going on here? Please, can you tell me? Because I'm not sure. This was a full eco.
There was a guy without head armor there.
Got cleaned up by the pistol, right? Yeah, that's a huge transgression to make in a round of this nature.
Still no plant.
I'm curious, did they buff the USP while we were seeing it?
I mean, it does look like it. Wake with the Mac 10 is able to find one back. 333's been dinked. It's a P2K here for Penguin. Not at all an ideal gun to have in the situation. Just trying to complete this eco round win for his team.
Got a Mac 10.
Yeah, he has been able to upgrade. He has to get the reload out. Oh my goodness, dancing around the bomb site right now. Penguin will come out with the kill, and they've just won a full eco.
How did Rondebosch let that happen?
It felt like the first guy, I can't remember, but a lot happened very quickly. We might see it in the replays, but the first guy running into cave, I think he had his knife out and then tried to pull the Mac 10 out, and he died instantly. Not sure if we're going to get to see it back here. Let's have a look. You see there, Locus jumps into cave, knife out.
No hit on there.
I mean,
aside from there activating a bit too early, you want your cave players to start first and then you can activate. But yeah, in that last 1v1, you see the impact that this LAN environment has on the sound. You know, you don't know where that player is. They're running around in circles around that pillar, and you don't know where he is because you can't hear him. it's something that we see the Masters teams take, I think, more advantage of, because they know that sound is an issue. So you have the liberty to run around in clutch situations and not have to worry about them hearing you.
So Chili Willy talking there in the timeout to his team, what do you think he said? I wonder how much of an advantage it is to come into this tournament with a coach as opposed to these teams that don't have a coach.
They do both have a coach. You got Jumpalot behind Rondebosch, and then we got Chili Willy behind Parklands. But the advantage here for Parklands is that Chili Willy's played at this event before. So he's got that experience to relay through to his teammates, help them out in terms of what they can expect, deal with the pressure. He's won one of these tournaments before.
First gun round of the game.
I like this in the cipher, just to see if you get any information down to Canal. Doesn't overextend though, doesn't stay too long.
This is usually one of the first points of contention, is Cave there. Outside of B is one as well.
Good timing on the util here from Parklands. Rondebosch barely have any util of their own to respond with. Tone could get caught napping here. He will be. Doesn't expect Milkus nearly that close, so frag comes through for free.
Wakes in the smoke. This is kind of awkward.
But he's alone on the bomb side, and look how the T's are posturing towards B.
They might not expect him to be here.
Completely blinded up though. How much time is left in that smoke grenade? It's going to start to fade just as they push through. Penguins arrived on the scene, but he's only going to be able to find the one kill. And that should be the round dead in the water. Sci-Fi left alone.
Probably can see if he can get one kill here. If not, go for the save.
And it's all a snowball effect after that initial Cave duel, a bit of lack of awareness in that situation, just spamming out and reloading, not thinking that there's a T sitting in, one of the most common spots before taking that Cave duel.
It was Tone in Cave, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so Tone going down there, and then it forces Wake to make a play through the smoke because he's basically isolated on the site, and he can't
He has
pull back.
a kit, but he's not going to expect this guy,
Well, at least he does inflict some extra damage, but they weren't in that round for damage. They were in it to win it. Got Rolex and Pleb in the crowd getting excited. Shout out, fellas. Rondebosch. At least it's a good answer back after they lost to the full eco, right?
Yeah.
Because it just puts the team into bed immediately.
Full eco here from Parklands.
Rondebosch better watch out.
Oh no, not again.
Surely not right now. They've got the numbers to sustain the pressure coming in towards middle. Aled Kremix and Zyrex all combine to make sure Rondebosch get across the line flawlessly.
Padding the stats there on the eco rounds. It's always nice.
It's one of those rounds. You ever play in a team where when you're busy killing ecos and then your teammates say, play safe, because they want to get some ecos.
I haven't heard that before.
I know Triton was always one of the guys where if he didn't get an eco kill against the eco round, he'd get really annoyed and he'd say, please let me just get my one. At least let me get my one.
That just seems so unnecessary, honestly.
Parklands with a relatively iffy buy, 2 Farmers, MP9, 2 rifles, not a lot of util to work with.
I like this AA main approach from Parklands. I wish they would stick around though and see if they can get the 2v1 duel from the A main. Because as a CT, there's generally always going to be one guy outside A holding default. So if you can get the 2v1, get that pick early and rotate off, it can be a really big benefit.
Kremix is so good at just playing by himself and taking space.
I'd love to see Rondebosch do a lot of 4-1s with Kremix playing in the extremity.
Yeah.
And then just him, because he's so good at creating opportunities and creating openings.
He's also very good at pressuring the side of the map that generally always only has one player. We saw it on Vertigo in middle, we're seeing it middle here in Anubis as well. He wants just a one-on-one gunfight because he knows he's going to back himself against anybody on the server.
Really good molly for them to take space.
A little bit of chip damage done. This player here, Sci-Fi, has to go huge. Been able to find good damage, and there we go. He will find both of those kills. No way to get out of dodge. Surely he actually will be able to jump back to safety. Huge impact coming through there from Sci-Fi.
It's your teammate, Zyrex. Calm down.
Looking twitchy.
It's these Red Bulls that these kids have this
Yeah,
early
not
in
at
the
this
morning.
time, guys. Coffee is fine. All right, 333. Yeah, gets caught off. Sci-Fi continues to frag despite his low health. He's doing the most for his team in the round right now. Zyrex also goes down to Sci-Fi. How is he getting all these kills? It's on Milkus left alone. He's going to come through the smoke, but Tone waiting on the opposite side shuts him down.
I like the approach on the T side so far from Rondebosch. Just a default-ish spread. there was a bit more emphasis towards middle of this round, but they got someone towards cave pretty much every single round. They got someone holding the A push every single round. So, you know, it's a good spread to deal. It's like a very defaulty approach to Anubis, and then, you know, late on in the half after, in the round after you get the information, potentially get a kill or two, you group up and you do something together. But I'd like to see Parkland be a bit more proactive. They're not getting enough information.
I mean, we've seen pretty much all the high school teams really struggle on the CT side of Anubis, including Rondebosch. So I think if Parkland can get, like, I'm thinking 4 rounds bare minimum here in this first half, they'll back themselves.
Yeah.
And if they win this round here, they shatter that T-side economy. So then 4 is basically locked in. Huge opportunity for them.
Rondebosch taking the methodical approach, playing it very slow. This is what you want to see from these inexperienced teams. Leaving no room for mistakes.
Still a very, very passive setup from Parklands.
Yeah.
And again, this middle engagement from Grimmix.
That's the problem with Parkland's setup, is that as soon as they lose a player or lose a fight somewhere, they have no map control, and the rotations become very hard.
Tone has a job to do here in conjunction with Wake to lock down the defense on the B bomb site, and they will be able to stand tall. Kremix, the key player in middle, gets shut down as well. Milkist and Zyrex try to save the day. That spray was a wild one, and unfortunately, none of those stray bullets connect.
I think he hit 1 bullet only there. Unlucky.
He wishes what was the headshot, but...
CSGO, he was dead.
Oh, for sure. You don't see nearly as many 6 sprays in CS2 compared to CSGO.
Fortunately not.
Spray transfers, kind of a thing of the past.
Yeah. Have you ever gone back and watched any CSGO clips?
Unfortunately, I have.
It's like thinking back of your high school sweetheart, you know? Like, what could have been.
The nostalgia. It hits hard, man. All right, well, Milkist is going to just settle for the save here. So that means that Parklands will level up the scoreline. That's their 3rd on the board.
Yeah, he's going to have to use this AWP next round to open up a bomb site for his team. We'll get an early pick.
Any suggestions?
Based on how Parklands have been playing, I think middle is a pretty free area to go to. I think if you go for that early middle shot, you can do that. Your teammates can nade out the smoke for you. You can take a shot as well. Otherwise, you know, I feel like the CTs have been smoking off most of the choke points. They've been smoking off A, B, and middle. So it's difficult to get an early pick with the AWP early on if that's what they're doing. But you can boost outside of B, B halls, or like I said, you can just nade the smoke.
I'd like to see him go towards B main and then bring a rifle with him, and then you can do a flash play, but I think with the AWP you just want to walk him into the angle, make him post an angle and have the rifle walk past and get an advantageous position.
Considering Parklands isn't aggressing and getting info on their CT side, Rondebosch can also just decide to wait out those smokes and then walk in the AWP, as you say.
They've actually decided to spend quite a lot of money around this AWP, by the way, and well, clearly with good reason. 333 is going to find a key opening frag. And another.
Left on 3 HP, and he has 3 kills.
Poetic.
Cinnamon.
That's not a coincidence.
I know. There are no such thing as coincidence.
Divine intervention. And it's not even like the AWP has had to find these kills, it's just the Deagles.
And look at these players on A, they're not even moving.
Yeah.
I think they're probably saving, yeah. I think Tone also just saved.
I mean, now they're moving. I feel like it's just miscommunication.
See, you've got a window here, see what you can do, but... there's 2 guys, well, there's 1 guy away, can't buy next round. Your economy is not too bad overall. Looks like they are going for it. 2 kits in play.
I was going to say, I think that they should have just committed to the save off the bat, but they're going to roll the dice and try and make something happen here. Aled continues to find kills here, and it's an important round for his team. Time ticking away desperately right now. And it's going to be Aled who pretty much finishes off the job, as Rondebosch will regain the lead here. Sort of half by half investment. A couple players spent all their money, but they get the round on the board.
Yeah, it's just not worth it. And one thing that I have to note, and something that these teams can really work on, is in these, you know, post-plant positions, when you go for the retake, you need to evaluate the util that you have at your disposal going into that retake. You know, almost as you're running towards the bomb site, you're checking who's got what and go, okay, cool. Priority 1 smoke, let's smoke off B main, or let's smoke off cave. We're going to molly this here, you're going to flash me in there, and then we're going to go and we're going to do the retake.
I also feel like something we don't see from these younger teams is the process of elimination when it comes to retake, you know. There's certain things you just know about retakes when you play CS. Like, you know that there's going to be a player cave. When you look at where the bomb's planted, the best post plants are going to be B main, they're going to be cave, and they're going to be, maybe a pushed up CT. I like this boost from Parklands though. Unfortunately, doesn't look like it's going to benefit them at all.
Yeah, not going to be enabled.
I'd love to see a flash here. Oh, double molly, that is just rough.
Yeah, Sci-Fi just forced out into the open. I like the attention to detail coming through from Ronderbosch right now in terms of their execute. As Sci-Fi at range, not going to be able to do much either. So Ronderbosch take complete control and close the gap as well. This is a next to impossible retake. Once again, at the highest level of the game, you would just see the team pull the plug on this round entirely. But
we are not at the highest level.
No, sir. And these things can get messy. They can get scrappy. And it means that there's always a hope. There's always a chance in the round. Zyrex doing well to at least keep his team with an advantage. That's a big missed shot there. Kremix from behind the pillar as well. Barely has any room to maneuver. It's going to be a smoke dropped on the bomb. And there's going to be a stick on that defuse as well. Penguin in the smoke right now avoids the wrath of the Desert Eagle. And he will be able to stick the defuse in the smoke.
Yeah, I don't know. Ronderbosch, they need to understand that when they take the bomb site like that, and you have the choke point like Camera and Heaven smoked off, you need to press onto those choke points and then make sure the CTs can't funnel through it, because they keep just entering the bomb site for free and then retaking like that. It's really, Ronderbosch really need to think about playing more proactive on their after plants.
Or even
back
just
to B main, it's not going to cut it.
Just playing in better post plant positions where they can play off of each other. You see people playing positions, but it's all one-on-one duels. No one's stepping off of each other.
There, the boost helps.
Yeah, I mean, you can just run the back boost, boost back if they didn't actually see it in the previous round, right?
Yeah.
Not something you can do much throughout a half, but it's like one of those gimmick plays where, the boost on Vertigo to peek down ramp from the A bomb site kind of thing. You can do it once or twice throughout a half.
I know, it's a good point you mentioned. If you do something and the opponents end up going the opposite bomb side, you can just do it again.
Yeah. This is a huge round for Ronderbosch, fellas, because if they lose this, then they're completely broken. At that point, Parklands have a lead, and we already spoke about how 4 rounds was kind of the bare minimum here for Parklands in their first half. They've already been able to rack that up inside of 8.
I'd really like to see them mix up their positioning a bit on the CT side. I feel like Cypher has been doing exactly the same thing over and over, and Kremix is just doing this one-on-one with him. And he's at his number majority of the time.
I'd genuinely just tell the Orb to post middle if Kremix is going to keep pushing there by himself. Either way, Wake through the smoke doesn't even need to see his opponents, and that is going to be Parklands getting themselves a lead here as they go up 5-4.
Yeah, out of the last 5 rounds, they won 4 out of the 5.
Looking good.
Yeah.
Looking really good.
We were talking about you're happy with 4 rounds, if you can get them, they're already up to 5. Last attack pull was used by Ronderbosch. Not even finished with the first half, Matt.
Yeah, Coach Jumpalot just trying to relay some thoughts here through to his team and give them a boost.
And you can see Chili Willie on stage also being very animated, telling his team what to do.
It's good. I honestly love to see this. I really do love to see how much the coaches are contributing to the team right now. This is their moment. This is their time to get to talk and relay the thoughts through. And we've seen some effective timeouts already.
What do you think about the change they made years ago where coaches are only allowed to talk in timeouts?
Yeah, I think it's a good change.
I think now it's a good change, but back then I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea of how people used to play where the coach was basically the IGL and then the players with the 5 fingers.
I hear you, but it's a completely different game at that point, right? Like, it changes a huge dynamic. Either way, it's going to be a fast-paced round coming through from Ronderbosch. Sci-Fi will find a Crag in a second. I thought he was going to go down without finding anything, but
Penguin just bailed on him.
Flash was too deep.
Yeah, teammates said, mate, you're there by yourself. I'm out of here. And at least they're still able to lock it down afterwards.
I thought he had an AWP, so I was like, okay, fair, you're going to take a shot and you're going to fall back. But he was like, nah, you're on your own, dog.
The eco round for Ronderbosch, unfortunately, not going to be able to get a whole lot done. So Parklands, they're going to guarantee themselves a leveled up scoreline going into the T side of the map.
I feel like Ronderbosch, I spoke earlier about their default approach, having a decent spread across the map. Kremix going for that 1v1 in middle, coming out on top majority of the time. I think if they just adapted it slightly by bringing a second player towards cave within that default, and they can get that cave control. If you pressure the CTs by taking middle from them, you don't have to go into their middle necessarily, but you just show a little bit of presence there, and you take cave away from the CTs. That's where, that's kind of the area where you want to be. That's where you've taken the map control away from them and they're forced to do something. If they don't, you can just group up and do what you want to do. That's where you need to identify as a T, how are the CTs responding? Are they playing aggressively? Yes, they're playing aggressively. Okay, we're going to set up and wait for them. Are they not playing aggressively? This gives us time to group up and do what we want to do.
Really good kick pick from Sci-Fi. They are just sending it onto this A-bomb site.
Yeah, problem is, there's two-man setup here right now. Support's going to be arriving as well. Util, there's no molly here to try and force the player out from the back of the bomb site here, so he's able to just remain in position, play off of his teammates, bob and weave back and forth at his own will. And it's only Alet left remaining, and not for much longer. That's going to be 7-4. Parkland's in complete control here on their map pick. What would you say, though, the improvements here from Parkland's on their CT side compared to the rest of the CT sides that have struggled so much throughout the weekend? At the high school level, of course.
I would say that Parklands aren't doing anything special right now on CT. I feel like they're hitting their shots, and they're playing decent crossfires on the bomb side. I would like to see some more aggression out of them. But I feel like right now, this is one of those moments where you're winning, everything's going right, no reason to change it up.
I think that's key, what you just mentioned. Good crossfires and hitting their shots.
Yeah.
All right, well, obviously, last round of the half,
Good
Rugger Bosch will empty their pockets. Good response indeed to just keep them at bay, buy some time. They're going to smoke the volley off. And with good reason, that's a lot of damage done by a Sci-Fi. Unfortunately, none of it is fatal.
It seems like when Rondebosch see a smoke, they just cannot resist jumping through it.
They smoked themselves off there, though. Extinguish the molly.
Smoke buff. A lot of Stewie 2K enjoyers.
What's that?
That's a nice VTech smoke they threw there for B main.
I kind of like how deep it goes as well, because it makes it really difficult for the team to try and force their way back through it. However, 333 goes undetected, and he'll be able to frag. And that is just going to be Tone, brother.
Isn't it last AWP?
Yeah, it is indeed. Last AWP, last round, last player. Tone with mission impossible. And they're going to be running him down right now. Nice shot landed, but efforts in vain.
He's just farming HOTV stats now.
Yeah, stat padding, man. Not the first and certainly won't be the last.
Wait, Kremix, I like how Kremix ran away from the bomb. It's like, I ain't dying to the bomb.
Could never be me. 7-5. What a display from Parkland's, really pitching up in a big way throughout that first half, right? Winning 6 out of the last 8 rounds.
Rondebosch really needed that last round though.
Yeah, true.
Competitive.
And they need the pistol.
Yep. One thing that I just want to add, you asked earlier about Parkland CT side compared to other maps, like, yes, they're playing their crossfires relatively well, but we want to see aggression, which we're not seeing, but we're also not seeing any variation. They play 2-1-2 that entire game. And if you are a CT side, if you're a CT player and you see a player like Kremix coming to you every single time, all I'm saying is, let's bring the AWP or let's bring a secondary guy. If we're not going to aggress, at least let's just mix it up a little bit. There was nothing that Parklands or Rondebosch did necessarily that warrants having 2 people on B, 2 people on A from the get-go. The same thing, like you can put 3 people on B. Cave was heavily contested, middle was heavily contested, everything else was kind of
Yeah, I feel like there wasn't much adaptation from either team, right? Even if Rondebosch had realized there was only one player playing very passive in middle every round, they could have exploited that. Either way, we shift our focus now into the second half, and Parklands, they're not slowing down, man, just surging forward and towards the speed bomb site.
Would have liked them to see actually wait for the smokes to go down before they went into the bomb site, but I guess it worked out. 5v3.
There is a kit here on Milkist. He was the player who stuck the defuse on Ancient and was able to win the pistol round for his team.
Doesn't have a smoke this time.
That is a big problem, right? How do they root these players out of position? They have to try and force the fights here. It's going to be a flash over the top. It's actually a molly being thrown by the T side. They've got their plans here in the post plant. Kitspin drops, so they're going to have to recover. 5-7 rattling off the shots here from 333 right now. Kitspin picked up by Kremix, but unfortunately he's lost his teammate. Big round coming through from Penguin.
Really impressed with how Parklands played that post plant. They had 2 guys cave, 2 guys B main, 2 guys B main, 1 guy outside of B main with a molly. As soon as he has the trap, throws the molly. You don't have to peek immediately.
That was a 4-man B main and 1 person cave.
Oh, was it 1 person?
Yeah, I would have liked to make it 2-3 at least, because now you've got no tradability on that cave guy.
Do you think there's one guy that has the strat about having the molly on pistol? Do you think he goes into a server and he just looks for his own little mollies?
Oh yeah.
I respect that.
I respect it as
well.
well.
For sure.
I'd call him a nerd, but I respect it.
In a good way.
Yeah, no, it's a compliment.
A lot of chip damage so far.
Yeah, they've just got USPs here. There's Eagle on Kremix, but the MAC-10s just chewed them up and spit them out.
Just USPs, you say?
Yeah, well, we saw in the first half that was more than enough, right? Were you ever a P2K merchant, either one of you?
No, never. I tried it, but I feel like you have to be very Afrikaans to get to use the P2K.
Mate, you're one of the most Afrikaans people I know.
Yeah, but don't tell anyone.
Okay.
It's not bad. I played with it for a little while. Yeah, I don't
Guardian is the one player that comes to mind as someone who's just like used it throughout his career when he was an active player.
I will admit though, some players, like Tuckbook especially, he was a P2K enjoyer, they made me really want to use the P2K
Just watching
sometimes.
them, then you would equip it, you'd use it for one pistol round and you'd be like, this thing's dog. I don't want it.
You'll see like a multi-frag video of someone,
yeah.
you're like, this is pretty good.
Looks
And then
pretty nice.
then you try it and then you miss every shot.
I feel like the skins on the P2K are just awful as well, man.
I was
like,
about
USP
to say
skins
the
are so
ocean
much better.
form is such an iconic
But that's
skin
the only
though.
one.
Yeah.
Literally the only one.
First gun round here. Nice span through the smoke.
Back in the day where Glock Water Elemental was considered a high value skin.
Now it's entry level, fella. Either way, this is a vital round for Ronderbosch, right? Because they have to win this gun round here just to keep themselves alive on the map, and they've already lost Kremix. Milkist in towards mid is going to fall as well. MAC-10 not wasting any time. 333 has to try and be the hero here, and I like the way he phases through the smoke and he's able to catch Tone off guard, but then obviously that compromises his position. And the lack of a multi means it's a really tough retake here. Sci-Fi's gone so deep in the post plant. Something you were calling for in the first half as well, trying to take space in these post plants.
They're listening.
I really liked Parkland's east side there, that setup. They had 3 people going middle. They had one guy watching cave and canals from T stairs, so far back. He's closer to A because A is obviously the end goal. And then they had one guy A main. And that A main player activated at the perfect time. Once, the 3-man went through middle and they started to split towards A. Unfortunately, 333 obviously phasing the smoke and going past that A-man player. The guy watching the back, holding cave, never going to expect 333 to be in that.
Poor Tone though, right? He comes there last, A-main, knife out. He's like, wait guys, there's a guy in the smoke. But I do like how Parkless played this T round. They have 2 MAC-10s, so they send the MAC-10s into middle first, take first contact, play aggressive. And get so much space and then just end up splitting the A-bomb side.
I just like it in general when teams, however they spread out on the map, if the idea is to go to A or to B, to just lean everyone kind of in that direction, you're still holding the areas you would normally hold, but you're holding it from further back so that you're closer to the bomb site that you want to end at. It's a very basic concept, but a lot of teams don't implement it.
I feel like there's a few tilt buys that have come through in this round, fellas. Cyrex has spent all his money as well as Kremix. Listen, there's an M4 on Alit as well, but...
Yeah, I don't know why Ronderbosch did this. I mean, I guess they're looking at the score and they're like, guys, we need to board some rounds, but...
Copy-paste from last round.
Just running it back, rinse and repeat.
Takes activation, middle starts splitting.
If it ain't broke,
fix it.
All 5 on the bomb site.
Yeah, actually did really well to just bypass those players top middle and avoid losing any players in the process. Now the pressure's going to shift onto Ronderbosch to try and make this retake happen.
You've got 4 people with armor. 3 of them can buy next round, or 5 would have been able to buy if you didn't force for some reason. So I would have saved here, but
I don't know why they're doing this.
This just seems like a little bit of tilt.
I think they are mentally checked out.
I can see Chili Willy is starting to realize that they're within touching distance of finishing off the job. Within touching distance, 11-5 right now. 2 rounds away from being crowned as the champions here. Telkom VS Gaming High School Esports League, Comic-Con Africa 2024. Parklands want to reclaim the glory, claim their 2nd title for the school. They won in 2022. Chile was in that team. Coach 23, they fell short. 24, looks like they're going to find some more goldware.
They're going to do the same thing. Look at the setup again. A-main player, you got your T-stairs player holding cave push, and you got 3 people posturing middle.
Don't getting a kill towards cave as well. It's definitely going to make the CGs wonder what's going on.
Very good util usage here as well. Milkers blinded up.
They needed that.
Able to regain his vision. Yeah, this time they've been able to stop Parklands from just rampaging their way
flash.
through mid. Huge flash will come through. At least there's a trade out of Kremix to keep the numbers even. But now the pressure's going to mount insurmountably, and he will get overwhelmed.
2v2. No
Still
kit to
winnable.
play.
Zarek wishing he had a Galil instead of a Famas right now.
such an important retake here. Obviously,
what a
with no
molly.
money in the bank, that molly is going to force the Cypher out into the open, but the Cypher still gets the kill before he goes down, and Tone with the AWP. He was posted up on the correct angle, but unscopes at the worst possible time. Milkist trying to figure out where he is right now, and he'll land the dink, but Tone's AWP will be the one that comes out on top of the duel. 12-5, Parklands find themselves on map, series, and championship points.
Looking at Chili Willy's reaction, it must have been quite a nutty shot.
Yeah.
12-5, fellas.
Economy for the cities in shambles. Not a lot of util to work with.
Looking like this one's as good as done.
Yeah. Are we going to see the same thing for a fourth round in a row from Parklands?
Hoekom nie, eh?
No, there's a little bit... Yeah, they're going back into it.
Okay, well, let's see if Rondebosch have it in them. They started fairly well on the map, but things have gone completely pear-shaped since then.
Hello.
That's unfortunate. Milka's just looking to try and take the fight to his opponents, close the gap in middle. Doesn't work out for him. Alet's proactivity has been spotted out as well. They're just going to continue to hammer home on this A bomb site. 333 feeling the pressure, will be dispatched off, and that's a huge multi coming through from Cypher. I guess that's actually his first, rather. Either way, 21 kills to his name. He has been a dominant force here so far on the map. It's only Alet left remaining. 1 versus 4 to try and save the day here for Parklands, for Rondebosch, and keep them alive. But there's just no way he can make this one happen. No hope in hell. And it will be finished off by Tone. Parklands have done it. They're the Telkom VS Gaming High School Esports League champions. And look at what it means to them. Absolute jubilation. Celebrations well underway. And that's a great way to kick off the weekend, boys.
Yeah, it's a great start to the day. I'm really happy to see how Parklands approached their T side specifically on Anubis. Even though they did the same thing over and over again, you can see that they understand the timings of how to play around that. CT side would like to see a little bit more variation. Unfortunately, Rondebosch not bringing the same level of performance that we saw on Thursday on Anubis.
Excuse me. Yeah. Parklands were really dominant on the second map. The first map was a bit closer. I think the nerves played a big factor. You can see both teams weren't super comfortable, but I feel like as soon as Parklands got into their map pick, it was just easy breezy for them.
Those are some happy faces on that stage. Handshakes all around.
Firm handshakes.
Chili Willy, hard work paying off.
What a result for them, guys. Winning in 2022, falling short in 23, coming back and winning in 24. They've announced themselves as a force to be reckoned with, have Parklands College. That's 45,000 Rand that they get going to their school's esports facilities as well. You could get a couple decent graphics cards with that. I wish I could get that.
Jeez, with our expensive graphics cards now, I'd probably get 2.
Yeah, but 2 of the best.
Yeah.
Did Parklands 2-0 yesterday as well, or was it a 2-1?
Parklands 2-0 at St. John's.
So they didn't drop a map?
Well, on Thursday, but yeah.
Yeah, on Thursday.
So they haven't dropped a map.
Yeah, Dust 2 was one-sided, but the second map against St. John's was, I think, 13-10, I believe, to Parklands.
Still didn't drop a map. Good enough for me.
Okay, well, I think that we're just waiting for the stage. Why don't we let's just bring Chili on, live on the show, mate. Come join us. Whip a headset on there, jump in on the panel, and
get in here.
Oh, okay. I lied. You're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, mate. Take your time to get set up. We're gonna head across to the stage.
Thank you very much to the team at the desk. Please, can we show some love to these young players still in high school, the future of gaming? They came here in a final. Obviously not the ideal result in the end. You might have wanted to push it to at least that deciding map over the 2 maps. Your thoughts on how things have transpired?
Yeah, I think that we just didn't prepare enough, and I'll give it to Parklands. I'm very impressed with their gameplay. They just kind of shattered us, and I'm impressed.
Your group, in terms of what years you're in, are there matriculants in the squad, or are you still going to have another stab at the school?
We have 4 matrics in the squad and 1 grade 10. Milkist, who's very good, I can vouch. One of our star players.
Are you in grade 12?
Yeah, I'm in grade 12.
So you're in grade 12. Organizations are out there. Is there anyone that you'd like to join post high school?
I don't know. I'll see what happens.
You have options.
Maybe.
Okay, well, we wish you all the best, Rondebosch. You did well coming through here, and we wish you all the best. Hopefully, in a year's time, you're back stronger and better for it, this experience, and can give us another final. Yeah, all the best. There we go. Make some noise once again for Rondebosch, worthy competitors. Unfortunately, on the day, the class of Parklands really just coming through and shining through, showing what they're capable of. Gentlemen, please come and join me. Make some noise, folks, for Parklands. Congratulations. The feeling right now, being crowned champions, how's it feel?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, you know, second time round does actually work. Maybe the third time's a charm isn't actually 3 times, but yeah. No, it was absolutely amazing. I'm super, super proud of these boys. I mean, from where they were in the beginning of the year, you know, like 100 hours, you know, all the work that they put in, all the work that Coach Chili's put in and everything like that. It's just been absolutely phenomenal. I'm so proud of this group of boys. It's amazing.
And then what are the prospects of keeping the unit together? Is there anyone matriculating here, or can you keep everyone together?
Yeah, so I'm leaving next year, but...
The future is bright. The future is bright.
Very, very, very bright.
Okay, so folks, now the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's make some noise once again for Parklands, our champions for the High School Esports League, and their grand prize of 45,000 Rand going to their school to grow esports and to craft further and future generations for esports. Once again, make some noise for Parklands, our champions. You love to see it. The future of gaming right here on the stage. One of them gonna be a free agent next year. So start calling, start making your offers, and we'll see how it pans out. But we're gonna send it back to our desk.
I'm grateful. We get to do the winners' interviews. It's certainly a lot easier than the job that Kamza has to do on the stage. Either way, we have got Mr. Chili Willy, a returning guest. He competed in 2022 where they won. He coached 23 where they fell short. They made it to the finals in 2020 and 21 as well. Mate, feels like you guys have created a culture of winning here at Parklands and pitching up at these events.
No, it's unbelievable. Like, Parklands really supports us when it comes to esports. We have great facilities, great practice schedules. It's really incredible. So since 2020, I joined in 2019. Since 2020, it was a complete culture shift. Parklands was like, wow. Because we went to a smaller event in 2019, we lost in the semis, and Parklands was like, wow, you guys can really push it and push it and push it. Went to the finals 2020, didn't win. Went to the finals 2021, didn't win. 22, we won. Thank you to MP. He joined us. Michael Roth, he's our manager. He really changed us. He made it proper. He brought the venues. Before that, we had no practice, nothing. It was pugs. And now, yeah, proper practice, proper facilities. And thanks to him, 2022 was amazing. We won. 2023, we should have. We choked. We underestimated Buttercliff. And here, we weren't going to underestimate Rondebosch.
Yeah, just from my side, congratulations once again to you and the team. I feel like we robbed you of the opportunity to stand on the stage there with the squad, but we needed someone for that winner's interview. So I just wanted to find out from you guys, how was the atmosphere coming into this game today? Because we saw you guys on Ancient, and to be honest, it seemed very scrappy, very back and forth, very brawly, you know, and it was a very fast-paced game. And if it's that fast-paced, usually you see a lot of mistakes and oversight creeping in. But going into Anubis, you guys seemed a lot more calm and confident, and you know, more organized.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, 4 of our players, it's their first finals. They lost to Bosch in like the earlier event in the year. And yeah, they were very nervous. Thanks to IGL Tone, he really helped us. And yeah, of course I had to help them as well, inspire confidence. But yeah, we were really happy with Vito's. I mean, yesterday we were really happy with you guys because we picked Mirage and Dusty, which is what we really wanted against St. John's. And makes us look like a poke team. Makes us look like we can't play Ancient. Makes us look like we can't play Anubis. And that's exactly what we wanted. So we went into the Vito's thinking, okay, they might ban Ancient. They lost to the Vodacliff, you know. And we go in, they pick Ancient. Tate and I were very confused. We had to take like a couple seconds to figure out what we're going to pick. Yeah, and then going into Ancient, they were very rushy, but that's our playstyle. We don't have a Kremix. Kremix, if we go slow, he will find a pick. And if you go slow, the more easy picks they can find of overextending. So if you go fast, well, we take them fast. It's very hard for a very good player to take on 5 good players. And that's what we did. That's our whole play style. We swarm, and we swarm, and we swarm, and we split. I mean, our Anubis A was very, very splitty when we were rotating side. I think we also got a lot of confidence because they called 3 attacks in the first half, both halves. And all of us were just in the comms going, they're very nervous, they're not comfortable. Guys, this is it. Come on, come on, come on. So yeah, that was our mental going into this game.
So you guys were a lot more confident and relaxed going into that second map and feeling more prepared on Anubis than you would be on Ancient?
Ancient's our best map, and it didn't show it like that. I think they were just very worried in the Rondabush, were very worried, and they didn't want to be the guy to lose a round because we were finding very easy open picks. I was very confused how we're finding open picks minute 20 where there wasn't a proper hit, it was just picks. So yeah, it was very weird. They were giving a lot of picks to us on CT, so that's why it made me look like it was a better map, but I think nerves set in for Rondabush.
Chili, one more question for you before we bid farewell, mates. Ruan actually posed this question to me before we went live. He asked, how long do you think it's going to take before esports players are recognized in the same sort of fashion as maybe like a first-team rugby player or something like that at your school like Parklands? How long do you think it'll take, mates? Are we moving in that direction?
Depends the culture of the province, I say. I mean, in Western Cape, we're very, very... because we're from CPT, we're very, very... we like games, you know. The girls don't look at guys and go like, oh, you know, it's of culture. And of course, that is a thing you have to take into consideration,
yes.
You know, because teens don't want to be alone. You know?
So in 10 years from now, could we see the head boy of your school being like the captain of the Counter-Strike team?
I mean, we had prefects playing for Counter-Strike.
Okay.
And they were prefects of sport, prefect of culture.
Okay.
So it's not like, you know, we've got good players. I mean, saying that as well, I mean, we got 2 first-team players in our, from rugby in our team, and then last year we had 2 first-team football players, 2 first-team rugby players.
Okay.
So we have the mix of culture at Parklands at least.
All right, well, that is the first game of the day done and dusted. Telkom VS Gaming High School Esports League. We have our champions, Parklands College, fully deserved. They win the tournament without even dropping a map. What a run it was from them. And they actually only have 1 player who's matriculating this year, so we could see them come back and continue to make these finals as they have done in the past 4 competitions. Very impressive from them indeed. We're going to have a bit of an extended break now. Don't worry, we'll keep you covered with some content. And then when we come back, it's going to be getting into the main event. It's going to be the Telkom VS Gaming Masters. We've got both our semi-finals today. First one's going to be Punishers against Monarch Realm, and then later on we'll have Nixa versus Exceed. We're going to be starting at about 11:30 with that first semi-final, so be sure to join us.
He's tagged.
I don't know as yet, Ma. I haven't decided, really.
Hey sis, did you get my email? Ungabi gwala. Find your courage.
Welcome our next speaker from the top performing in science, Notam.
Get out there, dude. Find your tribe. Never let them go. And together chase the sun.
Wow.
Notando, the world is big. May you always be bigger. I'm proud of you.
Dad, Mom. I know.
Telkom. Possible begins here.
I'm here with the AWPA and ex-AWPA of Monarch Realm, and we're going to be breaking down our super team, or they're going to be breaking down their super team for Comic-Con Africa 2024, using the pool of players that are going to be competing at this event. So, fellas, we're going to just construct this roster piece by piece. Now, we're not going to go too deep on roles, but we are going to pay attention to the IGL, the AWP, but after that, don't have to be lurker, entry, and all the rest. You can just break down 3 riflers after that, right? So, sure. Okay, Raz, Spitfire, in case you didn't know, there'll be little name tags probably at the bottom. Either way. Fellas, let's start off here. Main cog in the outfits, the IGL. Who are you picking as your IGL from the 8 teams that are competing at the event?
I mean, I think probably in terms of IGLs, most decorated IGL would probably have to be up there. I would say probably Rusty would probably be the best IGL in terms of...
I was going to say, but can you write it as just Young Gangster?
Young Gangster?
YG also
YG,
works.
Okay, he's got that in the handle, hey, I think. His gaming name. Are you in accordance with Rusty?
Somewhat.
I mean, I'm saying, you agree with Spitfire here?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I think Rusty's probably the best.
So we'll go with Young Gangster. And then we're going to put in brackets just in case anybody needs it. Is it like lower letter Y and then capital Y, I think, something like that?
Yeah, that's something like that. Something like that.
Oh, I misspelled gangster, but
yeah,
it's just
there's an A. We'll
young
put the-
gangst. Young gangst, okay. Who are we going with? Who are we going with as the AWPA, fellas?
Sure, AWPA. So we're not allowed more than 2 players from the same team, or?
Not allowed more than 2 players from the same team. That's the rule. Otherwise, you just, pick your own team, probably.
Okay. Sure, this is actually a tough one.
I was gonna go Frozen, but I'm not
But
sure.
he's not AWPing.
Slowy's AWPing.
Slowy's AWPing. So it's not Frozen.
Tristan?
We can't even chuck me on the AWP. Jeez, that's...
Not anymore.
Yeah,
I think Tristan then. If not Frozen.
okay,
then
yeah,
Tristan.
we can put Tristan on the AWP. Yeah, that
Okay.
would work.
Yeah.
Going with Tristan. Tristan from Kitsune. Tristan XA.
That's the one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tristan. Wow.
All good, all good. We'll ignore it.
It's close enough.
Tristan, is it like I-N? A-N?
Yeah, I wish I could
AN.
tell you, hey, I'll be
A-N,
honest.
right? There we go.
Yeah.
All right, spelling was never my strong suit. Either way. Riflers. Now we get into the core, the pack. You know,
Okay.
who are the riflers who are going to be carrying this team?
So wait, we can have 2 people from the same team.
No more than 2, yeah.
I think probably we're definitely going to have to put Fady up there. I think
Yeah?
he's probably most decorated player in South Africa right now. So
What roles is he playing at the moment? He's like anchor, no?
yeah, but it doesn't matter. We're just putting riflers.
Okay, Fady.
We'll
on.
figure that out later.
So we go with Fady. Of course, as you say, been around for a long time. He's got a couple Ys in there sometimes, but probably just the one normally.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
Sure. Who else are we going to put in?
I was gonna say Slash.
Slash, yeah. Good firepower, yeah. I think Divo's also kind of been on it lately. But yeah, I'd be happy with Slash. Adam
I'm thinking Slash. Sorry, I'm still trying to get the roles to make some kind of sense. I think Adam Slash is the 4th.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we'll
So who's your,
chuck
do you have a
Slash up.
star in and amongst this mix already? Is Slash your star?
Yeah, I think so. Probably Fady would be the more calculated player. He'd be able to maybe second call, maybe do a bit of like lurking.
Reliable.
Yeah, definitely
Slash a bit of
reliable.
your X factor kind of thing.
Yeah, something to go with Tristan. Give him some kind of play room as well with
Okay.
that.
So we got Rusty as our IGL, we got Tristan as our AWP, we got Fady Slash. How are you rounding this roster out here, fellas?
Can't be Kitsune or Punishers. We got 2 from each already.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay. So we already have someone that's level-headed. Already have like a firepower in Slash and Tristan.
Yeah, Rusty will spam bodies and scrims.
And through smokes as well, kill you through smokes as well. So I think we need someone that's going to bring some like hype. Who'd be like a good hype man?
You want to chuck NZK in?
Dude, let's do it. Yeah, we'll put NZK in the bottom there, so you can shout at people across the stage.
NZK, all right. And is that like 7 Ks in his name or something like that?
Yeah, on Twitter at
We'll
least.
go with 4 for now.
Yeah, I don't want to run that pen dry, so...
Okay, yeah, true. I'll just keep going and look across the board. Okay, we've got Rusty, Tristan, Fady, Slash, and then NZK. I feel like this is probably the name that would catch most people off guard. But he's your teammate, so you got a lot of knowledge on him.
Yeah.
I think on T sides, right, he's happy to play the sort of just, he'll run in roles, get traded, that sort of thing. He's selfless, and also he's definitely going to bring the hype.
Yeah, but
so
he also...
I think this actually could work.
Yeah, I think he's also like one of those players where he gets asked to do something and he'll do it. Like it's not a case of I don't really agree with it. He's like, okay, maybe if he doesn't agree with the call, he's still gonna do it. He's gonna do it. He knows it's in the team's best interest.
He's also a younger fella, 19 years old.
Yeah,
so you got some youthful exuberance here in this roster as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not too sure how the personalities might mix in this team, but
I think that'd actually be fine. Like these guys, I feel like are all fairly, pretty similar in terms of their temperament. Not like crazy, very loud. NZK might be bringing that energy. But Rusty, Tristan, Fady, Slash, and NZK, Raz, and Spitfire. Would this team win Comic-Con?
Against like teams that are already here?
Yeah.
I mean...
Do you beat this team?
Well, now we're down a player, so I mean...
that is true, 4v5.
It might be a bit rough, but... Maybe,
say yes.
maybe.
You have to say yes. It's the only right answer.
Yeah, they have
confidence.
no practice. We have all the practice, yeah.
There we go. All right, well, this is the Comic-Con Africa 2024 Super Team as built by Raz and Spitfire from Monarch Realm.
Nice! Bye! Come on! Come on! I know! Hey, listen. I dropped one. Listen. Can we do mouse default again, please? Mouse default. Yeah, I kind of want to fight a bit aggro. Jose, let me push. I got a spawn. You have no gun! You have no gun! Fuck, I'm coming late. Wait.
Yeah, we just.
I'll throw first, it's fine.
Break
Yeah.
this, you know? 20 shots.
Can you boost me? BVD boost.
I'll flash.
Quick. Come here.
Hey, flash cave.
I'm not
holding
moving my
flash.
flash. Wait.
I'm flashing cave twice. Flashing cave one.
And then pushed it.
Flashing cave and then.
I'm holding ramp.
I'm
You guys hear me?
I'm slamming cave.
Yeah.
One more.
Chill.
Nice.
Guys, listen. Group up B now.
I'm in mouse mode.
Okay, sick. We walk up B, okay?
Wait, does it give me money?
Active.
Cave.
Gotta go.
Both here.
Fall back.
I'm playing trap bomb and run away.
You're gonna run away.
Nice.
Run away.
Wait.
Run.
We need to fight them. Nice. One more. Probably took bomb and ran. Yeah, he's going cat. Nice. That's bomb. Lost unknown. He's probably on A.
Drop mid.
Us.
Drop it. Here's a bomb. Just hold cat.
Yeah, he could have bomb.
Hold cat, please.
You can't walk through the caves.
I'm rotating.
Could be house.
You should look an A.
Yeah, plan A.
Play together, guys. I'm in mid. Run.
Smoke city.
I don't have to go donuts. It's gonna take too long.
Yeah, no kids.
Walk up donuts. Can you full sprint it? Just run.
Yeah.
I think that's it. No kid.
Smoking the bomb.
Probably temple will main.
Stop.
There's no kid though.
I think main. Nice goal! You fucking suck!
I'm gonna say run it.
Nice run. I didn't even start. Good job.
probably better known as Spitfire from Monarch Realm, and he's going to be competing at his first LAN event. And now there's a lot of players from South African Counter-Strike who are going to be competing at their first LAN, and there's a big new era. There's an awakening in South African CS that's happening once again, and we need to get to know these players a little bit better. So I've got him on the chair here alongside me so we can delve deeper into who Mr. Spitfire actually is. So first things first, Spitfire, that is a British warplane. How on earth did you come about that being your name?
Yeah, so I mean, I took the typical gaming route when I was younger with like some random name. And then I watched a documentary on the Spitfire and I was like, oh my God, the Spitfire is so cool. That would be such a cool gaming name.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how it went on.
What was your name before?
It was Thomas 2900.
Thomas 2900. Okay, I'm glad you changed it in all honesty, mate. Like Spitfire is much cooler. So yeah, good decision.
On like Clash of Clans and all of that though, it was even worse. It used to just be Killer with a capital K.
Okay. Original.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I remember seeing your name popping up a little bit because you were standing in for Bravado and you ended up playing with them for a couple of months. What was that experience like for you? Because I didn't really were you competing much in South Africa at the higher level before they like earmarked you? Had they seen you through Face It? How did that even come about?
So I was actually quite surprised when I was offered to play with them. But I had been playing Face It in a couple teams. I'd played bottom of Prem a couple times, but a lot of it was in Face It, playing a lot. I actually met the guys through Wipeout when he was still playing.
Okay.
Bravado.
Yeah.
He did some coaching with me when I was in one of my first teams. And then from there, I actually just sent a random invite to Doru and a friend request, and he actually accepted. We kind of got to talking a little bit. This was obviously still a couple of years before I even was on their radar.
Okay.
Just started playing Face It, started getting higher level, started playing with March a bit when he was playing Face It, Voljean every now and then. And then literally one day I was in Aimbots, got a message pop up from March saying, hey dude, can we just have a chat quick? And pretty much said, like, gave me the rundown of them looking for players and they wanted to do a trial. He told me there's 2 other players.
Okay.
And yeah, essentially we just took the trial from there and was playing for them from November of last year, 2023.
And that must have been like the real ramp up for you in terms of coming to terms with the higher level of the game, getting more experience, playing with players who are, a lot better than you, so you can learn a lot more as well. I mean, that opportunity must have played a big role in helping you develop as a player.
No, for sure. I think for all the teams that I'd played in, most of the time I was the guy knowing the most amount in the team. I was the one putting in the hours, throwing the smokes, learning all the utilities, showing everyone. Going into a team where it's like everyone is contributing to those things. Every practice, every single person wants to show something new, wants to add something. And then just in general, everyone is very well synced. Everyone knows what they want to do. And just the team chemistry in general. Like one of the things that I said when I joined Bravado was they have the best chemistry I've ever seen in any realm of sports, everything that I've done.
Wow.
Literally, those guys were amazing. They're always cracking jokes.
Just so people can get to know you a little bit better as an individual and as a player, after your experience in Bravado, what's your sort of aspirations as a player in South Africa? Do you see yourself as being somebody who wants to try and make it to the top of the country? Do you want to try and aspire to go international and follow in the footsteps of Sonic, JT, Mistim? Or is this something where you've got studying and you've got a whole nother life and gaming is just like a release for you? Where does gaming fit into your life as Spitfire?
I think gaming has quite a big impact on my life. Currently still studying. In my second year, I still have 2 more years.
Okay.
But I focus quite heavily on gaming. When I'm not doing work or I'm not doing some kind of physical activity, it's literally gaming. Like I love to do it. I love to play Counter-Strike. I love spending hours in the server doing something. So ideally, to say, obviously, everyone's dream is to play professionally, do what they love.
Yeah.
And yeah, like if I could get overseas somehow and play for an overseas team, that would be the goal.
Okay. And let's talk about this LAN now. Comic-Con Africa 2024, Telkom VS Gaming Masters Finals, your first LAN event. I mean, what an opportunity.
Yeah, no, amazing. Like when we had our team went through a rough patch just before the last chance qualifiers, we lost a couple of our players. One player went overseas for work. Another one left to join another team. And then things looked dire. We did not know what was happening. We had our core, got a couple players that we really liked. And yeah, we literally started playing things were going well. And then even going into the last chance qualifier, we still weren't 100% sure if we'd even get to LAN. So yeah, when we actually did qualify, everyone was actually super hyped, and already things had been planned who we wanted to join as a team, because back then we weren't signed at all.
Okay.
And now obviously signed with Monarch.
So coming into this, obviously you guys are one of the massive underdogs. We're not going to try and paint an unrealistic picture here, but it doesn't mean that you aren't capable of doing damage. In your opening game against Synthesis, you've got to certainly, they're one of the other teams who a lot of people are seeing as one of the underdogs, or one of the weaker teams coming into the competition. So surely that's a really good opening game for you guys.
Yeah, no, when we saw the bracket, we were quite ecstatic in terms of the teams and the caliber of teams that are going up against each other. We thought we probably drew one of the better teams to play our first game. I think it'll be a really nice opening game. I think it could go either way depending on who has a better game that day. We don't really play them that much, so we're not really sure what to expect from them just yet. But we're quite confident going into the game. We think we can definitely take it. We just need to play how we've been playing.
All right, well, that is Mr. Spitfire from Monarch Realm, who is going to be doing some damage at Comic-Con Africa this year, so we hope. And, now hopefully you know a little bit more about him. We're back, and we're going to be getting into the main event now, Telkom VS Gaming Masters. It's 2 semi-finals that we have lined up to round out this fine Saturday. Boys, this is what we've been pitching up for. As the weekend goes on, the competition ramps up, and we're going to be getting into our first semi-final soon enough.
Yeah, we just had the grand finals of the high school games, some action that we had over there, and now I'm keen to see the semi-finals, the top dogs of the South African CS scene competing in the first CS2 LAN of the year. Yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Before we delve too deep into the game, Trev, you know what it's like as a player, when you're opening games, semi-finals, championship Sunday, it just keeps heating up as the weekend is going on, right?
Yeah, I know, especially looking at our next game, right? We've got Punishers versus Monarch. We have a clear favorite in Punishers, and we have the clear underdog in Monarch. And I've been in both those situations, right? I've been the better team playing against the weaker team and vice versa. So I feel like most of the pressure here is going to be on Punishers, but I feel like the way that we saw them play yesterday, I don't think they'll have any problem. I think we'll see the same thing how they started off yesterday, where they basically just ran their default strats. They didn't need to show anything because the enemy team, who was it? Oh, Kitsune, sorry, didn't really make them show anything, I completely forgot. I forgot Kitsune were here, the way they played. So yeah, I think Punishers are going to go in with the same game plan, and I really want to see Monarch push them a bit,
Yeah, fair enough. I think I guess we could start breaking down this game a little bit. Like I said, first semi-final, Punishers against Monarch Realm. Massive underdog story here, obviously. Monarch Realm got a very favorable opening matchup. Of course, Synthesis would have felt the same way. What an entertaining matchup that was, Elusive.
Yeah, that was a really close game, taking it all the way to a third. I think it was 13-10, 13-11.
13-11, 13-7, 13-11.
Yeah. So that was a very close game. I think both teams gave it their all there. Very, very close at the end. That could have gone either way. We could have had either of those teams playing on the stage today. So it's going to be interesting to see what version of Monarchs we're going to see today. If it's going to be a more calm and composed, I doubt it. Judging based off the opponents that they've got on the server, I think they are a bit panicky or a bit nervous.
Yeah.
A bit more than they would be against Synthesis. But I think they're just happy to be here in the semi-finals.
I also think that, looking at Monarch now, I think they know themselves that they are the underdog coming to this match. So I think that relieves a lot of pressure from them. I'd like to see them before the game just talk, guys, we're probably going to lose this, So let's just, put everything on the table. Don't be scared to take the duels. Don't be scared to get in their face, Because if you, as Monarch, get an early lead in the first map, Punishers in the back of their mind are going to be like, well, yes, we're supposed to be the favorites here, and we're on the back foot right now, So I feel like there's a lot of BMT that can come into play there. Punishers, obviously, they have people like Slowy, Rusty, Fady. These are guys that have been playing for a long time, so I doubt it'll affect them that much. But I still think it'll linger in the back of their mind.
Yeah, and I think it's very important the first couple of rounds of the game for Monarchs to get the ball rolling so they can also just prove to themselves and set themselves at ease and go, we can actually compete here. We can actually step up to these guys. There's a big names on the opposite side, but we can, bring our A game and take them head to head.
Yeah, they are human at the end of the day,
exactly.
Right? So we are going to be getting ready. We're going to be getting the players lined up on stage, getting them set up on the server. We'll break the game down a little bit further after we hear from Mr. Kamza.
Thank you very much. Yes, you guys are all focused on the stream. I'm focused on the people in front of me. How's everyone doing? Yeah, there we go. Who's here for Team Monarch? Who's here for the Punishers? Okay. You sound like you got money on it. I wonder. Okay, so folks, we're about to get into the first of our semi-finals. These two teams battled out yesterday to make sure that they keep getting free access to Comic-Con this weekend by being competitors. They've done so. So let's have an opportunity now to meet our challengers. Let's make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for the Punishers. Rusty YG in the house. We got Slowy, Burns in the crew, Frozen. Also, and Beatty joining us on stage. Make some noise. My man, Dusty, how you feeling? You've had time to kind of stand down, decompress, have a look at what's been happening in terms of the teams you might meet for the rest of the competition. How are the preparations come?
Preparation is going well. I mean, we haven't really changed anything from yesterday. If we play like we played yesterday, we should slam these guys.
Now, there's a big talk of BMT and pressure. How good are your guys at turning that into fuel for victory?
The guys are pretty calculated. It shouldn't affect us at all. It should just drive us to be better. So yeah.
And Slowy, I mean, deja vu for you. You're always here with these big moments. Last year you were here and won the thing. Now you're working your way towards that. What's the feeling right now for you and the Kim?
I'm just going to take my boys to another victory.
There we go. As simple as that. Keeping it simple. Okay, so now let's meet their challengers. I need you to make some noise for Monarch Realm. Here we go. Make some noise for Raz. We got Lumen in the house alongside Spitfire. NZK in the mix as they come out on stage. You guys are looking summertime fine. How you feeling about your prospects coming into this one? Having seen what these guys are capable of, they've been spoken about a lot as the guys expected to win the entire thing. As the underdogs, what's the meaning? What's the feeling right now in the camp?
No, I think we're pretty calm. I mean, I agree with definitely the underdogs, but everyone loves an underdog story, and we've been playing some pretty good CS. So yeah, feeling pretty calm. Just excited to play.
And in terms of the strategy going into this one, having looked at who they played against, your games, what have you able to tighten up and maybe tweak coming into today?
Yeah, we've spoken about a couple things, but we honestly aren't doing anything too special. Like, we kind of just want to focus on our own game. The 3 maps we're playing are probably the 3 maps we're most comfortable with, so just focusing on ourselves.
I know you want to progress, but having made it to the semis, what's that mean for you guys?
Means a lot to us. Obviously, we want to win if we can, but I think our goal coming into the tournament was sort of just like 3rd, 4th. So anything better than that would be great, but yeah, we're happy where we are for now.
Okay, so there you have it, guys. I want you one last time to make some noise for my challengers, the Punishers. And we got Monarch Realm. Gentlemen, please take your seats as we get ready for the first of our semis. Back to the desk we go.
Thank you very much, good sir. And we can now delve a little bit deeper now. Elusive, I know you wouldn't have been in this position too much, but what is the mentality going to be like here for Monarch Realm coming into a game where it's pretty much been dubbed unwinnable for them on paper, right? We saw how ridiculously good Punishers looked. They've got very well-established players, incredibly talented players on the side of Punishers server. So how do they come into this game in terms of their mental aspect?
I've certainly been in this position myself, building myself up to eventually joining BVD, and also any type of international opportunity we had, we were always the Monarchs in that type of situation. So whenever you're facing an opponent that is arguably, the favorites and you are the underdogs, you can have your game plan and everything set and you have a good idea of how you want to approach the game. But ultimately, when you look at a team like Punishers, they're going to want to assert themselves from the get-go. They're going to want to get the ball rolling, and they're going to be very disrespectful. So the first couple of rounds is crucial for them. If I was Monarchs, I'd say, guys, we've got our game plan, but let's just put that on hold, put it on ice. The first thing we need to do is we need to deal with the disrespect that they're going to throw away. They're going to come hot, they're going to come angry. Just deal with that, show them that we can actually land our shots, we can disrupt their disruption, if you will, and then that's going to put you on an equal footing going forward into the game.
Yeah, no, I like what Ruan mentioned there about the disrespect coming from Punishers. They're definitely going to play to get in Monarch's face and show them why they are the favorites for this match. I do think, though, that Monarch have an opportunity here to really just put Punishers off their foot, put them off their balance. If they really get a good start, like Ruan says, build some momentum, And sometimes maybe you just got to throw the strat pick out the window and say, guys, just go kill.
Yeah, we heard from Rusty that they're brimming with confidence and that in their minds the series is as good as done, basically, was the sentiment that he had on the stage, right? So if Monarch Realm can come out the gate swinging, win the first 5 rounds, go up 5-0, then maybe the pressure could mount on Punishers.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Punishers saying that they are confident. You heard Monarch saying that they're calm. It's easy to say what you want to say on stage, but when you get into that game, and it's one thing if the team leader echoes that statement, but everyone in the team needs to be on the same page and feel the same way. So, like I said, the first couple of rounds are crucial in this game for Monarch.
Yeah, something I really want to see from Monarch, if they do manage to pick up the first couple of rounds, I want to see them get very loud. I want to see them get very loud, start taunting Punishers. The disrespect needs to go both ways.
Yeah, crowd loves an underdog story as well. So if they can maybe bring that energy, maybe they get the crowd behind them. We saw a lot of support for Monarch Realm yesterday against Synthesis. Let's just talk a little bit more about Punishers, guys. That game against Kitsune was a blistering affair. It couldn't have gone better for them, genuinely. Not only did they win super comfortably, but they looked really good while they were doing it.
Yeah, I think individually all of those players just stepped up. I think we looked at the kill distribution and everyone was just fragging from the get-go. It's exactly what you want to see going into a first game at a LAN. You want everyone to step up and perform. There's nothing more frustrating than a slow start at a LAN, especially in a single elimination format, so you can't really afford that. Unfortunately, that's exactly what we saw from Kitsune. They had such a slow start, they could never get the ball rolling. And yeah, I think with Punishers, they're just in cruise mode at the moment. They just want to make sure that they're feeling comfortable, they're hitting their shots, they're doing what they want to do. I don't think we're going to see anything special from them. I don't even know how much depth they really have because they haven't shown anything. They've been playing very standard, basic, and fundamental CS. So, also when everyone in the team is just mechanically strong and hitting their shots, you don't really need the basics. You don't really need a lot of depth. Like, the frags are going your way, the round's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking back at that Kasuna Punisher game, we were talking about how it's basically the grand final of the thing. And now, if you aren't in the scene and you're looking at that game for the first time, you're like, wow, this Kasuna team kind of sucks, right? But no, they're actually really good, even though they probably didn't play up to their full potential. It just shows you how dominant Punishers are.
Could there be a point to be made here in terms of the fact that Monarch Realm's game against Synthesis went a lot longer. They got a lot more sort of experience on the stage, just settling into the game as well. So there'll be a little bit more in the groove in that sense, whereas Punishers weren't really tested, they weren't really pushed. And that means sometimes if they haven't been forced to go into those depths and the distance, if they do get pushed here by Monarch Realm, then it's going to be some unfamiliar territory for them.
I wouldn't necessarily draw a comparison. I think the guys that Punishers are obviously very comfortable playing on a stage like this, but I think it just helps the guys at Monarch having played more game time, took it 3 maps, took it all the way. So I think they had time to get comfortable, which is the bare minimum of what they need if they want to, show up today against a team like Punishers.
Yeah, no, I think if it was any other team, that might have played a factor, but because it's Punishers, I don't think they give it. I don't think they care.
Not using your one for the day just yet, Trev.
Okay, gotta save that for when it's important.
Saving it for when it really matters. Okay, let's talk maps here, fellas. We have got the veto in. Anubis picked by Monarch. We saw them do well on that map yesterday against Synthesis. Ancients picked by Punishers, and then Nuke will decide.
Yeah, I mean, so you say Monarch picked Anubis,
Yes.
so Punishers deciding to start on the T side. It's that thing we're saying over and over again. If you first game of the day for both of these teams, you want to. It's nice to start on the T side on majority of the maps because you get to dictate the pace. And I think a team like Punishers, once again, that's exactly what they want to do. They want to, force themselves on Monarch. So what I want to see from Monarch in this type of situation is to be very proactive. It's something we keep saying as well on Anubis. The CT side, you're going to have to be proactive. If you're going to play just far back and you play your crossfires and your setups, I think a team like Punisher is just going to dismantle you.
Yeah, no, we've been speaking about Anubis a lot because we've seen this map several times now throughout both the high school and the Masters tournament. And I feel like Anubis is such a T-oriented map, so I feel like Punisher starting on T side, Monarch are really going to have their work cut out for them. But I'm looking at the veto, and I feel like Monarch kind of screwed the pooch here. I don't know how you're going to play those 3 maps against Punishers. Those are some of their favorite maps. Those are some of the most anti-pug maps you can play. Monarch really going to have to dig deep in the strat book.
The thing with this is that Raz just said on the stage that the veto went exactly how they wanted. It's the 3 maps that they are the most comfortable on. So, even though your opponents are really strong on that map, we had a similar thing when we went overseas and you're playing against teams that are way better than you. There's no point in going for their weaker maps that's also your weaker map. Rather just stick to what you're good at. And, even if they're good at it, it's probably your best bet.
I'm a little bit skeptical about the Ancient pick. I know it's a very good map for Punishers, and we saw them dismantle Kitsune on it yesterday, but I feel like if you're playing someone like Monarch Realm, you pick a Dust, you pick a Mirage, and you just run at them.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see the Dust actually, considering... Well, who picked... Was it Kitsune that picked the Dust,
yes,
right?
But still, I mean, it was a great form that came through from Punishers.
You can tell Punishers were prepared to play Dust too as well.
I think Ancient is one of Punisher's favorites, if not their strongest map, so that's why they went for it. Yeah, they could have gone for a Pagia map, but I mean, I don't think they really care, you know, how this plays out in terms of the veto.
All right, well, we're going to be getting into the action, fellas. An entire year culminating in this weekend. It's been a hell of a journey and a hell of a ride to get to this point. For all the lads on stage, for all the players competing at this event, this is what it's about. South African Counter-Strike, LAN CS, few and far between these days. Just the one sole LAN this year. First CS2 LAN. You want to make the most of this opportunity. And that's exactly what they're going to be looking to do right here, right now on the stage. Monarch Realm certainly do have their work cut out for them. Playing against the favorites, Punishers. Punishers, they reckon that this game is as easy as it gets for them in terms of playing a LAN event matchup, right? So let's see if that will turn out to be the case, or if Monarch can do the unthinkable. Is there any world in which they can find the upset here? It would be probably one of the biggest upsets we've ever had in South African Counter-Strike on LAN.
I really like the setup from Monarch, 4-man setup going into a B-tech from Punishers.
Oh no, you gotta hit those NCK.
Oh, they're not pulling their punches, man. I reckon that this is probably a sign of the things to come throughout the rest of the series. It's the first round for Punishers and they've just run at Monarch.
Yeah, I mean, you stack 4 people on the B bomb site, and they come B, and you basically don't get any trades in the entries. That's worrying for Monarch.
Yeah, there's just such good pistol players. I mean, all of these guys on the Punisher side mechanically are so strong, but pistol, you know, the pistol's potential from the guys at Punishers. We saw what they did to Kitsune yesterday as well. You know, they're coming in really hot in the pistol round, and you know exactly how we said, asserting themselves from the get-go.
One thing to note here about the Punishers, right, is Slowy won the last CSGO Comic-Con, and now he's set up to win the first CS2 Comic-Con.
That's true, actually. Yeah, good storyline indeed. Of course, Zero Chance, we mentioned yesterday, the only South African player to compete at a 1.6 LAN, a CSGO LAN, and a CS2 LAN, but Slowy has a chance to do something really cool here as well.
Monarch going for the full save, I like that.
Yeah. Pack mentality once again, deciding to stack towards B. Punishes with
they're a pretty tight group of players, a tight-knit team here on Monarch Realm, so they'll certainly come into this with belief. I mean, why wouldn't you? There's no other alternative, there's no other option. You just have to always have the belief.
Oh, you really don't want to feed Slowy so many egos early. When he starts getting confident and he takes space, he can be really hard to deal with.
I feel like, I can't remember exactly who it was against. Oh man, was it last year where Slowy on Vertigo, third map? Might have been against Nixai, where he just absolutely went crazy. It might have been against you guys, actually, when you beat them in 2022, and the only map they beat you on was Vertigo, if I remember correctly.
No, it was Mirage. Mirage was the only map we lost to them.
I just remember a Slowy Vertigo masterclass where he went like 26 for 3 or something like that.
Still lost, though.
He is a super momentum-based player, as you mentioned.
4 M4s and 1 MP9 for the first buyer for Monarch. Spitfire, playing towards cave with the MP9, this is pretty good. You'd rather have the extra utility than the rifle in that position. This is stock standard stuff from Punishers, taking a main control, pushing the player back, you know, doing a 2-2-1 default. This is as basic as it gets.
Posturing towards cave, they're actually smoking off cave, inside of the cave, and they're also smoking outside of B main.
Spitfire goes down though.
Monarch are going to have a massive work or a massive job cut out for them, a huge shift required here on the CT side to try and contain Punishers, because we know how good every single one of these Punishers players are. No weak links, right, fellas? I mean, Rusty, the IGL, we often talk about the IGL debuff, but he even contributes in a big way in the fragging department as well.
Yeah, there are definitely no weak links in this team, and I think the way that these guys synergize together is something to behold.
I mean, blink your eyes, this round's basically done, eh? Slowy gets the opening through the smoke, Burns doubles up, gets 2, round's done, better save.
A few words on Burns, Ruan? Burns?
Very exciting player to look at. I mean, last year he was playing for Nibble. He got he recruited into the old Punishers, and now he got recruited into arguably the old Nicta. So he's definitely one of our more promising prospects for the future.
And I feel like there's more depth to his game, right? It's not like he's just a mad fragger. Obviously, we get very talented mechanical players in the country, but I feel like he's got a good head on his shoulders. You know, he goes about his business in a pretty quiet fashion, but he's deadly on the server.
Yes, yeah, he's a very composed gent. His name's also Ruan, so immediately,
Okay.
yeah.
Bonus points for that, then.
Exactly.
Name buff.
But yeah, he's a very X-factor player, and it's interesting to see how they're going to utilize him in Punishers, because I think they're reining it in a little bit just to have a little bit more discipline and depth to the gameplay, or to his gameplay. But yeah, he doesn't seem like it's phasing him at all. He's still doing his thing.
I think it's worth mentioning that Punishers won the first gun round without dropping a single player. So we spoke about the momentum, and it seems like Monarch are already struggling.
Oh my goodness, Fady, Mike, what are those shots coming through from him? I know that's against pistols and there's no head armor, but if
Because he has a Galil.
if that's the sign of the things to come, then Monarch are going to have a tough day in the server.
Yeah, already we're looking at a 4-0. Like, already Monarch have to just throw away the playbook and start playing a bit more aggressive, a bit more YOLO even. I feel like Punishers aren't doing anything special. They're just going to keep doing this every round until Monarch forces them to change their game plan up.
The thing is, Punishers aren't doing, they're literally just defaulting. They're spreading out, they're holding for the pushes. We're saying we want Monarch to be proactive. I don't think they should just be proactive from the get-go, because Punishers are going to set up for that, and they are going to capitalize on that aggression. So what I want to see from Monarch is just that excuse me, that slight adaptation of, 10, 15 seconds later than you would generally expect the aggression to come. Do a little pop flash, swing towards B main, play aggressive towards A, peek towards middle. You've got cave as well. There's so many avenues for you to aggress in, and we see a tactical pause coming out from Punishers actually.
I will say though, the thing about Punishers is they're playing a standard default where they're spreading their players thin. It's going to be a 2-2-1, probably 1-3-1, maybe a 1-1-2, 1-1-3. The thing is, that leaves gaps in Punisher's default, right? Because they aren't all together. That means if Monarch can find a place where they can isolate a single player or two players, overrun them with numbers, that's how they can really get early kills into the round and then rotate around that. I need to see something like that from Monarch this round. Especially Raz on the AWP, he needs to pop off for his team.
I saw someone with a mayonnaise shirt. Are you guys Hellman's mayo fans?
By design.
More of a tangy mayo kind of person?
I mean, I honestly don't know the difference, right?
You don't?
I mean, I just put mayo on my
This
chicken
guy
mayo.
is uncultured. All right, well, it's going to be more of a fight to call for Monarch to try and force the issue. They do. They double swing into canals, but Slowy emphatically shuts them both down.
I don't really like that flash that they throw. Ideally, you want someone from middle to throw a flash over that blind skies stairs. Throwing an underarm flash from cave, it's so far that duels at canals that you're going to blind the guy for half a second.
But it's also such a bad angle to double peek on, right? Because as you look at from Slowy's POV, they aren't swinging him at the same time. They're basically stagnant swinging him, and he just has to hit the spray transfer.
One kill so far on the side of Monarch.
I was going to say that.
Oh, goodness, I didn't even notice that.
How many 007s do you think we're going to see? We're going to get the Daniel Craig James Bond,
Zero.
the Pierce Brosnan James Bond.
We can cover all the bases.
The Idris Elba James Bond.
We're going to have to see Monarchs risk and take gambles. There's no point in trying to play standard here. You might as well just go all out. As Trevor said, if they're doing their default, it means that there's one guy holding the B push, there's one guy holding the middle push. So take 2 or 3 people in that area, flash, double swing. Even if you go 1-for-1, okay, arguably it does favor the T's in a 4v4 or 3v3. Hold that thought.
Okay, there we go. Aurora lighting up the kill feed. Of course, it's not going to affect the outcome of the round, but that'll just boost his confidence
Definitely.
a little bit, right?
You actually really want those kills for the confidence. And you also wanted to help, stagnate the T's economy. You don't want them to be building up a massive economy lead.
And what you also need is you just need one player in your team to get the ball rolling. So the fact that Aurora, yes, they lost that round, but he got 3 nice kills, and now all of a sudden everyone's gonna be like, okay, nice, let's get this going.
Raz managed to save the AWP though, really important.
What's he gonna do with it?
That's the golden question.
Main play.
If you're Monarch Realm, you also just want to pitch up today, right? You at least want to make it competitive. You want to show everyone what you're capable of, and Spitfire's having a really tough time of it. It always was going to be the case for him. I think he's probably playing the most difficult position here on the CT side right now.
Yeah, Monarch are just getting dismantled, hey?
Cave is just like Burns' playground. Every time I play in a Pago in a scrim against him, he's always in Cave, he's pushing through on the timing.
Okay, but hold up. Good kills coming through. NZK forcing the issue in middle. Somehow he's actually been able to find 3 kills and drop the bomb carrier as well. Some brilliant individual heroics coming through from NZK. And he lives to tell the tale to his grandchildren.
I like what I'm seeing from Monarch here. They have their 2 players mid. They know that the bomb is down towards NZK. So what they're going to do is they're going to walk to get middle together, stay in tradable positions, hopefully get towards their teammate. It seems like they're actually chilling now.
No, they need to get to NZK in the situation, or he needs to fall back.
They do have the cross though. Oh, that is an awful angle from Aurora. Where your teammate was right next to you. I don't understand why they decided to not just keep pushing together. You know, there's no tradability now.
Oh, frozen.
Oh, the timing.
Yeah, great angle being held by Lumen, and he'll double down. That's Monarch round, finding their first round of the map. That's going to boost their confidence.
Really important round from Monarch. We spoke about Lumen in the previous series. No, definitely one of the players that need to step up. And he's also one of those, you know, how you say, like how Malkies was yesterday, you know, the silent fraggy. You know, he racks up the kills, but they're not flashy. He's just consistent. And that's really big for Monarch. They really need to try and not lose this round. They need to try to keep at least 4 people alive. Because if they lose this round, lose more than 4 players, the money is in the gutter.
Yeah, this is a very important round for Monarchs.
If Spitfire peeks into his orb and dies, I might just take attack pause and go talk to him.
Like I was saying though, guys, for Monarch Realm, if they can at least just pitch up here in the series and do some damage and just push Punishers a little bit, at least that would be something for them to take away from the series, right?
Yeah.
Aurora has a smoke here, but yeah, when you play here, you have to have a smoke. Oh no, I don't... Not a fan of that.
No, NZK has been dispatched off as well. Looks like it's straight back to winning ways here for Punishers immediately after they lose their first.
I do like this round from Punishers though. They lose their round on their last default. So what do? They completely switch it up, do a 1-4, take cave control, and then send 4 A main, just walk it in. I don't know why Aurora's playing on pillow when he has a smoke. You should just drop the smoke, call for a teammate to come flash for you, maybe take a peek on the flash, maybe you get 1 or 2.
Yeah, I mean, they were set up for that from the get-go, actually. If he's playing pillar, yes, he has to have a smoke, and yes, his teammate has to have a flash. So the second that molly comes in, drop a smoke, flash comes in, swing, take a duel.
The problem is the player by camera wasn't nearly ready to throw a flash. Didn't seem like he understood what Aurora wanted to do there.
Yeah. I feel like Monarch is just respecting this B main smoke that Punishers are throwing every round way too much. The reason why Punishers are throwing the smoke, for those that don't know, it not only stops the CTs from aggressing, you can go through that smoke obviously, but it also allows you to go and set up right behind that smoke and do a full execute on B. It's something that's really annoying to deal with.
Also denies them a lot of information.
Yes, but I like the fact that they did push B main there, they were set up, they held the push and they got the kill.
I genuinely think Monarch are going to have an easier time on the T side of the series regardless of the map than they will the CT side, where they have to spread themselves thin and try and cover multiple bases, and then they have to deal with whatever the Punishers are doing in the round, working as a unit. I think when Monarch get to dictate the pace and work together as a team, we should see some improvements out of them, but they need to give themselves rounds to work with going into that second half, and Punishers just making moves across the map right now, fighting D main, fighting A main, and finding success everywhere they go.
It's just they're losing every single duel right now, Monarch, you know, and they're not using their numbers to an advantage. They're just getting 1 by 1 by 1 dueled. I think this is where the lack of experience from Monarch is really going to show. They need a player that can tell them, guys, listen, we need to take attack pause, we need to refocus, we need to play all together. We're getting destroyed in the 1v1 duels. We're going to have to do something together.
Tough times don't last, tough people do. But these tough times are going to last a long time.
If I'm Monarchs here, I'm just grouping up as a 3-man and stacking a bomb site.
Big kill out of Burns, goes a long way in just opening up the A-bomb site. Rusty gets in on the act as well. Raz has no option but to head for the hills, but you can bet your top dollar that Punishers are going to go hunting. Let the dogs off the leash, and Rusty, the top dog, young gangster, will be able to get the round in his team's favor, finish off the job 7-1. No money here for Monarch.
There's your agent.
Got your first there, Trev.
Yeah, BBD player, by the way.
All right, well, I mean, he is in a very tough position here on the CT side right now, guys. He's got his work cut out for him. Gonna have to cut him some slack. It is an eco round now for Monarch. A couple, upgraded weapons in terms of pistols and a scout.
What happened with the economy there? Why is NTK force up and the rest of his team?
I think they got max round loss bonus, so Lumen will be able to afford 2 guns in the next round and drop 1 across to NZK.
Fair.
Like you guys said, you gotta just, go a bit crazy with this one if you're Monarch.
I'd like to see them take attack pause. I feel like the time to take attack pause has come and gone, but you might as well at this point.
I feel like every round, 20 seconds in, it's a 3v5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Opening picks have been coming through very early in these rounds.
And it's just from the default. All it is.
Frozen playing this extremity really nicely. He will be forced upon, but he's gotten a lot of info as to what's going on that side of the map. Not sure if he actually spotted out both those players, but NZK's Hero M4, now known prospect.
Burns' Molly's camera stops the rotation. You know, it's like Punishers are just playing so well right now.
Yeah, Burns is just farming these guys. Fady's going to be able to get in on the act as well. 8-1.
Blink and you'll miss it.
Masterclass from Punishers.
Just another day in the office.
Evidently, looking very composed on the stage right now.
That's not nice body language there from one of the guys at Monarch. That's one thing that I have to say, you know, having played with so many people over the years, is body language in a team. You can't have a guy that, you know, is just sighing, or he drops his shoulders or his head the whole time. You know, that really affects people in a team, especially the younger guys.
And I think it often goes overlooked because they're thinking, well, I'm not tilting in team speak. I'm not actually telling them I'm upset. But you can just see that his body is, well, clearly he's not in a very happy place. So I'm right there with you. Body language is of utmost importance.
Frozen does go down. Monarch, I think this is the first time we've seen them in the first man advantage. So I'd really like to see them convert this round. If you don't convert this round,
almost write the map off at that point, yeah.
Yeah.
But immediately we see Punishers making a plan here.
Yeah.
Starting to lean towards the A-bomb side. Fady going to be some sort of a lurk or presence maker right before the players at A activate.
Yeah, he is the type of player you want in extremity. You know, he really knows how to use timing as well. He's not the type of player that will go in too early or go in too late. He knows how to hit the timing exactly. I love this. Walking into the bomb site, not giving Monarch any sound indication that...
Rusty,
you
tunnel vision, mate.
Glasses, brother.
Yeah, he's got the blinkers on.
Nice kill from Monarch.
Yeah, looking very good right now. 5 versus 2 in pursuit of that second round. Fady forced to activate, but straight into Raz's scope. And this is going to be flawless, or damn near flawless from Monarch. Slowy will eventually be dispatched off, and that's the second round on the board here for Monarch.
I need Monarch guys to get loud after that. Like, you were speaking about the body language earlier, and I feel like it's a good point to mention, because yesterday we heard the Monarch guys get really loud when they were winning. And now, like a player like Spitfire, you know, he was enjoying the stage, he was enjoying the crowd. If you're quiet now, you know, your teammates are going to think, wow, yesterday you were so loud when we were winning, you know. Like, it comes down to that body language aspect that Ruan was talking about. To be fair though, if Monarch can get a 4 rounds on the board here, they could still be in contention for this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. 4 would certainly feel like they have a fighting chance going into the second half, especially considering the position that they were in at one point. So let's see if they'll be able to remedy the situation and close out this first half with a couple more rounds. Looks like there's going to be a job to do over towards this B bomb site. Do Punishers commit is the question. Util raining on into this bomb site right now. Fady poking and prodding, spots out a player, and he actually should take note of the spam coming through the smoke there as well. Pressure continues to be applied here from Punishers. In the meantime, Aurora, he tried to make a play on the opposite side of the map, probably based off of everything that was going on over towards B, but unfortunately he's been found out.
And now Punishers leaning over to that A-bomb side.
Yeah. This was actually a really well played round from Punishers. They started off saying, guys, we're not defunding this round, we're going to do a B fake, but we're not going to commit to either side. We're going to use it to see if we can force a rotation. And that's exactly what happened. Aurora hears the Util coming in, probably hears the comms guys, Util coming in B, and then he tries to make a play towards A, and Frozen's there ready and waiting.
All right, well, here we go. Play does come through in towards the A bomb site. Nice pivot from Punishers after pressuring B, finishing
space
off on A. As you say, plenty space being taken by Fady, but Raz has his wits about him. Lumen gets in on the act as well. Now we've got a man advantage here for Monarch to kickstart their campaign. Retake of utmost importance. Where's Lumen off to? He's going to go the entire way around. That's going to take a lot of time for him to try and join up with his teammates here. Rusty and Frozen to combine. Been teammates for a while, but now Rusty will abandon Frozen.
He can win this.
Unfortunately, the timing isn't favourable for him. Raz rounds the corner. That's a triple kill coming through for the captain IGL, and Monarch are starting to show some grit.
Talking about the disrespect we were talking about earlier from Punishers, you can see how it actually backfired this round. Yeah. Because what Fady did there to take that space was good, but he didn't need to force the angle into CT. He could have taken the off angle there. Same with the other player that went down, that pushed forward. You know, it's definitely, they thought the round was on already, so they were pushing forward, trying to see if they can get some guns away, and it backfired on them. So Monarch, really good, looking really good to get 4 rounds on the board here.
Yeah, if you get the ball rolling, you start taking liberties, and sometimes these liberties can backfire. And that's exactly what Monarch need to do. They need to capitalize on the liberties that the Punishers are taking right now, and get this last round of the half.
Yeah, Punishers got to make sure that they don't get lazy here. Nice shot from Raz. A little bit of a double peek. He takes down Fady at range. 5 versus 3 now.
Happy to see Spitfire finally want to do it towards Cave. Only took him 9 rounds? No, 12 rounds?
Goes a long way in enabling them here in this round. Frozen at least able to take some space, and he's going to call for his teammates to head in that direction. But
really
Aurora,
nice kill.
Yeah, big frag coming through from him. Slowly should be able to get the trade. He's actually all by himself now, 1 versus 5. Sure, he's got the bomb on his back, but just way too much work to do. And he will be missing that first shot.
Too old to be flicking like that.
He's going to have to get the wrist guards on if he's going to be trying to play that kind of a style.
I think Monarch need to go knife him now. I think that'll
love
help
that.
with their confidence going into this next one.
All right, well, Monarch Realm do somewhat actually salvage that first half. It was looking brutal at one point with them being down 8-1, but they win the last 3 rounds and they give themselves a fighting chance.
Yeah, not bad. We saw the rounds where they started winning is when they started getting the opening picks. They didn't lose the one-on-one duels. Rad's a lot more active with the AWP getting the opening kill, and then immediately putting them in a better position going into the rest of the round.
What do Monarch have cooked for the pistol, though? Very important. If they want to stay competitive in this map, they have to win this pistol.
Yeah.
At least get the bomb down and try force on the second round.
They've got the momentum behind them. Let's see if they can find this pistol round here to continue from the first half where they left off and pick up here in the second. It's going to be Lumen with a big gunfight. Dispatches of Fady. Rusty feeling the pressure with the Julies. Is also going to get overrun. It's Slowy who finds a clean tap, but the man advantage will persist now for Monarch as they're going to get full control of this B bomb site, activate the bomb. Now put the pressure on Punishers, double peek in towards Canals, but Burns has found both those frags. Way too many missed shots there between Aurora and NZK, and Spitfire has to save the day. Knows exactly where this remaining player is coming from. I was going to say he's running out of ammo, but that proves to be no problem. Only needed the 1 bullet to take off Burns' head. And that's a perfect way for Monarch to begin proceedings on the second half.
Very nice shots on that pistol round from the players of Monarch.
I was really worried for Monarch there when they decided to double push Cave like that. I feel like you have no reason to take that long duel. I guess you are trying to peek together, but at the same time, he has to come towards you. You know, you have the advantage now. Luckily, Spitfire saved him. I was giving him some criticism, but he definitely heard me and decided it's time to show up.
I don't mind it so much. I mean, you are being proactive and you're taking a 2v1 duel. I think, 9 times out of 10 they kill him there. At least it's a 1-for-1. But today of all days, obviously Burns going to get both of them.
If it was a 2v2 maybe, and they wanted to isolate one of the players, but I feel like in a 3v2 you have the double cave set up. All the pressure is on him. But still, really good round for Monarch.
Yeah. And Punisher still deciding to force back into this.
This could backfire.
4 MP9s and a 5.7.
If Punishers don't do a lot of damage this round, end up losing the round.
8-7 before they know it.
And this is going to be a fast A.
And don't forget, Monarch are on the favoured side.
And it's their map pick as well. And these rounds that they're winning are certainly going to spur them on, give them a good boost of confidence as they look to try and propel themselves in towards the same bomb side. Straight to the molly they go. Frozen's there to draw first blood. Slowly's been baited in perfectly. Going to be able to find himself a multi-kill. Actually, just the one that comes through from Slowy. The cavalry arrived on the scene at the perfect moment, and Monarch go for the brute force approach, but they fall flat on their faces.
That's not what you want to do on your first gun round, knowing that the CTs are most likely going to force because they know that they believe they are the better team. They probably are the better team. They're going to force into this round, and immediately you're doing a fast A rush with smokes coming in. They can see it's coming. They drop that molly preemptively, and they just run into the meat grinder.
Something we spoke about yesterday, Ruan, is when you are on these rounds where you're not sure what the buy is from any team, you're not sure if they're saving or forcing, send the one player in to get information. We made such a big point about it yesterday, and this is why.
Yeah. Or even just play a little bit slower, make them go through their util, the CTs, because they can't have a lot of util. Even just figure out, are they investing into this round? But you're hard committing to a bomb site before you have any information.
Through a molly, like you throw a scuffed smoke, it doesn't even extinguish the entire molly. It's not very pretty.
I've noticed quite a bit of drip on the server, fellas, and I was quite impressed to see the skins on display. And then when I was on Twitter, I noticed a lot of them were actually given the skins for the weekend by Sean Mosey. He just wanted to make sure that the players felt stylish in the server over the weekend. And when I spoke to him about it, he said that there's actually about 15 players he's lent skins to coming into this event. So shout out Sean Mosey to make sure that the players get to do the job here in style.
There's also Colonel Sanders. I think Slowy has a Dragon Lore from him.
Okay, wow.
Yeah. I remember, fun fact, when we played in 2022, there's the AWP, the AWP gun gear, It's about 150,000 Rand skin. And Mr. Colonel Sanders gave it to Sonic to use. He had to sign a contract.
Oh, to make sure that he was going to get it back, yeah.
I would do the same.
Me too, all right. Well, it is going to be an absolute demolition job here as the Punishers lock down the defense on the A bomb site. This is going to give them a good little boost, right? Because I know that they wouldn't have been too stressed, but maybe nerves starting to creep in a little bit off the back of the street from Monarch.
Yeah, they fully invested into that round as well. I'm not really sure if I like the play trying to go middle there, but yeah. I would have maybe just spread a bit more with the Deegs. You know, they've got MP9s, not go into one, chokehold or choke, area where the MP9s can just do a lot of work. I kind of just like the concept of spreading with the Deegs, even if you are, force buying into it. Spread with the Deegs a bit. Make sure the CTs aren't aggressing, so you're playing kind of like a passive default. And then after the first couple of rounds, the first couple of seconds, figure out where the CTs are and what they're doing and what type of buy they have. Then you regroup and do something. So you never hard commit into any type of duel or engagement.
I feel like it's a bit of a cop-out. Like if you're in that type of a round, like we saw second round of the half, just going for a fast rush like that. It's such a risky decision, and I do sometimes feel like it's a bit of a cop-out as an IGL to call something like that.
I don't know why NTK has 2K and then decides to buy a Tech 9. I don't know. That's just... If I was an IGL and I saw a player have 2K and buy a Tech 9...
You'd have something to say?
I'd have a couple of words to say to him.
And in CS2, you can sell the gun as well, so there's no excuses.
There's no excuse. I feel like it's a tote factor coming through.
That's just going to mean that they're lighter on utility coming into the next round here. Let's see, maybe he can find a kill or two to enable him a little bit of extra cash.
Now they're kind of doing what I said last round, but instead of committing to these fights, you're just spreading out, and now you want to regroup and do something. But obviously Raz committing a bit too much in this situation. We're going to see the same thing now from Aurora.
Yeah, they've got the SMGs. They can afford to force these fights. Gets a little bit messy. Burns running out of ammo, has to opt for the sidearm. And you will be able to lock it down. Fady gets in on the act at the perfect time. 11-5. Punishers 2 rounds away. 2 rounds away from finishing off the job here on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, and Monarch, if you want to make this competitive, this is the round.
Oh yeah, no two ways about it.
Yeah.
You lose this round, map's basically done.
At least NZK has a lot of util here, Trev.
Surprisingly. He also went for the AK instead of the Galil and got no util. I don't think I'm a big fan of that.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he was going to buy a Tech 9 in the previous, then he has to go Galil armor here, so he can't afford to get full utility.
You did that to
right?
yourself.
Yeah. You got to pay the price.
He doesn't respect the Galil.
Pay the piper.
I think you got to have a conversation with him, Elusive.
Yeah. I think I need to have a conversation with majority of the players in this country about the Galil.
All right, well, this is a bonus round here for Punishers. They've got plenty of money in the bank. They've carried over a number of their SMGs coming into this round as well. So it doesn't get, technically easier than this for Monarch in a gun round. What's the plan going to be? What does Raz call here? Got to expect some sort of disruption to come through from the CT side, knowing that they've got those weaker weapons. They're not going to just sit by idly, and quite a lot of util being thrown here by the CT side to gain some early control, but actually remaining in that control isn't going to be easy.
I really like what Punishers did this round. They have the worst weaponry, so what do? Take B main control, force Monarch to be uncomfortable. They have no idea. If they want to go back to B, they have to clear out that entire area, every single corner.
And util is already light, but they're actually just going to pivot, dropping off the bridge straight in towards the B bomb site. They've caught Punishers completely off guard with this one, so he's going to try and pivot back in towards the B bomb site, but NZK will take him down. Fantastic trade, great spacing there between Lumen and NZK.
Fady. Expect Fady, yeah.
Man advantage coming through for the T side, only for a moment until Burns gets in on the act. Let us move across to Mr. Fady, please, Penny. We can see how he's going to make this flank work. Who does he wait for? Is he going to wait for contact to be taken by one of his teammates? And there will be contact found. Frozen loses his head as a result. A lot of damage has been done, though. These T's are low. Fady at range, not ideal for him, but he's been able to find the first and then leaps into the angle to take down the second. Fady activates and does the job perfectly.
I don't know. I didn't see what happened there, but it looked like Raz pushed through the smoke towards CT there. I don't know. I mean, the round came down to a 2v1. Throwing your life away like that and a corner round like this, not a big fan.
None of the T's were really able to work together in that post plant either. You have one guy committed cave, one guy committed towards connector, and then, as you say, Raz and CT. No trade potential, no crossfires.
Yeah, well, at least they were managed to get 5 AKs on the last round yet, but I think they're going to need more than that.
Again, though, somebody has to go Desert Eagle full util. You're just not going to be able to win a round like this just through brute force alone.
One flash.
I say that now, but...
One flash.
It's all they need, man. That'll be the most effective flash you've ever seen in your life, Trev.
You might as well run around and just pretend to throw flashes, just by decoys.
All right, well, Spitfire does well to shut down the aggressing Frozen. Frozen's going to be very keen to force these fights, and Slowey misses an uncharacteristic shot there. He's really fortunate to actually get out with his life intact.
Off right this div.
Yeah, this is where I'm posturing towards A if I'm Monarch. You know, if you had a little bit of util on someone like NZK, you know, sitting outside B, obviously there he gets cleared, but you could fake towards B and then activate towards A.
That's so much information now gained for Punishers just off that little play being made.
You've got a window here of 3 seconds, you've got to activate.
And they do. Great shot coming through from Spitfire. Finishes off what he had started on Slowey a couple moments before that. Lumen also locking down the backlines, and Monarch, well, it's a very faint heartbeat, but they're still alive here, fellas.
I really like how both teams approach this round. Obviously, Monarch get the early kill from Spitfire, puts Punishers on the back foot. So Punishers decide we're going to get some information towards B. They flash burns in, he gets the kill. Monarch immediately respond by taking the A bomb side, and that's what you need. We were talking about the 2-3 seconds where the T's need to make a decision, and this is exactly the type of round where it benefited them. Any more hesitation and it could have backfired for Monarch. 2v2 though.
Okay, good frag found from Lumen, and Raz will finish off the job. So there we go. Looked a little bit concerning for a brief moment there, but Monarch will pour cold water on the retake and keep themselves alive here on their own map pick. They need 6 in a row to force overtime.
Yeah, Punishers understand the economic position that Monarchs are in. Obviously, Punishers have a lot of money, so they don't mind in that 2v4 going in and doing more economical damage to the T's.
I think we could see a Canals crunch coming through here from the CT side already. A deep smoke in towards the T stairs.
And an AWP on Raz. Let's see what he does with it. Right now, nothing. Lining up some util.
You can tell how Monarch are positioned on the map that they're really scared. You know, they don't want to spread out too much because they know what happens when they spread out. So they get picked apart one by one. They're going through the smoke.
Yeah, NZK is really keen to try and force these fights right now. He is the space creator, the space taker for Monarch.
And look at this, immediately. You lose map control, you take map control.
Yeah, just going through the motions very nicely now on the side of Punishers.
They didn't clear him.
Oh, but Slowey, he's actually going to kill the first, do damage to the second, find the third, and then try go back for that second player. Fady will combine with him, and that means there's really only one option available for Monarch, but the problem is that the bomb is in full control of the CT side right now, and they seem to have a very good idea of where Monarch are positioned to try and get back into the round. They have to win this. It goes without saying. It's map point for Punishers on their opponent's map pick, and they're on the brink of closing it out.
If I was Monarch here, while I'm waiting for the smoke to go away, I'd be talking about what we're going to do on the next map.
Yeah.
No, guys, come on. You've got a whole break between maps for that, Trev. You got to keep the faith.
They're just going to keep throwing all their utility in the chokehold here, and then Monarch are going to be forced to go through a molly or a smoke.
Burns is going to be... Oh my goodness, another incendiary. They're going to be ticking down to it as well. Slowey does overface. They've got to make sure that they don't give up these fights. Not necessary at all. And it's going to be Raz who's going to go straight through that smoke with a Tech 9. It was a formality. It was inevitable that he would have lost his life out no matter how he went about his business. 13-6. Business as usual for Punishers. They've dominated every single map they've played at this event so far, fellas.
Yeah, pretty much what we expected coming into this game. You know, we spoke about some of the win conditions for Monarch. Not necessarily a win condition, but, you know, for them to actually have an impact and make it a challenging game. And we didn't really see enough of that in this game.
Yeah, there were glimmers. There were glimmers of it, but I mean, Punishers are just, you can tell from the way they move around the map, the way their players play, they know they're the better team, and they're just abusing their experience to make it so easy for them.
One positive sign is that at the very least, you know, early on in the game, we saw so many entry kills going the way of Punishers, and it was a 5v3 within the first 20 seconds. And then nearing the end of the first half, you know, Monarch started waking up, they started getting the entries, and then, you know, they started building a couple of rounds on their side. So
yeah, it was looking like it could have been one of those games that completely got away from them and maybe ended with an incredibly dominant scoreline. At least they do show a little bit of fight, a little bit of fire, able to win some consecutive rounds. Would have loved to have done more in that second half. They now have a short break between maps, so they're going to have to reset themselves and come back firing on Ancients as we see the Punishers boys heading outside for their break. We're going to do that as well.
I don't know as yet, Ma. I haven't decided, really.
Hey sis, did you get my email? Ungabigwala. Find your courage.
Welcome our next speaker from the top building in science. No time.
Get out there, dude. Find your tribe. Never let them go. And together chase the sun. Wow. Notando, the world is big. May you always be bigger. I'm proud of you.
Dad, Mom. I know.
Telkom. Possible begins here.
2024 Comic-Con Africa Telkom VS Gaming Masters Finals. What a ride it's been, honestly. I remember the first event that I did in South Africa was actually in the end of 2015 with my boy Wham, and we were commentating what was then the DGL Finals, which has obviously become the VS Masters Finals, and that was my first introduction to the competition in the South African scene. And I just instantly fell in love. I mean, you could just feel the energy, the camaraderie, the vibe that was here, you know, the players, how invested they were, how much they cared. And it was such a beautiful community to be a part of. And obviously opportunities were few and far between. And I just fell in love with the commentating and loved being a part of the community as well. And so just took every opportunity I could get. Was a hobby, really. Just loved being a part of it, loved being involved, and just having my little piece in the space to do my thing. And one thing led to the next. 2021 came around and I had to start to make some more difficult decisions about where I was going to go with my life after dropping out of my second degree, and I figured maybe I should just try and see where I can take things with commentating in Counter-Strike, right? Because that was my passion, what I love doing, and something I'd been able to sink quite a bit of time into and hone my craft. And 2021 April, sent out about 50 cold emails, international tournament organizers, and maybe got 2 or 3 responses. It's about the volume, right? So maybe got 2 or 3 responses. People came back to me, gave me some freelance opportunities, and just pretty much took everything that came my way. And did a lot of online work. In fact, managed to just basically fill the calendar up for the past 3 years in terms of working full time in the esports space and commentating Counter-Strike. And managed to actually get an international gig, my first international gig last year for HSEL, going across their studios in Stockholm and doing the DreamHack Winter first, HSEL Challenger Jönköping, and then I got the call back to do it again this year. So it's actually just been a remarkable ride and journey, you know, starting all the way back in the basement at the Dome, with all the metal tables, you know, CRT monitors, and I was just a small fish, you know, in and amongst an established scene already with huge names and players, and the journey just going through the motions and getting to where I am today has been a very privileged one, and I'm very, very fortunate and grateful to have experienced what I have. And just tying it back into the South African scene, getting to work this event for me every year is a huge part and something I take a lot of pride in and care a lot about. South African esports is where I was born. It's where I came from, and I'll always, you know, love to be a part of it. I remember Comic-Con 2018. I didn't actually get the privilege or the pleasure of casting the Masters Finals. I was doing the Quake work, but then from 2019 up until 2024, so 6 events in a row now I've been featuring, and I'm just, I love it. It's one of the times of the year, you know, September, Comic-Con, you know it's the Masters Finals, you know that it's going to be all the players coming together, meeting each other, competing on the server. It's beautiful energy, you know, hanging out after the games, and it's one of my favorite times of the year. So it's good to be here once again. It's good to be back. Hopefully entertainment is going to be off the charts, and everyone's going to have a good time. It's going to be some incredible storylines, and as always, I'm just super grateful to be a part of it. I'd love to pull the Conor McGregor here. Who is that guy on the screen? I have no idea. Okay, listen, we just saw Monarch Realm kind of get chomped out on the server, and I think it's only fitting that we share the love here with people in the crowd. Does anybody want a chomp, guys? I've got an endless supply of chomps right now. You want a chomp right here, brother? You get a chomp. Mayor Man, woo! That is a great throw. Right here, a chomp for you, a chomp for you.
Maybe the Hokage over here wants a chomp.
A few more chomps in the close front here. Okay, you get a chomp. There's 3 more. One in the crowd. Sorry, I hope it doesn't hit anyone. Sorry. One more over there. Last chomp. There we go in the corner. You can see I used to play cricket, hey.
Wow,
goodness gracious.
Those were actually all very impressive.
Thank you very much, Ron. I'm trying to break the stigma here that esports players, you know, aren't great at sports. So.
Yeah, if this doesn't work out for you, you've got something to fall back on.
Cheers, mate. Okay, let's get serious once again, fellas. Semi-final, Telkom VS Gaming Masters Finals. It's the first semi-final. We've just come off the back of Monarch's pick Anubis, where they got picked apart by Punishers. There was a brief period where it looked like it could be competitive, though.
Yeah, you know, we spoke about the win conditions for Monarch, and they started doing it a little, you know, too late, and then obviously going to that second half, I think Punishers just put the foot on the throat and took it home.
Yeah, I feel really bad for Monarch. They're starting CT side on this map now as well. Punishers starting on T. I feel like we're just going to see another way of Punishers go up 7 rounds, 7, 8 rounds, and Monarch are just going to crumble. I really want to see them start this game aggressive.
Yeah, and we know that Ancient is Punisher's like favorite and probably one of their best maps, and it is obviously their pick as well. And it seems like they're starting on the T side, which so Monarch must have decided to start CT side on this, which once again is a bit questionable. If you Punishers is exactly what you want to do, you're the favorites going into this. You want to dictate the pace. You want to show the disrespect. So they're pretty much playing into your hands.
Yeah, like I said, I genuinely think that Monarch are going to have an easier time of it on the T side than they will the CT side, and I think this could have been one of those rare occasions where you actually pick the unfavored side of the map. Either way, they're going to have to begin proceedings on the defensive half here. Punisher's map pick, they're in pursuit of that spot in the grand final. They have been dominant on every single map they've competed on so far. They cleaned Kitsune up 13-5, 13-4, 13-6, so Monarch did at least get more rounds than Kitsune did in their series yesterday, but now we are on the second map, time for Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, if Monarch get 3 more rounds, then they're tied up with the Kitsune score, right?
That's going to be something to claim at least.
Yeah.
All right, well, Punisher's not pulling any punches. My goodness, you got Frozen, who's just bunny hopping backwards in towards this B bomb site, trying to pull the attention away from his teammates and allow for them to do the damage. But Monarch have actually done really well to sustain everything that's going on right now. NZK forces the issue. He's able to find himself a kill and some good damage on Slowy as well. Lumen and Aurora to finish off the job here. Slowy barely has any health to work with. He's got no room to maneuver. That smoke at his back has faded. And Monarch are going to open up with a pistol round win.
They desperately needed that pistol round win. I feel like this is exactly what they needed, especially on the CT side. Now it's all about... Actually, Punishers didn't get a plant down, right? So even if they try force share, it's not going to be a very clean force. So they're probably going to full save. Means Monarch should go up 2-0 now, and that's going to put them in a way better position than they were in their previous map.
I like from NZK what he did there, just, forcing the issue with the Julies through cave, denying the bomb plant, lots of damage inflicted. They actually never gave Punishers any time to settle on the bomb site.
I would have liked to see him maybe not shoot the bomb plant at first, maybe try to get the guy pushing up short, but at least he did make them not get the plant, so no extra income for the T's. I like the double donut setup here. I would like to see a flash come over just so they could peek into middle, get some information, but it seems like they're just going to hold passive and donut.
Monarch's giving Punishers quite a lot of map control, but it shouldn't be a problem.
Here we go, Spitfire. Already almost more kills than he had in the entire last map.
You got it out for Spitfire today, Trev.
No,
you always just pick one player on the team and he becomes your little bully friend.
I tried to pick the most intimidating guy.
Okay, it's a statement.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
here we go. This is what I like to see.
You can hear that the crowd are getting more animated behind them as well, which is good to hear. They're going to need that extra support. Need the energy.
Big round here for Monarchs.
Yep. 3 MP9s. What do you think we're going to see this round, Ruan?
They're probably going to play those MP9s closer to cave.
Yeah.
Or they might... Looks like they're going for a standard mid take here.
Double molly, smoke molly take. I like this.
Nice damage there with the nades. They're probably going to stay close to those SMGs. I don't know if they're going to challenge towards Catwalk here. Not a very favorable fight with an SMG at long range. But
good opening protocols here from Monarch.
Yeah. Pretty standard though.
Yeah.
But I think Punisher's very aware of this.
Really nice flash. Didn't get the corner though.
CT's actually making their way into cave and now rotating one of those B players off to pick up middle. A is fairly weak at this stage and we actually see Slowy poking and prodding towards A.
And there's that MP9 in towards cave coming out on top as Raz bests Fady. Slowy looking to try and find some space, and he does spot the temple player out. He has also been spotted, so information starts to get pieced together here as Monarch kind of realize what's going on. Lumen at range does a lot of damage, and he can just combine with his teammates at this point. Fantastic work coming through from the CT side. Again, just smothering Punishers, not giving them any room to breathe.
Round can still go either way. Punishers do have the bomb site, but they still need to get the bomb done. And it looks like this round should be over unless Aaron rolls back the ears.
I mean, he's just too low and health here, surely, right? And NZK will finish off the job. That is a huge round for them to win, considering the weapons that they had to work with coming into it. That's a statement from Monarch.
Love to see them get loud here.
If they want to get the ball rolling, this is how it starts. This next round should be a freebie for them as well. Probably a half investment coming in from Punishers, a Deke spread, a little bit of util. Probably expect something fast towards B, like a cave or a ramp rush. Actually, I say that. Showing a little bit of presence towards middle.
It's these sorts of rounds as the underdog that you absolutely can't afford to lose, because you've done so well to go up 3-0, win that first gun round, And now you play against an upgraded pistols. Aurora probably just overstepping the mark there. And then this is where it gets a bit concerning, because now they've been able to recover a gun, they've got some time, they've got some space.
This is scarier for NZK.
Well, he's going to be able to find the first. He controls the spray for the second as well. NZK isolates those jewels really nicely, just in terms of how they were offered up to him.
Raz playing on cave with the AWP against pistols is very terrifying. I'd like to see him maybe fall back a bit. He is using all his utility, which is good to keep the T's back, but I'd like to see him fall back a bit, play the long range angles. Punisher on a save.
Okay, he will be able to lock it down at least as he finds the kill onto Fady. Raz has had a very good start to the map here. He goes up 5-1. NZK 8-1. Blistering start to Ancient here as they look to try and turn Punishers into history. Frozen will find a nice kill back, but there has to be a whole lot more where that came from. And as you say, he is in a good position, but so is NZK. And they now know exactly where Slowy is, so NZK is going to have to reposition here. Really smart repositioning coming through from NZK, and he's done his job. Doesn't matter if he goes down here, because his teammates should be able to finish it off. And there we go. As I say, Spitfire finds the trade, and Monarch are up 4-0.
A bit expensive, but they make it work.
Mike coming to steal his chomps back.
Yeah, you can take a few, but you can't take the whole box.
Yeah, sure.
At least leave about 20 for Ruan, please.
Oh, goodness. It was hilarious. It was hilarious yesterday where Ruan was just so hungry and the chomp was staring at him. He couldn't help himself.
I was just convinced it was your chomp.
It was, but I'm a sharing man.
Thank you.
We're a team here, man. We've got to look out for each other.
Punishers with a very standard T side so far. Sending numbers towards B, obtaining catwalk control, smoking off cave, giving themselves some room to pincer towards middle from elbow and from catwalk. And then once they have that control, they're smoking off donuts as well, and then they can take it from there. Bit of a presence towards A main as well.
Something Ruan mentioned yesterday, which I would like to see Monarch do today, is that delayed middle retake from the CTs. Because they're going to smoke house, they're going to smoke donut. You can always put a couple of people behind the donut smoke with a good E-time flash, good catch some people off guard.
Yeah. Good molly there to isolate CT that's trying to play that angle. You either have to fall back or commit.
Yeah.
Spitfire unfortunately committing into 2 players there in cave.
A lot of information gathered by Lumen, as I said, that he goes down there.
Frozen very aware of that potential flank.
You can see that Punishers realize that they need to lock in now, that they're going through the motions a lot more methodically. Less risks being taken by them as they look to try and shift themselves in towards this B bomb site. Util being dumped in to make sure that Aurora can't do anything about it as they cross. And Rusty's in a power position here as well. Bomb plant going to come through. First plant of the map here for Punishers, if I'm not mistaken, but the job is not done, that's for sure. Rusty activates, he's able to find a vital kill, but NZK along with Aurora will have the information that Rusty's not on the scene, and they can try and force the fight on the B bomb site, but Burns will be able to lock it down and ensure Punishers get their first on the board.
Looking at the money from Monarch, they have one player on 2K, and others should be able to eke out a buy. So it looks like they are going to go for the force. MP9 on Lumen, should have rifles on the lot. It's a very important round for Monarch. If they lose this round, the economy will be in shambles.
It just shows you, 4-1 scoreline, 4 rounds in a row for Monarch, but the economy is pretty much done for. They've only got this round. If they lose it, as Trevor says, it's going to be a 3-4 scoreline.
Punishers again with this mid-aggression. Nice
Perfect flash, yeah. And I like to see that Aurora's not just gone into a shell towards Donuts and he's really scared of taking fights. He's taking the fight to Punishers.
But the problem is he needs another guy with him to aggress there. If there were 2 of them there, maybe they would have peaked more aggressively there, gotten the timing. I don't know what that angle is from NZK, but never played again.
No, Slowy's going to double down as well. Some fantastic opening kills there as he cleans up both those players on ramp. 2 shots fired, 2 frags found. And that should be the end of the round. Frozen at range, it's not the cleanest spray, but he will still be able to get the kill on Lumen. And it's now all on Aurora. So, as you guys were mentioning, if this round is lost for the CT side, then Punishers will continue to just claw their way back. They should be able to reduce the gap to just 1 here.
Yep, it's going to be 3-4 after this.
Yeah, and Punishers isn't the type of team where they will get ecoed very easily. I don't see it happening.
And now all of Punishers just grouping up.
To be fair though, Punishers, their economy isn't amazing, so if they decide to send a couple of guns to hunt Aurora, if they lose 1 or 2 more guns, even if they get the kill, it could not be really beneficial for the economy.
You saw directly after Frozen got killed by Aurora there, they wanted to start hunting, and then someone in the team just went, guys, our economy is not that great.
Definitely Slowy or Rusty.
Yeah.
He's matured, Mr. Slowey. He would have been the one calling for the hunt before.
To be fair though, I probably still would have gone for the hunt personally because I'm that guy. But it's good to see the composure coming in from Punishers.
Given the context of the game, you know, Punishers versus Monarchs, I agree with Trevor. I probably would have sent two more guys to go and hunt. And if you lose those 2 guns, be like, okay, let's save the last 2.
Yeah, I think that they're just thinking long game now. You know, they've also been forced to respect Monarch, just the way that the map has opened up here.
Yeah.
Early days on the T side, build up some money, then they can take liberties.
So obviously we've got that saved gun on Aurora.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what he's going to do here.
Yeah.
I'd like to see something towards the B side. I feel like Punishers every round, they've been running this default where they take cat, they take middle, and then they convert middle together. I'd like to see some aggression maybe from the cave angle. I know it's smoked off every round, but I feel like with a good time flash. I like this though. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to work out.
A disjointed take though.
Yeah, Aurora had to try and find a way to get in and amongst these gunfights while his teammates were going down, but that smoke in front of Jaguar just blocks him off completely.
But I mean, that's nothing new, right? They've been throwing that smoke every single round, so maybe just a bit of miscomms coming from one of the guys at Monarch, whoever the cave player is, to just tell his team, listen, we got this hero AK, we want to use it, cave's not the play.
Yeah, that's true.
Or you go through it.
Yeah.
Should be able to telegraph that smoke grenade, maybe a flash over the top from the bomb side. Either way, there's going to be Punishers who draw within 1.
Something we haven't seen actually at all this tournament, I believe, it's something you see a lot of professional teams do on this map, is they'll take B, complete catwalk control by smoking off the doors so the T's can't take the control. And you can do the mollies as well to like basically molly out the entire cat. And with the smoke on doors, it's going to be really hard for the T's to get that control. But as I say that, they just decided, let's hit A.
Yeah, it looks really good for Punishers. Monarch have had a lot of emphasis to try and take mid-control at the start of the round, and Punishers know that means there's got to be some space afforded to them somewhere.
Keep in mind, they've got no extra control. They're on the side, they don't have Temple, they don't have Donut, they don't have CT.
Okay, so these fights are going to be forced upon them. Not an ideal post-plant position at all. If they can get the kill here on Frozen, it makes their life a whole lot easier. But Rusty, how's he gotten a double kill there? That's going to make Frozen's job a whole lot easier as well. And Aurora, unfortunately, has no option but to just call it a day. Punishers getting better as the map goes on.
If 1 or 2 of those engagements go in the favor of Monarch, you lose that as Punishers because you just don't have the post-plant positions. You ideally want to take Temple or you want to take Donut. You can even squeeze someone into CT if you want to, phasing the smoke, but I mean, I feel like that's such a common thing for people to do. And I agree with you, Trevor. Like, since we've started casting on Thursday, I haven't seen one CT-sided team throw that deep util, throw the mollies and the nades, and aggress through the cave and or jag, if you want to call it jag, and down ramp, and just establish that control there. I'm not always a fan of staying there because T's can just throw good util and retake that, but take that control away from them and then jiggle all the corners, make them use their util, and then you can fall back.
I think it's a good point you made about the util. It forces Punishers to use more util than they'd like to.
Yes.
Again, this mid-take from Punishers every round. Nice kill from Aurora though. I think he naded the smoke and got a kill there. Really big opening kill for Monarch.
Has to be more where that came from though, just considering the weapons that they have at their disposal.
Counting his lucky stars on that one. That molly just hit the smoke on the last second.
Looks like a missed house smoke from Punishers as well. Don't like to see that. These
no, Trev really doesn't like to see that. The PTSD, it's got you ticking, doesn't it?
You can see the players impacted by the jump throw bind being taken away. The frauds, as we like to say.
Yeah, been exposed.
I think Spitfire could have just hugged that corner and made his teammates step off of him.
All right, well, Punisher's just going through the motions here as they look to recover the round after they lost that opening kill. 4 versus 3 now for them. At this point, Monarch will be happy with some damage. Pretty difficult to come by.
Nice one from Raz. I think it's time that Monarch take a timeout here. Talk about what's going on.
Yeah, they opened up nicely.
You're up 4-0, now you've lost 5 rounds in a row. I think it's time to just say, maybe we should just be aggressive. Maybe let's just start taking more fights. Maybe put more players in middle, because Punishers have been really prioritizing taking this middle. Maybe try to deny the Punishers from just running up catwalk every round.
All right, well, Lumen can at least just try and make sure that everybody left alive on the server here for Punishers. And loses their life out going into the next round. No gun save. Burns will be able to find the frag, and he should stay alive here as well. No, 100 health. I thought he might just be able to round the corner. Bomb explosion, so punishing on Ancient.
I mean, I understand that Lumen, they have money to buy this round, so he doesn't need to save the AK, but there's no point doing economic damage to Punishes right now. You know, they've won 5 rounds in a row. I'm sure if you press tab and you look at how many have survived, you can deduce the fact that even if you take away all these guns, they'll still be able to buy it.
Yes. If he saves them, maybe he can afford an AWP later on in the half, you know.
Personally, I kind of like that Lumen does go for those kills. I think, you know, you've got to do your best to keep Punisher's economy honest. I guess there aren't many rounds left in the half here, but I don't mind that much from Lumen.
Punish is taking a timeout here. Interesting.
Their second one of the map already.
What I want to see from Monarchs now is exactly what Trevor said, is try to disrupt this mid-take that, you know, this mid-pincer that's coming from Catwalk and from Elbow. You know, we see Monarch doing a little bit of middle control every now and then, but they're not doing anything to disrupt the first 20 seconds of what Punishers are doing.
Disrupt's a very key word there.
Here we go again with like a 1-1-3. They just ran out of there, they run through that util, the nades aren't doing enough damage, Fade is not scared going into that area.
Oh. Little jiggle tap there, but it spotted out the AWP on the angle, dissuades him from continuing to commit to the fight. They do know that they've got a player locked in here. Burns is the reason, or the one who's going to try and find that kill, but it's actually Aurora who comes out on top, and Fady's trying to make a play towards the B-bomb side at the same time, but NZK has it under lock and key. Nothing really going Punish's way here in the round so far.
Really good picks from Monarch. I like that they fought middle this round. I would have liked to see them bring in at least a third player to help, but luckily, I don't know how Aurora got that kill. He was stuck in the corner. Somehow still managed to get a kill and get out, so that's really impressive from him. Frozen back on the big green. There's that AWP gun gear I was talking about. Very beautiful skin.
I wonder if that was one of the Sean Mosey's that's been lended across, or...
I think that's a Colonel Sanders.
Colonel Sanders.
Yeah. I wonder how it feels to have a small apartment in your hands.
That's a good question. I wouldn't know. I've got a bayonet slaughter.
Settle down. Put the fries in the bag.
Listen, I'm not as old as you, Trev. Either way, Frozen is going to be able to take down Aurora. 3 versus 1 turn, 2 versus 1. Now enough space for the bomb plant as well. I think he's using the pillar as cover right now. He might be able to isolate these jewels as well. It's all about the timing. Either caught a glimpse or heard a step.
It's important Lumen doesn't give his life away here.
Yeah, he's got to
while
wait.
He waits for Raz.
Absolutely. Has to wait for Raz to join up with him, but eventually does swing out, and Raz isn't able to find the trade. Now he's going to have to go hunting, and Frozen seems to have a very good idea as to where he might be coming from. Remember, Frozen used to be the AWPer. Oh, that tap on the defuse, but Frozen spots him, goes for the no-scope, doesn't connect. Now it's going to have to be down to the clock. Lots of damage inflicted.
Luckily he picked up a kit.
But it's not going to be fatal, as you say. Kit recovered for Raz. Frozen comes incredibly close to making the 1 versus 3 a reality, but he just falls short.
I feel like that was a 1v4, right? Was that a 1v4 at one point?
Okay.
The fact that Monarch only survived that round with one person, it's really not good for them.
Yeah, you're right. 1 versus 4 for Frozen.
Yeah, no, it's really not. You can't be making mistakes like these at this level. Like, sure, they win the round, but if they lose this next round, they're broke. Isn't that what Pokimane said? Broke? Broke boys?
What's Pokimane?
It's a certain type of Pokemon.
Let's not start again, man.
You two just break me, honestly. I can't help myself.
A good spot from Lumen.
Yeah, he's in a really good position right now. He's going to be able to drop the bomb carrier. Goes completely unchecked. He doubles down. Rusty with the AWP. Not able to swivel in time. And he's going to keep himself alive. That is wonderful work coming through from Lumen. But he needs his teammates to uphold their end of the bargain. The rotators coming through have to stay alive here.
Lumen has the bomb.
He does indeed. It's why he's dropped that smoke grenade. Just trying to buy that time and space. He can't afford to play too passively, though. I like that he's continuing to just try and chip away at these T players, just being a nuisance, a mosquito, if you will.
Using all his utility. That's really what you want to see.
Fady has to gamble here, and he has been able to round the corner. Shadow advantage means he knows exactly where Lumen is as he looks to try and round this corner. Unfortunately, the swing not really favoring him, and eventually he will be able to collect that kill. He's got enough time to work with as well. Spitfire in proximity, so you'll hear these steps.
Man, Lumen did so well to bring this round back for Monarch. It's be a shame if they lose it.
Yeah, not only getting the kills, but staying alive.
Let's see if Spitfire can use that BVD knowledge to read where Fady's going to end up going.
Or can he?
I don't like that he's going elbow. Yeah, I would have just committed to going catwalk.
I think he's thinking about it too much.
Yeah, he's thinking that Fady sold the fake.
Yeah, I don't think Reese cares that much. I mean, Reese just wants to get the bomb down and hit the headshot.
Oh, I mean, Reese isn't entirely confident either. Just a little fake to see if there's anybody on that side of the map. The bomb plant now going to come through, and Spitfire's going to realize, yeah, I am on the complete opposite side of the map right now. It's going to take him a good 15, 17 seconds to even get in position to try and make this retake happen. The only thing that he's got going for him is the fact that Fady's low. I don't think Spitfire's got the luxury of shift walking right now.
You can't start walking and see you spawn like this. The time is ticking. You know, you need to get on the bomb. You need to tap to force Fady out. He does have a smoke. He has double flash. If he can get a smoke on the bomb, tap the bomb, it's going to be on Fady to make a play.
Well, as you said, DC does have that smoke grenade at his disposal. He's hunting for Fady right now, and he'll know exactly where Fady is. He doesn't have any options. No longer just tap the bomb. He's going to have to stick it, and Fady will know that. Desperately spraying into the smoke, he's able to find the kill. And unfortunately, Lumen's heroics will go in vain. And look at Fady. A nice little smile coming through from him. He's happy with that.
Yeah, when you're in a 1v1 against someone like Fady in that situation, you can't afford to waste time. You know, I would just run into that bomb site, even at the cost of making him hear me. You know, I'd throw a couple of flashes, get myself in there, and then, you know, smoke the bomb like he did. You have time to tap the bomb and then hopefully have Fady come out and reveal where he is.
That's a big difference, right? He didn't have enough time to tap the bomb. He had to go for the stick.
Change of pace now for Punishers. Last round of the half, just charging their way straight in towards the safe bomb site. Then let off the leash. Aurora doesn't want to waste any time. Has the smoke cleared out for him, and he's going to be able to find the frag on Fady. Burns has gone down as well, and all of a sudden, we flipped the script. It's going to be a 5 versus 3 Frozen. Oh, sheer desperation there as he sticks the bomb plant. He at least will be able to get it down. It's going to have to be a retake from Monarch, and it's looking really good for them. The low HP Frozen's been dropped. This round's all on Slowy. It is all on Slowy right now. Rusty has to stay alive for as long as he possibly can. Slowy doesn't want to activate in an untimely moment, but unfortunately, he's lost his captain, and it is now all on the veteran, a Comic-Con champion in 2023, looking to do the unthinkable, and it's not going to happen. Monarch, they've successfully leveled up the scoreline going into the second half.
Way better showing from them on the second map than in the first.
Yeah, I think Monarch's going to be very, very happy with the showing on their CT side of Ancient. They definitely took the fight to Punishers, and they played a lot better than what we saw on the first map. I think that first game, Jitters is out of the way. There's a lot more favorable duels now. They're starting to win the one-on-one fights. The confidence is starting to build, so it's a much more even playing field now. Big pistol round regardless.
No kit on Punishers, so if Monarch can get the bomb down, get into good off the plant, Punishers are going to have a lot of stuff on their plate.
No,
he spotted him.
Was he spotted? Evidently not, and Slowy will punish. 2 kills coming through from him. Fady will get in on the act as well at range. Just to stay alive. The rotations have already come through here from the CT side, and Punishers make that look easy. Remember, Fady and Slowy go back a long way, fellas. A long way. Playing in that ATK team together for a long time, dominating South African Counter-Strike for a good year and a half.
No bomb plant for Monarchs. It's probably going to be a full eco.
Yes, sir. And that means Punishers are going to be able to get themselves a lead, or rather extend their lead. NZK with that Tech 9.
Okay.
Trevor's pet peeve, but he's been able to at least find a kill. So that improves the optics of his economy and the round. And he might be able to find more. Oh my goodness, Slowy just slow walks straight into the angle. NZK's ripped his head off, and he is on a tear right now.
This is where
you need to slow it down now, I think. I don't like this.
This is so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. Why have they decided to just go straight through a smoke dry like that? 5v3. Oh, I mean, I guess that was maybe the plan coming into the round, but you had a 5v3. You've got so much more to work with at that point.
That's where the adaptation comes in.
I feel like the play to go towards A is correct. That CT guy just needed to activate first. The second that he takes contact on the last guy that's on A, that's when all 3 of your donut players jump through the smoke and they activate.
Sorry, Ron. I think I would have liked Monarch to slow the round down and just make Punishers second guess themselves, because Punishers are the type of team, if they're down 3v5, they will go look for information. They will look because they know they are in a back foot. So I would have liked to see Monarch just try to make them second guess himself, and then maybe create a timing somewhere and then try to capitalize on that.
My only concern with that is that, NZK just killed Slowy there in middle, and now he's kind of stuck in that position, and that's I think Punishers were just going to go and clear him out.
NZK is a pretty quiet guy in person, but it's good to see that he's vocal on the server, and that does often happen with players, right? They could be just generally quite quiet-natured, but then when you get in the server with them, all of a sudden they completely open up, and I love that. It's a part of esports, right? It can kind of speak to a person and allow them to feel more comfortable in general, and let their personality shine a little bit.
So on the bright side for Monarch though, if they win this gun round, the Punishers' economy is not very good. So this round does count for 2, as we like to say. So I'd really like to see Monarch put a lot of emphasis on this round.
Yeah, that's just born off of the damage dealt in the previous. As you said, there's a big prize up for grabs here if they can win this gun round, but the inverse is lose this, and then the map is in a brutal place at that point. So kind of feels like this is a must-win here for Monarch Realm.
Yeah, and the utility on Monarch looking very scarce. I don't know what they're going to be doing or what the plan is. It seems like a 3-1-1, 1-3 default at the moment.
I really like how Punisher started off this round. They do the mid-util to make it look like they're fighting for middle, and at the same time they push 2 people into A main, get Burns into an aggressive position. As I say that he goes down, L Burns.
Lovely step from Spitfire there, just clearing out the corners. You've got to step out on the swing, right? You can't afford to just shift walk into the angle.
And now Punishers are going to go look for information, so you need to know, hunker down, you need to wait for this. You know it's coming, right?
Yeah.
It's nice to see all the things that we've been spoken about we want to see teams do. You can see Punishers do it immediately, and the timing is what's important.
Shows that sometimes we do know what we're talking about.
Every
Sometimes.
now and then. I like the fact that Monarchs are grouping up in this type of situation. A lot of teams would do like a 1-3, but it's so often that lurk just doesn't have the impact and just doesn't find the right timing. So I'd rather just have 4 people commit together, trade out the bomb sites, and then
I'd like to see
they
them
just got
walk in,
spotted there.
Good Molly.
Good take coming through from the T side as well. Able to draw some blood. Spitfire and NZK combined 2 versus 2 for them now. NZK reduces it to a 1 versus 1. Time of the essence, and Slowey in the perfect position. Going to step out, unfortunately for NZK. Planting out in the open, and Slowey making his presence made known right now. Oh yeah, rubbing it in, and why wouldn't he?
Slowey shooting bodies, never more iconic duo.
I mean, himself and Rusty are quite well known for that. Notorious, if you will.
They used to shoot each other's bodies.
Yeah, true. They were in the final against each other last year, Nixa versus Bravado. Of course, Bravado came out on top of that 3-1. Now they're teammates.
Another Euro AK on NZK.
You see, Monarch Punishers now, they do the exact same mid you did the last shot, but now they have 3 players in middle.
And here comes the flash and the peak.
There it is.
Perfectly on cue. Rusty takes full advantage. Nice shot back from Aurora, but that's just one for our videographer to add to the highlight reel. Shouldn't really impact the outcome of the round all that much.
It's small little things like that, you know, microaggressions where you just get everyone ready. You've taken middle control, you close the catwalk, you get your donut, get your cave or jag player close, 1 flash coming from B, and you swing. You can do the same thing from ramp.
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend was really good at microaggressions.
Aurora will be finished off here by Burns. Double digits picked up by the Punishers. They're now 3 rounds away from finishing off the job.
That guy got a sign that says mayonnaise.
Yes, sir. He's the one who referenced my... that's the reason I asked you earlier if you prefer Hellman's or tangy mayo, mate. Like, I know he's a big Frozen fan. He mentioned that to me in the break. 10-6. Monarch are on the brink of being eliminated here in the semi-final. Obviously, it was always going to be a very tough draw for them up against Punishers. They have to win this gun round, no 2 ways about it. Monarch call a pause, yes, they can discuss the round as well.
On the bright side for Monarch, though, the economy on Punishers is not really good, so if they can just try string together 1 or 2 rounds, this game could go 10-9, but I'm just not seeing enough from them right now.
Yeah, Punishers win this round, they win the game. Yeah. The economy on Monarch's side, you know, it's going to be 12-6.
I mean, when Fady is 20 for 11, you're just always going to be having a difficult time of it on the server because Fady finds impact, man. So you know that those kills are meaningful.
Yeah.
I bet the other players are kind of upset because they would like some more action as well.
Share the spoils, mate. Don't be so selfish.
He's just taking it all for himself.
Yeah, well.
Again, we've got the mid-aggression.
Okay. Not the end of the world. 1-for-1 trade. You take that as the T side.
Similar thing to what Punishers did. Pincer middle from elbow, catwalk, pretty standard approach to ancient T side.
I'd say it's quite brave in a gun round that's this important, but you have to be able to win those sorts of the rounds. So if you do it now in the comeback or you do it later, it's something you're going to have to fall back on.
Yeah, it all depends on the utility that the CTs have. If they can disrupt this catwalk take that you do as a T, you know, with the mollies and the nades and stuff, then you don't really want to go there.
Look at all this information for Punishers, though.
Yeah.
Slowy able to get one. Looking pretty good for Monarch right now as they march on in towards the say bomb site. 3 versus 3. Fady, the chief destroyer on the map so far, finds himself in a key position, but he's not going to be able to do much about that bomb plant. Good attention to detail as the molly's deployed.
Punishers are very split up on this retake, though. This duel and Donut can dictate which way this round will go. Seems like Frozen wants to wait for one of his teammates to take control, to take aggression first. As I said that, he
yep, and there's the info on the second player.
All on Raz right now to try and find a way to save the day here for his team. 1 versus 2 turn 1v1. He's going to drop the molly. I'm not sure if it's actually on the mark, but it will force Rusty into his crosshair. And Raz able to get the job done. The captain clutches it out for his team to get a 7th on the board and keep them alive.
Really big round for Monarch. They desperately need it. And like we spoke about the economy, looks like Slowy does have some money. I'd probably see Slowy drop a couple of pistols here. And Monarch go for the save. Looks like Punishers are actually going for a full buy. Slowly buying an AWP with no armor.
This is brave, man.
Very brave. It shows their confidence, but it can backfire if
Very
Monarch
quickly.
are ready for it.
How do you feel about this, Elusive?
I don't mind it. 10-7, you know, and okay, well.
Big miss shot there. I thought it might be a collateral. It doesn't actually do damage to either, but that's going to be a TK, and the problems are compounded by Slowy Fady as well. And the force buy proves to be successful, at least for now. Raz with a 1v4 attempt. Unfortunately, this time his efforts will go in vain, and the Punishers take a massive step closer towards that grand final.
It's just so easy to put that AWP there in Temple to post A main. Obviously, he misses that first shot. He gets the second one and then gets traded out. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind going glass cannon in that situation. You're generally not taking damage on the first two or three shots if you know, playing that Temple angle.
Yeah.
A forced buy from Monarch, though. This round dictates definitely who's going to win this match. If Monarch loses this round,
Aurora was still buying in spawn while NZK was pushing into with Jaguar. Gets a kill and then pulls his knife out straight afterwards.
I think there's some tilt factor happening right now.
Well, yeah, I guess Aurora just didn't get the memo initially. Fady with the job to do here over on the B bomb side. Flash is keeping him alive now. He can hear that he's burning, but somehow Fady still able to find 3 frags. Locks down the B bomb side almost single-handedly. Lumen desperately fighting back. He's been good so far on the map, but he's going to require great here in this clutch if he's going to stand any chance of making it happen. Desperately fighting tooth and nail, but unfortunately he won't be able to make it happen. Burns shuts him down. 12-7. Punishers have 5 opportunities to stamp their ticket into tomorrow's grand final.
Yeah, great supportive flashes from Punishers. Fady was so dead in that situation.
And he still got 3.
Yeah. The second guy on his right hand side, boom, blind. I actually think that's a team flash from Lumen. I think Lumen accidentally threw that flash a bit too deep and it ended up blinding both Fady and the guy that was about to kill him.
All right, well, we're on the brink. 5 rounds in a row is what's required from Monarch.
I think Punishers need to have a look at the util sequence toward Catwalk here because Monarch are running up here every time and they're barely taking any damage.
That's a good point. Something they can look at for tomorrow's grand finals if they do win this map.
They're 4 kills away from making that happen. Aurora in Red Room does catch Fady off, and they're going to try and activate off the back of that, moving with pace and vigor, but straight into Slowy's scope. And now Burns going to be the next man called into the fray. It's a lovely angle he's on right now, just hugging the wall. And he puts Spitfire and NZK to death. It's all on Aurora. A 1 versus 3 to try and save the day and keep Monarch alive here. Otherwise, they'll be condemned to that 3rd, 4th playoff matchup. And he does take Burns down. Slowy misses that opportunity for a trade. So Aurora doing everything he can right now. The bomb is very recoverable for him. Punishers are making moves, and it looks like Aurora's actually got some information relayed through to him that A should be open.
Really good discipline here from Punishers. Slowy do not go for the to try to get the trade late there, and then falling back and grouping up together for the 2v1 retake.
Aurora able to activate that bomb and give himself a fighting chance here in the 1 versus 2. Let's see if he's going to be able to make it happen.
Slowly's going to jump through the smoke.
This is a really nice position that he's in right now because you can use this box to isolate the fights. Let's see if he's going to be able to find that first. It looks like Punishers are zeroed in on him right now, just edging their way forward. They know exactly where he is. Aurora's going to stay tucked in, and unfortunately Rusty will hunt him down, and Aurora loses his life out, and that will be the Punishers marching on to the grand final tomorrow. Our first team to stamp their ticket into that best of 5 finale here at Comic-Con Africa 2024.
Yeah, I think Monarchs can be happy with especially the first half of Ancient. 6-6, really not a bad scoreline against arguably the best team in the country, the favourites of this tournament. So yeah, unfortunately not the same showing on their T side, but you know, Punishers, obviously this is probably their best map. So you know, what do you expect?
Yeah, I know. I think Monarch, they showed a lot better performance on the second map. First map, you know, it kind of seemed like they were out of it. You know, I would have liked to see them do a bit more on T side. I feel like that round, particularly that A rush, where the CTs had a low economy and they still decided to go on that A rush. I think that round's going to come back to haunt them. But I still think they should be proud of their showing. Punishers, you know, we saw from their CT aggression how they always knew exactly when to take the timings that they needed to. And when you're up against a team like that, it's really hard to play.
Yeah, I mean, there were some good moments there. There were glimpses, I would say, for Monarch, and at least they were glimpses, and it wasn't a complete and utter demolition job. You know, there were moments where they were able to go toe-to-toe, as you say, especially in that first half on Ancient, but unfortunately, they just couldn't keep it up. And, you know, I will say, it's not like Punishers ever seemed shook. You know, there were even moments at 6-all, the camera was on Fady, and he was still smiling. He was still having a good time. That just showed that the mental was still in a good place for Punishers, even when they were being challenged.
Yeah, I don't think they were stressed at any point during the game, and you can see, you know, especially on your CT side, when you go for those info plays, when you're a man down or you've lost the map control, you know, you can't, if you feel like you're a bit on the back foot or you're a bit scared or nervous, that's usually when the hesitation comes in and those plays stop happening. But the fundamentals and the basics from Punishers, just, you know, they just keep implementing, keep doing it, and yeah, ultimately I think that's what made the difference at the end of the day.
Well, with Monarch being dismantled here by Punishers, it means that Raz is waiting with Kamza on stage for that losers interview.
Well, I don't know, man. You'd have to put it like that. I mean, you know, guys still trying to, you know, recover from what was a very, very tight game. As far as, you know, you guys being underdogs against a side that is so skilled, how does that feel to have come through that, and what does it do for your preparation for that 3rd and 4th place playoff?
No, I think the biggest issue for today was pretty much just nerves. I think we let the nerves get to us a bit too much. But overall, like, I think we still played pretty decent CS overall. I mean, I think it was, what, 7 rounds first map, 7 or 8 on second map. So, yeah, we're not too disappointed and excited for tomorrow.
And playing against a team so good, what does that do in terms of the experience, the hours that it adds to you guys' experience?
Yeah, definitely helps a lot with experience, especially with sort of the way they play. There's a lot we can take from them as a team, I think, so yeah.
And then in terms of the 3rd and 4th place playoff, obviously you'll be keenly watching as to how the results transpire. But for your crew, what do you guys have to do to give yourselves a fighting chance to get that 3rd spot tomorrow?
I think we're feeling fairly decent for the 3rd, 4th game. So far, I think it's probably going to be Nixa, but obviously we'll watch to see who wins between Nixa and Exceed. And then, yeah, I'll probably just go over a couple demos, talk about mistakes from today, make sure it doesn't happen again tomorrow.
Folks, please make some noise for Team Monarch. Not out of it yet. There's still that 3rd and 4th place playoff for them tomorrow. So we wish you all the best. Thank you so much for being a good competitor. Back to the desk it goes.
Thank you very much, good sir. We're joined by the captain and IGL here of the Punishers as they come out on top of their semi-final. You guys always expected to win that game. Any sort of concerns throughout? I mean, it looked like there were moments where they were pushing you guys, but you kept your composure.
I'm actually really impressed with them. You see I used 2 timeouts in the beginning of the game. You know, we ran our defense. I'm props to them. They did better than Kitsune, in my opinion. Like, they had an ante to what we were doing. Like, we would run out mid, we'd do our normal mid default, and they would have their set flashes to just counter our play in mid, which that's why I had to discuss with the boys, okay, they're doing this, so we need to therefore do this, right? So it was a good thing that we called on early, but if we didn't and we lackluster, we would have lost that. Like, I'm props to them, I'll be
Good
honest.
to be tested though, right? Because you weren't really tested against Kitsune, and on land you want to be tested and have to adapt on the fly.
Yes, yeah, so, I mean, I'm very proud of the boys. I mean, Fady was farming, like, there's a joke in our team where we just say he gets all the ecos, but he did really well, so.
Yeah, I mean, you say they did better than Kitsune. I think the primary difference there between those two teams is Kitsune never really got the ball rolling individually. You know, you guys kind of just ran over them mechanically. And Monarch, you know, we saw a very similar thing on the first map. You know, you guys, especially on Anubis, kind of crushed them a bit. The scoreline doesn't really, it was, I think, 13-6.
First map, 13-7, second, yeah.
Yeah. But especially on the second one, first half, 6-6. Was there any worrying signs there for you guys?
I mean, some of us were worrying. I mean, I remember looking at Ruan, which is Burns next to me. He looked a bit nervous, but I just told him, don't worry. Like our CT side, you know, we got this. Like, just rely on what we know. And I mean, yeah, we closed it out. So good stuff for the boys.
Looking at these two maps, and I'm going to focus on the T side on both the maps. You guys just played your defaults pretty much every single round. You know, no team has actually forced you to reveal any of your strats. So do you have a lot of stuff up your sleeve, Dustin? I know how you are with your strat. You're the type of guy, you know, who just whip out a completely new strat the night before, dry run it once.
Yeah, so we have our default. Most of the time, like, we'll just default, and if something goes wrong, we will just speak about like what they did, and then we'll adjust. But we do have a lot of strats up our sleeve still that, I mean, I'm excited to go do tomorrow in the final. So good luck to that team.
And then just obviously now you guys secured that spot into the grand final. The next semi-final is up Nixa versus Exceed after this.
Yes.
If you had to choose an opponent, which one would you prefer to play?
I mean, I'd love to play Exceed because those are a lot of ex-teammates of mine. And I mean, it would be a good rivalry against those guys. I mean, I know how they play back to front. I mean, I was playing with Flex in the same bomb side for about a year and a bit. So I mean, I know that guy back to front. But I mean, I like the Nixa guys. I'm friends with them. But in terms of, I mean, I would like to get revenge on those Exceed guys.
Well, Rusty, you made it into the grand final last year where you lost out against Slowy. This year, you're into the grand final again. He's on your team. Congratulations, mate. You have earned yourself a chomp. If you win tomorrow, you get a lot more than just a chomp, but for now, that is your reward. So, guys, that is the second, or should I say the first semi-final of the day, done and dusted. Punishers clean up house against Monarch Realm, as was expected coming into the match, to be completely fair. Next up, though, that is going to be a scintillating game. It's going to be Nixa, it's going to be Exceed. The winner of that books themselves a date with Rusty's team Punishers tomorrow. Loser has to play up against Monarch Realm in that third, fourth playoff. Never really an ideal place to find yourself on a weekend like this. We're going to have a slightly extended break now while we get that next semi-final set up between Exceed and Nixa. Enjoy the content, have a little walk around the convention if you're here, but make sure you get your seat before that next game because it's going to be worth it.
That's why you're not good.
Form.
No!
Good shit, dude. Good shit.
We've got money. There's nothing wrong with hunting.
Can I dive again? Go stay to the play.
They have an orb, careful.
Dive again, same thing.
I'm taking him in, Ron. You can swim straight. Okay.
I don't need kills.
Alright, you guys. Good run, boys.
Guys,
Keep it up.
just remember to react off each other, okay?
Yeah. We get the clubs up here, boys. I didn't do the smoke.
Yeah, please.
You're doing that, yeah.
Yeah.
They're molly him in, so just careful. One con. Not peeking.
One in dark.
Molly dog. Flashing A for you.
Listen to me. Everyone settle. We're gonna do an A split, okay? Open dead! Sorry, settle now, A main, don't push. We go back mid Reese. Go back A main.
I'm molly bob. We're drawing
Mid, close mid, swinging you! I've got one.
One
me.
Mid, pushed. He's low. Take like 50. He ran towards B main. I think I my gun. One was there, man. He ran towards B main.
I think he spawned.
Can you flash them right?
Oh, we are flashing above.
Just don't run.
Flash this. This is up.
You guys holding our mid cross, can I hold?
We got mid cross.
Yeah. I got mid cross, keep walking.
Can be a guy mid or maybe. I'm gonna clear mid.
Can they come from B?
Yeah, but I don't highly doubt it.
Mid opening, 1 HP.
NCK kill
Right
B,
side,
B
crossing.
main side.
Special.
He hasn't crossed yet.
Okay.
40 seconds.
Careful, man.
That's it. Mid right side. Push. Okay, let's go, boys.
Let's go.
Good fucking kill.
Okay, so, okay, that's fine.
They're gonna just try and find gaps here. Let's go.
Okay, listen here.
I don't know as yet, Ma. I haven't decided, really.
Hey sis, did you get my email? Ungabigwala. Find your courage.
Welcome our next speaker from the top performing in science, Notam.
Get out there, dude. Find your tribe. Never let them go. And together chase the sun.
Wow.
Notando, the world is big. May you always be bigger. I'm proud of you.
Dad, Mom. I know.
Telkom. Possible begins here.
I'm here with a couple IGLs to delve a little bit deeper into their brains and their insights and how they like to operate within their teams. I've got Nick from Adaptive Gaming, I've got Raz from Monarch Realm, and we're going to learn a little bit more about how they operate within the server. So, fellas, my first question is, there's quite a few different ways to go about IGLing. You sometimes have an IGL who can act like a dictator. It's his way or the highway, you know, and he's got a very clear vision and plan in his mind of what he wants to do. And then there's sometimes an IGL who's a lot more open to the team, taking on ideas and then crafting a plan. Nick's already smiling. I can see he's got something to say here. Nick, where do you fall on that spectrum?
If you speak to my team, as far left on the dictator scale as possible, I think I'm pretty easygoing, personally. I get tilted if we lose rounds, but I don't think I'm a dictator. But as I said, if you ask my teammates, they'll say something.
They'll say you are a dictator?
Completely.
Okay.
Even though I'm not.
Well,
so watch it. Watch your
tone
with me,
you
buddy.
control the media and everything. You control the narrative. I'm feeling very dictator vibes from you right now.
None of your teammates are here to back up your claims.
Exactly. Yeah. So
ask Logan later.
Yours are. Your teammates are right
That's
there.
That's why I need to be careful with my answer. I think definitely at the start I struggled with like far too much trying to micro and stuff like that. Obviously, I'm not very experienced as an IGL, and it's not really. It's a role that sort of came by necessity, not because it was something that I felt like I needed to do or I wanted to do. But in general now, something like one of the biggest things we've been working on for the past sort of 2 months that we've had this 5-man lineup is just sort of freeing everyone up a bit, playing a bit more of a sort of loose style for everyone. It helps the players a lot, and also obviously I'm AWPing while I call, so that makes my life like 10 times easier if I'm not having to look at my mini-map and focus on that the whole time, so yeah.
But how do you take that dual role on? AWPing, IGLing used to be a very popular thing. A lot of players did it, but it's kind of been moved away from because there's so much responsibility that comes with it. Do you sometimes find it difficult to focus on what's going on in the macro sense of the game while focusing on your micro game as an individual as well? How do you juggle both those balls, man?
So that is something that I think is...
I can't help it.
You're 24.
Yeah, come on, Nick.
No, so that is something that obviously I do struggle with. I think it does hurt my AWPing a bit.
I love that excuse. That's why I'm at bottom of the scoreboard. No, but I talk in the first 15 seconds.
Yeah, so basically like something that we focus on is just making sure that we're keeping comms good. As long as like the comms are very clear, it lets me sort of have a good understanding of what's going on during the round without having to actually look at my mini-map or specifically name someone out and tell them I want this or this. Also sort of a new approach that we've taken is just when we're actually practicing maps, like we're spending a lot of time like genuinely just speaking about the map itself, how we want to play it, how we want to approach it, scenarios that you're going to get into often, how we want to react to that sort of thing. And those sort of things, all it really does is it just frees me up from everyone's on the same page. So instead of me having to call to get everyone on the same page, they handle themselves.
You've got those protocols. Everybody knows what's required of them. If something happens, it's not like you have to actively be telling what people and what they need to do.
Yeah.
Nick, to turn to you here in this conversation, how do you sort of see yourself as an IGL? Are you an IGL who comes into the round with a plan, and then from there you kind of just take the information that's being gathered from the team? Or is it more like, this is what we're going to be doing in the round, come hell or high water, this is how we're going to go about our business?
So I think I've evolved a lot from when I started. I think when I started, I was more like, okay, guys, we're going to look at ending on A or B. We're going to do X default with a certain amount of numbers in a certain area. and then we're going to end on a bomb site, and then you throw in a set piece, pace change here and there. And then I think I went a lot more to a lazy calling style, if you will, where it was more like a strict default. I use strict quite loosely, where it's like, okay, I want certain amounts of people here taking this control with maybe these sort of sequences at these timings, you know. And that's also something I've learned calling the round in timings, where you want to try to chunk the round up maybe into 3 chunks, where you talk about the first timing will maybe be 155 to 125 on the clock, the second time will be 125 to 55, and the last time will be 55 until 0. And then you can then call the round in timings rather than that. So for example, if you take a map like Inferno, you can say, okay guys, let's take banana first timing into bracket second timing, end on A. And then that's the way where then the players can then construct the round themselves. Okay, they only need to take brackets with maybe a minute left on the clock, because then it then changes up the timings in terms of how the opponents see how the round plays out. So I think that's more the way I've progressed. But even then, I would say I'm still a lot more looser than that, where unless I have a strict idea, whether it's anti-strat preparation or maybe the opponent is playing a certain way, it'll be a strict early round decision where maybe it will be myself changing a position going into a certain area of the map, or Leggy going for a certain AWP pick, or Raid going for a certain opening duel, and then progressing the round after that. And there's a lot of if, buts and maybes in that. Like if we get an opening kill, we can explode, or we can accelerate, or we can freeze, etc. So I guess it changes depending on the map. It changes depending on the opponent, I think is a big thing as well. Especially when you play people in South Africa so frequently, you sort of know how they're going to react, what they're going to want to do, who's going to walk certain areas, are they going to stay, are they going to hold nades, or they're not. That's the ways then your calling style sort of changes depending on the opponent. You know, a team that's more fiery, you want to maybe freeze in those moments. A team that's more group up and reaggress, you want to more freeze in those moments, and it sort of depends.
Sounds like you're very malleable as well, you know, able to just mold to what the situation requires, and you kind of give your players a role to do, but you don't tell them how they have to do that role. You know, like get brackets controlled by this time, you know what you need to do, you have that now, you've got that responsibility, you have that autonomy to go about doing it, but they've just got a certain goal, right?
Yeah. I think that's definitely one thing that I learned going from my DNMK roster with someone like Davo. He does need that direction. I'm not saying that's a flaw in his character or his person at all. I think when he's given a direction, if you say, Dylan, go kill them, he'll do that job for you. Whereas if you take people that are a lot more intuition-based, like someone like Raid, I would say, who, if I tell Raid that he's going to go into apps to kill 2 people there, he might not do it as fast as you want him to, because he's going to be reading the situation maybe a little bit better in those situations. So it does come down for more like putting the players in situations where the reason why I like to call defaults is because it gives the 4 players that are my teammates as much freedom, as much like respect in a way that you can give them, because you don't want to be hampering someone down, you don't want to be shackling someone saying you've got to do X, Y, and Z every single round, because it might not give them the freedom to act in those different situations.
It comes down to understanding your players, what their strengths are and what their weaknesses are, and how you can best enable them. Raz, you mentioned that you'd kind of had to shift into this IGL role. It's not like it's a natural progression for you, like in terms of what you wanted to do and were, working hard towards. It's something where the situation required someone to step up to the mantle, and you decided to take that step. So how have you kind of felt that development of moving into an IGL, kind of a new role for you? I mean, I know that you were even in a little bit of like a middle ground in terms of whether you're going to carry on playing or not, and now you're an IGL of a team who's going to be playing at Comic-Con. You've got responsibility. You competed last year, so you've got some experience there, but how have you kind of like slotted into that role and been able to make it your own?
It definitely hasn't been easy at all. I think, I've got some really good teammates, and it's helped a lot. I think that the best sort of analogy is just we've hit our head a bunch of times and sort of figured out what the issues were. So in terms of like setting up, on different sites, making sure that we know who's going to be that site sort of sub-IGL, I don't have to worry about it. On T sides, if we've got someone looking towards apps, if he's got his call, he can make it. And also just sort of things like after games, I think the biggest thing for our team is that when we have issues with comms, whether it's, just a bad day or lack of comms or people are tilting or that sort of thing, that really affects me. Literally just because, like I said, as soon as the comms decrease, it means I'm going to have to look at my minimap more, I'm going to have to micro a bit more. AWP's going to get a bit worse. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think Tim makes a good point there with the site leaders thing is what we call it, which I think is like so important, where on DNMK we had Zox on our team who's an extremely vocal player both on T side and CT side. So when he left, a massive void filled, and it's sort of like you didn't know what you had before it was gone, sort of thing. And that's one of the big things that I had on my team now, where after he left, he was a rotator player, he was very vocal on CT side, ideas, and we sort of lost that. Then it was like, hey, how are we going to find that? How are we going to get that again? Because it's difficult to draw that out of players, because sometimes players are just not naturally inclined to come up with an idea at the start of the round. So how then can we compensate? Can we ask the AWPA to do more? Can we ask a different rotator player to do more? One thing that we've done is I've moved into some rotator spots now, because now I can then call the round from those perspectives. So it's been really interesting, especially Tim saying it now, the fact that there are players that know their role on CT side, especially because a lot of people, the argument I love to make is when people say, yo, we like to start T side because we can dictate the pace. But I'm like, why can't you dictate the pace on CT side? Why can't you take the fight to the opponent? You can definitely do that, put the foot on their neck and then change how the map's played like that. It's not all how it was maybe back in like 2019, 2020, where it was the T side dictating everything. The site leaders can make certain decisions to change the tempo from a CT perspective, keeping the Ts on their toes and sometimes not know what's coming.
Actually, it kind of takes me to a conversation I'd like to have here. How comfortable are you guys on Anubis? I mean, obviously coming to the event, you don't want to give away your trump cards, but how do you feel about Anubis? Because I'd just like to talk about a map in a certain half and then just get like different perspectives of it. Do you enjoy Anubis?
I don't enjoy it, but I can play it well.
Okay.
I think it's one of our better maps.
Okay.
I'm fine to talk about Viras because I think pretty much all of us have complained about the map pool already.
Okay.
And face it and stuff,
Nick, you comfortable with an Anubis conversation?
Yeah, I'm happy with it.
Because what I just want to talk about is what you've been referencing now in terms of site captains, did you call them?
Site leaders, yeah.
Site leaders, and I feel like the CT side of Anubis is actually one of the halves of a map in Counter-Strike where you can dictate and act at the pace. Probably the best out of any CT side. Obviously, it's the less favored side of the map, and taking initiative is so important on the CT side of Anubis. So how do you how do you see that CT side of Anubis in terms of trying to get into the rounds? Because obviously there has to be some initiative taken, but you don't want to overplay your hand. You can't let the Ts just default out and set up for an execute. So how do you look at that CT side of Anubis, you as an IGL, wanting to try and find success in that half, and where do you think you can find those sort of successes?
So for us, with our lineup, we tried Anubis at the very start about 2-3 months ago, and we're horrible at the map. Ended up trying Dust, and we're even worse at Dust, so we've come back to Anubis, put work into Anubis. I think we're pretty comfortable on it now, but sort of the way that we've taken our approach to the CT side is basically just we need to be very proactive. I feel like, especially for me as the AWPA, not just the IGL, I feel like I end up, if we give up too much space, we give the Ts too much freedom, I end up just having to gamble a site. Like, it's so hard to get any info. So for us personally, fighting B main, fighting canals, I might go for a peak cave, go for a peak A main, pushing mid on timings, that sort of thing. But I think on your CT side, you definitely have to be extremely proactive. Not be scared to take fights. Because as soon as you give Ts whatever map control they want, it's basically impossible to hold sides.
I feel like you can't sit back stationarily on the CT side of Anubis. If the Ts are pressuring A main, the guys B main are probably looking to make a play there, right? So to see if they can find the lurker, get a kill, get info, rotate ahead of the round. How do you kind of see that push and pull on the CT side of Anubis?
Yeah, I think Anubis has been one of the maps where I think it's been relatively good for the map pool, because I think a lot of teams stuck into more of a reactive way of playing CT side, especially locally. But the way I like to break up the CT rounds is, in my opinion, I don't think it's bad to play reactively, as long as your reactions are sort of set 10 seconds before they happen is always the rule I have, where I think it's good to make a plan 10 seconds before something's happened. The standard example is back in the day when you needed 2 smokes to smoke long cross and dust 2. You'd come up with a plan as the A site and the A rotator player on CT side to say, okay, when they smoke long doors, when they smoke long cross, we're going to do X, Y, and Z.
Protocols.
And I think it's the exact same with Anubis, right? I think you can start the round proactively, like with what Tim is saying, maybe not smoking mid and going for an AWP pick, maybe making aggro rifle play in mid, taking a main insta.
Crunching canals,
Exactly, you can do that, which is fine, but then as you said, sometimes the opponent is maybe set up to play outside of canals at the start and maybe react on B. So if you want to play proactively, you can. And then I think there are some rounds where you can play a little bit more reactively, where you maybe set some traps, like once the opponent takes mid, are we going to retake it from them? Maybe start 3 guys towards mid, retake B, retake A, win the round with what I like to call winning the round with crosses rather than with calls. And those are ways in which you can play the round as well, playing a lot more of a reactive style, but a set reaction for what the opponent is doing. Like if they take A main, we HE the smoke double swing, or if they take mid, are we going to HE the mid smoke and swing with the mid smoke, or taking different control after we've let the opponents take their play. Like at the end of the day, CS is chess. If the opponent makes one move, you have to make a move in response. If you don't make a move, then you're going to get killed.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keeping up with the situational conversation, because I like to just give a situation to both of you and see how you would respond to it. So the scoreline, okay.
Yeah.
You're down 10-4.
Forcing.
Okay, you're down 10-4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Beats 50's armor.
You're down 10-4. You've got, let's say, 2 counts of round loss bonus, for example. So you have a little bit of money, but a full save gets you a full buy in the next round. Do you go for the full save, let it go down 11-4, and then get your gun round? Or are you going full force at 10-4 to try and win that round immediately after? Raz, we'll start with you.
Are we T or CT side in this situation?
Let's go with CT side.
I think, okay, this is going to be a boring answer, but I think a part of it is going to depend on the map.
Okay, no, fair enough.
I feel like a Tech 9 buy, for example, on if your T side nuke is a bit easier to get away with, maybe like an A.
Let's say CT side nuke, 10-4 down, map 3, LAN finals, VS Masters finals. Raz, what are you calling for your team to do at that 10-4 scoreline, CT side?
I think I would call a save. NZK would probably buy a Deagle anyway. And we'd try play for OT.
Play from 11-4, play for OT, okay. Nick?
I'd buy.
Yeah? Come on, give me some elaboration. Substantiate that point for 5 marks, please.
2.9k.
Show me your work, yeah.
2.9k in the bank. Maybe someone got a USP kill around before, so maybe they're on like 3.1. Do a couple funky things, dropping FAMAS, buying body armor. Maybe one guy goes here at M4. But I think the state of the MP9 is disgusting. Honest to God, I think this gun is so overpowered. Like, it needs to be nerfed as soon as possible. Body armor MP9s, if you're talking about nuke CT side, maybe lobby crunch is a bit too expected, so drop 2 down lower at the instant start of the round. You play retake A, maybe 1 in mouth, 2 down lower, 2 ramp, boost 1 ramp maybe. Maybe the ramp guy that gets boosted has got 5-7, no Kevlar, because he's dropped M4. Like, that's the way I'd choose to play that round.
You have to take a gamble in
exactly.
that sort of a
Yeah,
round.
you have to play, like we spoke about the proactiveness and reactiveness of things. In a 4-spy round, it's so important to go in with a plan. Like, if you are just, like with this example, if everyone's just getting MP9 body armor smoke, you're
playing
you're
default
flipping
positions.
a coin.
Yeah, exactly.
You're hoping someone gets a triple kill, because if they go 1-for-1, you're still going to lose. But in that situation, I think if we talk about the economy, maybe the round ended 9-3, you've won pistol, you've lost the force again, now you've got to that 11-4 scoreline. I think that next round can then flip the game on its head. You win that round, the opponents are going to force again, you win that round, you've gone from 10-4 to now 10-6, now it's the first proper gun round, and then you start getting going like that, and then all of a sudden, win that gun round, you're now at 10-8, and the next gun round is really there. Now the pressure's on the opponents, because now they're thinking, we've lost 2 like really bad rounds, and now things start going a different way.
You can see Nick's a proper IGL because I'm keeping that money so I can get my op the next round.
Oh, I see. Self-interest. Fair enough. I appreciate the honesty.
I've learned my habits from Detchny.
Okay, well, that's a pretty good person
if
to learn.
There's 1.4k in the bank.
That's enough.
Guys,
Listen,
he'd say, trust me, guys, trust me. That's what he'd say.
Yeah, and Detchny is the first person I would trust in any situation. Come hell or high water, I'm following that man into battle. But what I will say is, I feel like if you go for the force, I would gamble even more than just like what you said. I would stack like 4 on a bomb site, stack the upper sites. If they go outside secret to B, you just save all your guns, and then you still at least have like a decent set of weapons going into the next round, better than what you would have had if you had forced up and lost all those guns.
So then I would argue, if you're stacking a site with MP9's body armor out or 5.7's body armor, why don't you just do the USPs? Because then you're going to buy the next round anyway.
Feels like a USP is a toothless stack. Like
but I'm saying, like, if you're 2.9k and maybe a couple of guys have got deagles, USPs, 5.7s, no armor, and you're stacking a bomb site with 4, maybe 3 guys, but you're going to buy the next round anyway, you might as well have just stacked the bomb sites with USPs. Because in my opinion, 5.7s and deagles on a site, if you're playing against good opponents, it's still mostly toothless, unless someone like gets a collat with a deagle or gets good HE damage at the start of the round, and then the round like curtails after that. If the opponent has good protocols, they send one guy down secret to get info, put a fake, go towards ramp, then your stack's done. And you might as well have done that with USPs. And then now you're sitting with MP9's Kevlar in a gun round. And you're not going to drop those MP9s to get M4s. You know what I'm saying? So
personally, I would still advocate for the save. I'm with Raz. Go for the save. I think you forego that 11-4 score line. They're still not on map point yet. And then from there, you try and make the comeback happen. Because if you go all in on the 4-spy, you lose that round. It's then 11-4 and you've got no money and the game's basically over. Then maybe you eco and then you're playing for overtime in the gun rounds after that, and that's going to be so difficult to come back from. I would have faith in the gun rounds, go for that full save at 10-4, forego 11-4, and then from there just make sure that you're flawless in your gun rounds. But
I
that's
think
more of a risk because you've got less room for error, right?
The only reason why I'd say force is like 11-4. If you lose the round and you still do really good damage, the next round 3.1k loss bonus, you can get deagles, maybe P250 body armor. Again, same sort of idea. Then any damage in that round is good. If they won the force buy with maybe 2 alive, then in that eco round, any kill you get is worth its weight in gold. Then even though you're looking at 12-4, as soon as you win that round, the eco.
Yeah.
No matter what, as soon as you win that round, the eco.
Yeah.
So you can start that round afterwards again. Like I do think it's like, it depends which side of the argument you stand on. Like I'm more for, and it might be local CS, like the
aggressive-minded decision-making,
the eco rounds in local CS are so winnable against opposition, so that's maybe why I'd say just force and just run it down.
All right, well, fellas, it's been good to get some insights from either side of the server. It would be great if we got to see you guys playing against each other. How does the bracket shape up? Is that a possibility?
Maybe third, fourth.
Third,
Could
fourth.
be third. We'll be in the final. So.
Okay, I see.
Third, fourth, or finals. I hope, yeah.
All right, well, Nick, Raz, thank you very much for the conversation, fellas, and looking forward to seeing you boys in the server.
Timing, dude. Yeah. So if we do, that worked perfectly with Tech Nines. If we do the same and take the mid control, they seem to be wanting to flash back Donut.
Flash lanes, yeah.
And then he's just sitting in house.
Come on.
Molly ramp, I just
ramp, double nade ramp again. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
All those flashes, Michael.
I'm holding. Okay, man, and then I'm gonna go towards.
I'll flash mid early for you. Flashing flat.
I didn't smoke.
Flashing.
The double nade ramp.
Yeah, the ramp push.
That's my camp, so on mid.
There's one B doors. For you.
One up caps. I don't want to enter house.
Yeah.
I'm holding the cave.
Holding in me.
Can you molly cave and we take it? They just smoked me from long, I think.
Mollying now.
One count.
Molly cave.
I can do the second molly for you guys.
Cave now.
House.
Doing it.
Molly now.
Okay, coming B.
There's one. He's going to go B here.
I'm walking to me.
Cave.
2.
With bomb, they're going to go B.
I'm going to rotate. You guys have a box. Can you smoke short?
It might slow down. It might cancel.
I'm walking over. Smoke long. I can smoke short.
Lumen's in a good pause, guys.
I can't. Just smoke short. I think everybody just.
One day.
Come back. We make noises if we're running.
Opening mid.
Just go through cave together, guys.
One on B.
Look at cave.
On site.
One cave. I'm flashing CT twice. 1, 2. On B1.
Ramp. He took ramp.
I'm behind him. On my ramp. Dancing. Default long. Short. Swinging back towards long. He's in the middle of short.
I can flash long. Behind you.
One house.
There's only 2 here.
I just see him one.
Can you start?
Defusing.
Short.
Nice! Let's go!
Good fucking shit, boys.
Right.
Even good love feels like drugs. Even good nights get you high. Little bit wild, but it's alright. Even bright lights got a dark side. Even good love feels like drugs. Even good times get you high. Little bit lost, but it's alright. Even bright lights got a dark side. Pleasure is pain and the pain is pleasure. Grass won't grow with no rainy weather. We keep flipping coins for luck and we're just trying to ease the suffering. Broke a heart first and my own got shattered. Never one tear really ever mattered. World keeps on turning and we all keep learning that even good love feels like drugs. Even good nights get you high. Little bit wild, but it's alright. Even bright lights got a dark side. Even good love feels like drugs. Even good times get you high. Little bit lost, but it's alright. Even bright lights got a dark side. Rounding corners, high and low ones. Can't have one without the other. Jumping in the neon colored feelings without feeling all the broken chords that came before. Sidewalks right hit the floor. Windows closed, but there's a door. That's how it always goes. Yeah, the world keeps on turning and we all keep learning. Even good love feels like drugs. Even good nights get you high. Little bit wild, but it's alright. Even bright lights got a dark side. Even good love feels like drugs. Even good times get you high. Little bit lost, but it's alright. Even bright lights got a dark side. Even good love feels like drugs. Even good nights get you high. Little bit wild, but it's alright. Even bright lights got a dark side.
I don't know as yet, Ma. I haven't decided.
Hey sis, did you get my email? Ungabi gwala. Find your courage. Get out there, dude. Find your tribe. And together chase the sun. The world is big. May you always be bigger.
Dad, Mom, I know.
Telkom. Possible begins here.
We are well into the thick of things here at Comic-Con Africa 2024. We're going to be getting into the second semi-final of the Telkom VS Gaming Masters now. It's going to be between Nixa and it's going to be between Exceed. You're going to want to grab your seats because this is going to be a scrumptious matchup, boys. We've already seen our first team seeded into the grand final. Punishers besting Monarch as we expected. Who's going to join them? Elusive. This is absolutely the pick of the semi-finals, right?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very close game. I checked online now and I saw the last time they played. We'll discuss that matchup, when we go through the veto. But I think this is definitely going to be a much closer semi-final than we saw in the Punisher and Monarch game. Taking nothing away from Monarchs, it's not what I'm trying to do here, but I think these teams are just a bit more evenly matched, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point to mention. So far, both games today, the high school grand final and the other semi-final, were both 2-0s. I feel like if there's a map that's going to go to D-map, it's probably going to be this game. I feel like it's going to be definitely a very puggy game. I think it's going to be, like you said, it's going to be all over the place. It's not going to be as clean or clinical as our Punishers made it, but I think it's going to be very entertaining.
You've got a number of ex-teammates that are going to be playing in the series.
I feel like every single person on stage has at one point been my teammate, besides the newcomers.
Just a reflection of how long you've been playing for, right?
How old I am.
Well, okay, you said it, not me. Either way, just off the bat, based on what you saw yesterday, Elusive from Nixa, from Exceed, what are your expectations coming into this, just purely based off what we saw yesterday?
Look, I think I'm going to answer that in two parts. So if I had to just look at those two squads as a whole, I would say I kind of lean towards Exceed. And I don't know if you would agree with me on this, but based on the performance that I saw yesterday, like, Kippy played really well against Exceed, and I think they really pushed Exceed to a point where, they were starting to reveal the cracks. So purely based on that, I'm kind of leaning more towards Nixa in that sense. But, on paper, I'd say Exceed, but based on what we've seen, I'd say Nixa.
I think it's a good point you made there. I think on paper, Exceed is the better team. But if we have to take into context of the tournament and what happened yesterday, I do think Kippy played really well, and don't want to take anything away from them, but I feel like the star players from Exceed just didn't show up. Dropshot had a lot of big impact for rounds. Towards the end, Wiper started coming alive. But I feel like with players like The Man, players like Flexi, these are the type of players that really thrive on the stage. They've been here hundreds of times. I really expected more from them yesterday. I feel like it's a new day. They could come back today, look 10 times better than they did yesterday. But if we have to take the context of the tournament, I think Nixa has a slight edge.
Yeah, I think if they play to their potential, let's put it that way. If you compare the two lineups, you put them next to each other. If they each play to their potential, I'd say Exceed have the upper hand.
Okay, all right. Well, we aren't too far away from actually getting the players on the stage, and then we can really get into the thick of things, break things down, and then get into the match itself. Don't want to jump into the veto just yet. We've got to save that talking point for further down the line. So, well, I've actually got the word I've got many voices in my head, and the voice in my head says that Kamza is ready for me. So let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you very much to the man with the voices in his head. Guys, are you guys ready for what's about to go down? Yeah? Okay. Team Nixa in the house? Team Exceed in the house? Team, I just wanted to sit down and rest. That's the only reason I'm here. I'll take it. It's okay. So folks, we're getting ready to kick off on this one. We have the teams lined up. I need you to make a lot of noise for my first team up, Nixa on the stage. Yeah! There you have them. Melky's in the mix. Rat Hayes in the house. Daivo. And Bam. There they are. Make some noise for our challengers. Do you reckon they made enough noise for you?
100%.
That's 100%? Okay. I'd like to see what 20% looks like. Okay, you guys ready to welcome the second team? Let's make some noise for the Dapper Exceed. Drop shot, what up? We got Wipeout in the house. The man is also here. Yeah, here you go. Guys, looking good, looking fresh. It's now the most important part of the tournament, trying to book yourself that spot in the final up against the Nixa side, who are much favored, but so are you. Fine margins. What does it come down to in this match?
I think just filling in the gaps from yesterday, playing with confidence, just having a better game overall. I think we've gotten used to the stage now, so now we're ready, yeah.
And then of your opponents, obviously, you know a lot about them. You would have seen them in action. Have you got a strategy particularly for them, or is it about impressing your own game upon them?
We got our game plan, but I think we're just going to stick to our strengths and just make sure we do everything right, yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to come over to you, Exceed. You know, they're here, obviously worthy competitors. What's it going to come down to in terms of you guys having an edge?
I think the most important thing is if we can replicate what you did yesterday on the last map, I think we should be good.
And then in terms of looking at their personnel, are there any specific players that you're trying to isolate and make sure they're ineffective in this game?
Listen, yeah, they're all talented players. It's going to be a great match. We're just going to play our style, and then, yeah, we'll see what happens.
What are you doing here? You're saying nice stuff about your opponents. What do you do? What? That's not what we do here. Okay, guys, so we're going to do the handshakes after. I'm going to give you an opportunity to get seated and get ready. Make some noise for our second challengers in our semi-finals. Go ahead, guys, grab a seat. And then we're going to get into all the nitty-gritty technical stuff with Matt and the gang.
Thank you very much, good sir. Yes, it is indeed time for us to break things down a little bit more here in this second semi-final. Nixa versus Exceed on paper, absolutely the pick of the semis, elusive. Should we get into the maps here, mate?
Yeah, I think let's have a look at the maps.
Okay, so Ancient picked by Nixa. We saw them look very good on that map yesterday as the decider against Adaptive, where they completely cleaned them up. They lost the first 3 rounds of that map, and they won 13-4. So that paints a bleak picture for Adaptive. We then have Exceed picking Dust 2. We didn't see them on that map against Kippy yesterday, and Nuke will decide the series.
Yeah, so just to provide a little bit of context, the last time these two teams played actually for the seeding of this tournament, Exceed came out 2-0 on top. Dust 2, the pick of...
Exceed?
Exceed, yes. So they beat them 13-6 on Dust 2, which is obviously why they went for that pick. Nuke being the decider, Nuke went 13-10. So that's why I think both teams are pretty comfortable letting Nuke in. It's a relatively close game. But I think Nixa, obviously, because of the way that they played it yesterday, they're feeling comfortable, you know, jumping into Ancient.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at the Dusty pick from Exceed, actually. You mentioned the result, which kind of puts some perspective on it. But even then, I probably wouldn't have picked Dusty if I was Exceed. I feel like they were going to come in thinking they're the better team, strat-wise and experience-wise. So I'd like to see them pick a map where they can, you know, utilize that experience more. You know, I feel like Dust 2, if Nixa get a good start on Dust 2, you know, with the amount of puggers and aimers they have, they definitely can run away with that. So the veto is a bit up there, but I think this can go anywhere.
Yeah, I think just both of these teams, though, neither of them are very structured teams. I think, you know, there might be a wealth of experience on both sides, more so maybe on Exceed side. But, you know, I think they're both very comfortable playing the puggy style, which is why I think this is going to be a very puggy game in general. It's going to be a brawl.
When I spoke to the Nixa boys after their game against Adaptive, they mentioned that they did just want to play a puggy style. After they had a game plan on Nuke, it didn't work out. They pugged it out, and then from there they were able to just roll Adaptive, right? So with that in mind, it feels like Dust 2 could actually lend itself to Nixa coming into the series.
Yeah, I think either way, like since both of them are puggy teams, like Dust is a puggy map, so I don't know if I can necessarily give a clear favorite more so than saying that the last time they played each other, Exceed beat them 13-6. So I think that's all that they really, you know, have as the justification for picking that map. I don't know if these teams necessarily have a very big map pool either. So I think that's why they're just sticking to the similar maps that they played last time.
Fair enough.
I will say that the fact that Nixa are playing them on a map that they've lost to them, it'll mean that Nixa would have gone back, they would have watched the Dust 2 over and would have identified their mistakes. You know, Exceed might have watched the demo just to see if they can pick up some tricks, you know, some hidden stuff that Nixa were doing. But, you know, I think it's going to come down to everybody has a plan until they get shot in the face.
Let's compare IGL side by side here, fellas. Of course, the player calling for Exceed is Shadow, or previously known as Shadow, now Storm. And then you've got Melkis on the opposite side of the server. He's going to have a lot of support from somebody like Ruben as well. Like I said, this is Storm's first LAN event. He's the IGL as well. Melkis has been here, had some success with Nibble last year. Probably more established in that role.
Yeah, I think it's something we spoke about yesterday as well. Is Shadow might be the IGL performing that role, but I think with the wealth of experience from the man and Flexi and guys like that, they are definitely just giving him advice, doing the secondary calls and stuff. So maybe he's just doing like the start of the round calls and maybe just guiding the team a little bit, and then the secondary calls are coming from the more experienced players. Malkis, I know he likes to play a very puggy style, so he likes to call that type of style as well. So I think that's why it works well for Team Nixa. And once again, they've got Ruben there as the number 2, so he'll probably just contribute to that as well. So in terms of IGL versus IGL, same thing I said yesterday. I don't know how much of an impact that's really going to make in the outcome of this game. The big question is how these guys are going to step up, because you heard Ruben on the stage now saying they just want to pitch up the way they pitched up in the last map of their game yesterday against Adaptive.
Yeah, looking at the IGLs, right, Malky's, we know he's the type of guy that he's going to call his type of game, and the players are going to have to just fall into line. You know, he's not going to change his style of approach. And the thing with Shadow Storm now is that I saw he tweet yesterday after the close game against Kippy that he said he didn't feel like he called that well. And I feel like if you're a type of IGL like him, where you're new into the team, you know, you're inexperienced, you're playing with a lot of veterans around you, he might be scared to call, you know, the way he wants to, because he feels like he didn't call well yesterday, he might not call well today. I really want to see him put a lot of confidence in his own IGLing style and tell his players, listen here, you guys might be the veterans, but I am the leader.
Yeah, I like that. Just try and take some charge, right? Take that accountability. It's what you need from your IGL. And you also want the players. You want someone like the man to come and say, listen, we believe in you. We're going to back you. We're going to follow you. Whatever you say is what we're going to try to do.
Another talking point that I just want to bring up is the AWP battle, right?
Yes.
So one thing that it's going to be Ruben AWPing versus Dropshot. Now, we saw Dropshot yesterday, and he was looking... Yeah, he came and did the winner interview. He said he didn't feel like he played really well, but I mean, you know, he was 30 bombing on Ancient, and he was, you know, kind of carrying his team there for a while. So his AWPing has been looking really, really good. I haven't seen much of Ruben's AWPing in yesterday's game. So yeah, I think if Dropshot's going to bring the same level of performance as he did yesterday, it's going to be worrying signs for Team Nixa.
Yeah, that's true. We haven't seen much of Nix's AWPer, right, Ruben?
Yeah, Ruben, yeah.
I can't even think of a single round where he really popped off in the game yesterday, you know, and that's going to be worrisome because Dropshot, you know, he might not have won that in Ancient game, but he definitely helped make it very close. So I think Ruben's going to have his work cut out for him.
I feel like there's quite a stark contrast in styles between the two AWPers. We saw someone like Dropshot was happy to just run all over the map, force as many fights as possible, you know, on his terms. Ruben generally just more reserved, you know, post up on an angle, a systems AWPer kind of thing. Just to try and now boil this down to actual players on either team. I think that Dropshot has to be the pick of the players here from Exceed based on what we saw yesterday. And I was very impressed by Hayes against Adaptive yesterday as well. The 17-year-old first LAN event. He put up some really important rounds and actually kick-started their fight back on Mirage with that 1 versus 4.
Yeah, I think he won that 1v1 where he faked the plant with 4 seconds left, which was a big play, and then obviously he had that 1-on-4. So really impressive stuff from him so far. He's been relatively consistent. He was relatively consistent yesterday, so he's definitely one person that I'm looking out for. Trevor, you mentioned Davo, and that he needs to step up in these types of games. So it is the semis now. If there's ever been a time to step up, it is now. So Davo is someone that I'm looking at as well. And then on the flip side for Exceed, we mentioned Dropshot already. The man and Flexi, I mean, you guys have to step up. You guys have to bring just the performance we expect from you. You know, it doesn't have to be anything flashy, just your standard performance, like an 80 out of 100. You know, that's all you need.
Yeah, like we spoke about Wipeout yesterday a lot, right? But Wipeout's the kind of guy where he's generally going to go in first, right? So most of the time, if you're an entry frag in this game, what happens is you run in first, you die. That is basically an entry fragger's job in this game. So I really think it's going to come down to the man and Flexi to show why they've won so many titles locally.
Okay, well the time is nigh. Your opportunities to grab a teacher in the stage are starting to dwindle as we're going to be jumping into the second semi-final soon enough. Exceed versus Nixa, looking for a shot or a spot in that grand final against Punishers tomorrow. It'll be a best of 5 grand final, and Punishers, well, they've barely had to work to get to this point, so they're going to be full of energy. How much energy is going to be required here to win this game? Well, we're going to find out soon enough. It's going to be Ancients up first, and we're ready to jump into that first map. Here we go, fellas. Everything on the line. Loser has to come back tomorrow, but not in the way they would have been hoping for. They'll have to play that 3rd, 4th playoff matchup. And it's going to be Exceed who obviously get to choose which side they want to start off on here. And it's a defensive half start for them. Nixa don't give away any clues as to what they're going to do until they dump their utility, and Storm's going to be able to find a frag though to try and keep Nixa at bay. Great second kill coming through from him as well. Hayes tries to take the space, but Flexi will deny. A wonderful double, and that's the perfect way for Exceed to kickstart things here in the semi.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of what Nixa did this round. You smoke Kate, you smoke deep CT, but you still have to get the control to really use that deep CT smoke. You know, if you're not going to win the fights over long, over B long, you're not going to even be able to use that smoke. That smoke was basically useless. So yeah, not sure who called that.
Yeah, you need good flashes that are over towards the top right. There's actually nice guard flashes that you can throw that won't blind your teammates as they're rushing up. It'll catch the guy on that close angle and the guys that are deeper towards long. So after you throw those 2 smokes, you want to definitely follow up with the 2 flashes. But very nice start from Exceed. Clean headshots. It's exactly what you want to start off the game.
Yesterday was a very scrappy game between Exceed and Kippy, and I probably put that down to the fact that they had to wait so long for their series as well, so fatigue certainly would have been a factor. They're going to want to put up a cleaner performance today, are Exceed, even just in terms of how they go about their game. Would have had a good opportunity just to discuss that matchup. They've had some time between then and now. Dropshot will deny the nade, and that's probably better because he gets the kills with the SMG.
They got the plant down though, so that's really that's all Nexa really wanted off this round. They didn't really. I think they bought 1 flash. Was the most they bought this round. So yeah, getting the bomb down, getting 1 kill, best case scenario. Yeah.
Exceed did look towards the future with their investment in that anti-eco rounds. They've got a number of rifles, and in fact, Dropshot hands the MP9 over across to his captain, so he's able to pick up the AWP, and that means that this gun round's quite ferocious for Exceed. It's not really like a weaker bonus round for Muscles and MP9s.
Dropshot already on the AWP though.
Yeah.
Yes, early on.
Quite early. I don't know if I always like the AWP coming out that early, because if you lose this round, you're just handing the team the AWP.
I like it. I mean, he's a very good AWPer. We saw how good he was yesterday. He wants to get the sniper in play as soon as possible, and he's already been able to let it sing in a second kill. Is that just straight through the smoke?
No, I think the T's actually naded the smoke there and gave him the opportunity to get a kill there. So
I think they dropped a grenade for him. I think he used 2 nades.
Oh, okay.
I like that.
Nice little bit of innovation coming through there then. 5v3 off the bat, Exceed. They have pitched up. I mean, I know it's very early days, but they're hitting the important shots right now.
Nexa kind of just spread on the map right now. You're in a 3v5. You're running out of time. You got to make a play here. Like, I would like to see Hayes at least attempt to walk into house, see if he can get a timing there. But I do like that they're doubling up towards Donut here. They should be able to get a 2v1 here. Really good Molotov. He's stuck between 2 flames.
I don't know what Malkis is waiting for, if he's just busy calling and trying to determine what to do, but yeah, it looks like he's going to activate now.
Could get a really solid timing here. He should know that there should be a player somewhere towards the B side. If he doesn't take any contact coming up B ramp here, it should be that there's a player in cave. It's a very hotly contested area.
But it's an unnecessary rotation from Exceed.
Yeah.
Oh, Flexi, how's he been able to find both of those kills? That's a really impressive multi. We spoke about how we're going to need to see Flexi pitch up here in the semi-final, and he's already been able to get those 5 kills, yet to die. Exceed 3-0. All 5 players stay alive. They're able to carry the AWP over. And, I mean, I wouldn't say Knicks are feeling pressure, but not an ideal start.
Yeah, a little bit of a half buy that's going to come through here. Let's see. Does he pick up another nade? Yes, he does.
He did pick up another nade. I really like that. It must suck for those 2 players. Those 2 players, their first gun round, don't even get to shoot a single bullet.
So a little bit of a half buy coming in here. So this is most likely going to go to 4-0, and then very, very important round for Nixa, because as it stands, only Malkis and Daibo with a kill each.
And this is Nix's map pick as well.
Yeah.
We saw them look very good against Adaptive on this map yesterday.
I really like the discipline from Dropshot to fall back there. No reason to be that close to cave when you have an AWP. You can always just hold the far back angle.
Nice reaction there from Wipeout, able to find a kill. Just needs to keep himself alive now, trying to avoid these pistols as they pursue him. And Ruben,
Glocks.
Good decision, just going straight through the smoke. He knew he had Wipeout cooped up in the corner, and bad will dispatch of the man as well. That's going to create a little bit of space now for Nixus, some breathing room, if you will. Bomb comes through. M4 recovered here for Daivo. This is going to be a difficult retake for Exceed, and a one-dimensional one at that as well.
We always speak about the post plants a lot, and as you can see, Nixa, they don't have the money, but they have a really good post plant.
Yeah, but Flexi continues to frag. You mentioned, Trev, that he's a big game player, and he tends to pitch up in the semis and grand finals, and boy, has he pitched up here already. It's only Daivo left remaining, and Flexi peeks into his crosshair and comes out on top of that, Jewel.
Good retake from Exceed. If Nixa had better weaponry there, though, I feel like they would have won that round.
I'm not the biggest fan of Wipeout's position there, like hard committing to that, and then, you know, he smokes it. If he had a molly, it would have been fine, you know, but he smokes it, and obviously he's just going to get rushed in that situation. No support from his teammates. I think the next guy was either in temple or closer towards A main, so
I think it starts from him holding that crouch angle, you know.
Yes.
If he was standing up, he could have fallen out very quicker, dropped the smoke, and also fall back way further. Don't just sit behind the smoke. Important round for Nixa, though. Yeah, Look at all the damage that Molly did.
Look at the difference.
Flexi.
I don't know. They think they're Punishers.
Well, they're trying to punish Exceed right now. A Wipeout making moves. Exceed smothering Nixa right now. Ruben has to try and find a kill back here.
Does get the tag? No, he doesn't.
He doesn't. I think he just took a bit long to try pull the trigger. He was waiting for a favorable angle, but probably could have got the kill if he just went with the instant shot there.
And just look at the difference in the damage that Exceed does towards the catwalk area compared to Punishers. It's something that I mentioned in the previous game. Punishers just having to look at that util usage to make sure that they get their lineups correct.
Dropshot clearly a fan of this. Nade clearing out the house smoke. And bam, here's the nade come through, so he knows that no need to peek in that moment. Nixa will continue to close the gap here. Down by a man though, so their life made difficult.
3v4, very tough. They have very little map control. They have mid, they have K. Like, Bam has to try get a kill here at least. He needs to try get a kill, cause a rotation, maybe open up a gap towards the B side.
I mean, you've got options, right? Because he might also want his teammates to try and take control of B so he can play that later role in the round.
They have to create a bit of a presence before it activates, because otherwise Flexi, you can see him holding that mid area right now. So
but I'm actually a bigger fan here.
Shot.
Very good shot.
This is where Bam activates. And if he's quick enough, he can... There we go.
There we go. Works perfectly according to place. The dominoes fall in place here for Nixa as they're in pursuit of their first round. Drop shot and the man going to have to combine.
You should actually just leave this.
Yeah, he should have fallen away, but now he's been committed. He's going to have to take these gunfights, and he'll come out on top of it as well. Drop shot going to go hunting. I don't think he has any business in actually going for the round from here. Might just look for that kill and then get out of dodge. Not going to connect, and that will spell the end of the round here for Drop shot.
Exceeding to be kicking themselves from a 3v5 to a 3v1.
Yeah, that's true.
Can't be letting that happen. To be fair, it was a really good shot from Ruben.
Yeah.
And you know, the patience from Bam to wait for Ruben to get the kill, for him to activate his flank on house. I was actually going to mention before the kills came in, Ruan, I'm actually more of a fan in that situation where if I'm the guy house, I want to take first contact. Even though Flexi was aware of it, you know, when you're that kind of guy that goes house a lot, you kind of know the angles where the CT generally play from, so it is possible to pre-fire there. And I feel like if Bam was the one to enter there first, it could have made a gap towards the B side that Nixa could have used. But it worked out for them.
I think the fact that they had Ruben on the AWP there, you know, makes it easier for them to go for the deep first.
Yeah.
That was a really nice shot. And we spoke about the AWP battles, right? This wasn't a Ruben versus Dropshot AWP battle, but at least, you know, we need to see the impact from the AWPs.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what your style is as long as you're having impact. That is what it boils down to at the end of the day.
It's like a 4-1 going on here. Is that Malky's? That's Diver behind the B-bomb side, playing very far back. I don't know if he has a smoke he's going to throw from there, but he is playing super passive.
3-man setup towards B.
Oh, he's doing a house smoke.
Oh, it's gone very...
it's the deep CT smoke. Oh, they failed.
Actually, looks like it's missed. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That means that the CT player now can have free reign as these players try and cross in towards the A bomb side. Divo
really needed that kill.
Yeah, misses a big opportunity to find an opening kill. Hayes will find the entry on the A bomb side though, so that's going to create the space now for Nixa to find a plant. 4 versus 5, a man advantage, a rare advantage for Nixa. I don't remember an opening kill.
I really like this deep donut smoke that Nick's up throwing. You know, generally people throw the donut smoke where it's, you know, it's puffy,
shallow.
CT players can flash through it, but this deep donut one means you can get into donut, and if they try to make a play, it's really hard for them to get through that smoke.
It's also a lot easier for the CT to deny the bomb plant when that smoke's at the front of donuts, just spraying through either way. Doesn't look like Exceed want anything to do with the rest of this round, recognizing that the finances are in dire straits right now, so they'll head for the hills. And boys, we have a game on our hands.
That's what you like to see. I like that Exceed are calling the savior on the 3v4. Like a lot of the teams we've watched, especially the high school teams, if they're in this situation, they probably would have just sent all three of their CT players to die. This is how you know it's a very experienced team where they call for the save early on in the round. I do feel like, I mean, it's probably not going to play a bigger factor now because Drops is on the CT side, but something I noticed about him on the T side yesterday is that he was getting a lot of impact of the AWP, but it was when he was the last guy alive, or one of the 2 last players alive. And I don't like my T-sided AWPer to be the guy that's lost alive. I want him to be in the front. I want him to be looking to making openings.
He did have a couple of rounds where he got the entry, especially towards middle and, you know, challenging towards donut, but I agree, majority of it was towards the later stages of the round.
Moves now being made in towards middle. First time we've really seen these 2 teams clash in a big way here on this part of the map, and it's going to be the CTs who are able to rain death and devastation in on Nixa. At least initially, Melkis and Ruben looking to try and make moves to get their team back in the round, but Drop Shot will drop Melkis. And Exceed looking to try and get back to winning ways. You see the prioritization on saving their weapons really coming back to enable them in this next round.
Yeah, no, guys, this isn't Call of Duty. We actually have to look at our economy here.
Yeah.
We don't just get everything
like
for
adults,
free.
right?
Yeah.
We've got a plan for the future. We're teaching skills here that transcend Counter-Strike, guys.
Bogdan's Law coming out here for Nixa.
Where does that come from?
It comes from, Steel?
Yeah.
Have you seen Steel? He played a pug or something, and it was a guy in his team called Bogdan, and he kept asking Bogdan to drop him the AWP because he was low, and Bogdan refused, and that's where the name Bogdan's Law came from.
Because I remember like a Turkish coach or something called Bogdan, and I could never connect the dots, but clearly I was way off the mark either way.
1v3 from Ruben? I think 1v4 turned into 1v3.
Problem is that Flexi's got really good timing on the peak out there. He's 10 for 1 right now. Flexi's a silent killer, right? He might not be saying much in the comms, but boy is he loud in the server.
This is what he does. He struggles when it comes to the quarterfinals, the bad games. But when it comes to the semis, the finals, he always shows up.
Got that BMT, baby.
You were speaking about Bravado's win, the online win 2 years ago, and Flexi was by far their best player.
Yeah, true. I think he was the best player in the country that year, actually.
Mew.
Never forget.
Looks like we're going to get a standard mid split here from Catwalk and Elbow. Same thing they did last round. Last round, Exceed really shut them down.
But like this time, you see how the flashes were way better. The last
Yes.
round, Nixa did this. They basically just dry swung, got instantly killed. But this time, they did it with flashes, and look at all the state control they're getting now.
Oh, bam,
He's
quarter
spotted him.
glimpse. Yeah, he's got the information. Wipeout's numbers made known. Going to throw a smoke of his own, somewhat off the mark.
Really bad play by him.
Yeah,
Should have kept that smoke to smoke the molly.
He just didn't look comfortable in that moment at all.
You got to hold on to that. You know you're going to get mollied off.
Pressure now mounting over towards the safe bomb site. Drop shot has a job to do with this AWP. 8-1 right now. Himself and the man looking to combine, and they both will find a frag to set the defense in motion. Good trade out of Divo, and that's going to force drop shot backwards for now. So at least creates a bit of space here for Nixa to find the bomb plant. And now pressure shifts in the opposite direction. Exceed are the ones who have to make this retake happen. They've got kits and they've got utility. Everything they need to make this one happen. A fresh smoke CT is going to be very difficult for them to try and traverse. Flexi desperately spamming away, hoping he can win some sort of a lottery, but unfortunately punches in the wrong digits. Drop shot though at range will get a key kill. That will set things in motion.
They don't know about Ruben.
They do not know about Ruben, although apparently Flexi does. My goodness, this guy can't miss a beat, but evidently Hayes is up to the task as well. We saw him win some impressive clutches yesterday, and he's on course to win another one here as well. Drop shot in a favorable position is sticking the defuse, but Hayes will get the kill in time.
Wow.
Worthy of the name.
Worthy of your name.
What can I say?
But yeah, another impressive clutch from Hayes. We saw some clutches yesterday, and now he's doing it again today. Very promising signs from a young and up and coming talent.
It's nice to see the youngest pop up. We've mentioned Burns, and now we mentioned Hayes. It's nice to see the youngsters come and try to stick it to the old men. You know, they're lucky I'm not playing though.
Why?
Because I would never lose to a 17-year-old.
Yeah, it just didn't happen a number of times throughout your career.
Unless it's Sonic, but that doesn't count. He's got the
That's an
ginger buff.
anomaly.
Yeah.
All right, well, rounds going back and forth now. Nixa have won 3 of the past 4, gaining some traction here on their map pick. This is the last game of the day, everybody. Our second semi-final. We're really hoping to wring the towel out on this one. Maximum entertainment as we head into Championship Sunday tomorrow. Like I said, loser of this is going to have to come back and play again tomorrow, but not in the game they would be hoping to compete in. It's going to be that 3rd, 4th playoff against Monarch Realm. And Nixa, well, they're making moves in towards the safe bomb site right now. Storm is up close with the P250. Oh my goodness, the pistols just rain death and devastation in on Nixa, and they're going to be kicking themselves.
I feel like we're broken records at this point, right? How many times are we going to make the same point where you look at the team's economy, you must know that Exceed are not on a good buy, and you just send it full onto the A without getting any information. You know?
Hard committing to the site, and not only that, they 4-man rush A, and they've got Divo towards B, throwing util on B, the same time that all the utils going in on A, and your teammates are running on A. What is the point of Divo going B? He might as well just be with his teammates.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like these oaks refuse to listen to us.
Or they can't hear us.
Yeah, but you know, they can watch the games back.
And you know that they do, right? You want to hear what the casters said about you.
They do. Especially if you popped off. People love watching themselves.
Yeah, if you did badly, you don't watch that VOD. Either way, Wipeout will make sure that the retake comes together. Not much of a retake there. They more get the fights offered up to them, win those gunfights, and Exceed will go up 6-3.
Don't look, Nixa Money. Don't look.
And that was a save from Exceed, like a half buy.
Yeah,
okay.
They didn't even commit into that round. No armor on any of these three players.
Yeah, that was after they get those kills outside A main with the pistols, right?
Yeah.
Now look, like Divo's sitting here outside B, throwing a CT spawn smoke, but like, why, you know? It looks cool, you know, and if it's on a different round where they're doing a default, you know, you might be able to cause a rotation.
Yeah, the only way that works is if they run towards A main and they go quiet, obviously not letting the CTs know. The fake goes towards B. Divo can actually commit, get the info there. He'll say it's a clear site and they can rotate out. If it forces a rotation, they can commit to A. Not much to say here on this round. Just a full save from Nixa.
Yeah, Exceed showing Nixa how to win an anti-eco. And making it look easy up until now. Wipeout could be in a little bit of trouble. Divo goes hunting, checks his corner, and there we go, kill comes through. Nice timing from Divo, hits that instant headshot. Always known for his deadly dig is Divo.
Anytime someone from Potchefstroom has a pistol in their hand, you must be very scared.
I remember that Potch 5 team.
Oh yeah. We actually got two different Potchefstroom players here. We got Divo and we got Sean.
Yeah, the man.
The man.
Probably the most notable thing that's ever come out of Potchefstroom. I can't even say that town's name. I'll stick to Potch. All right, well, Ruben, last man left live right now. Nixa took a while to get things going here on their T side. They were then able to find a little bit of momentum, but Exceed have got the wind in their sails here once again. They know exactly where Ruben is. He's in Temple, and that's fitting because he's going to have to say his prayers right now. He needs God on his side. He requires some divine intervention if there's going to be any way for him to win this clutch, and surely there's no way Dropshot will seal the deal. And boys, Dropshot's 14-3 right now. He's pitched up in a massive way, showing that what happened yesterday was no fluke.
He'll probably look at that scoreline and say he's having a bad game.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember, man. I was like, damn, you played so well in that first map. He's like, nah, I played like crap.
Humble king.
(7-3), penultimate round of this first half is upon us, and 3 is just not going to be enough here for Nixa.
No, definitely not, especially not on their map pick.
And one of their rounds that they won was off a Haze clutch, so not super sustainable.
And I mean, Ruben said it on stage, they just want to bring the same level of performance they did in the last game, which was also ancient against Adaptive, and that is not the case right now.
I mean, they did start very slow against Adaptive yesterday as well, I guess. They lost Nuke, 13-3, I think, and then they came back, won their opponent's map pick, and then won the decider 13-4. So they've proven that they are capable of resetting, but you don't want to have to do that every single time.
Yeah.
Like our good friend, here's the smoke we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Finally.
They're not actually using it though. Normally you go for some deeper control off of that smoke. So Nixa able to traverse it means that their lives are made a lot easier coming into the rest of the round. They barely had to use any util to come through that smoke.
This is where I want to see a pop flash thrown by Storm so that the two guys in Cave or Jag can swing out and take a duel. But obviously they don't have info in middle, so it's a bit, it's a bit sketchy.
Divo able to get ahead of that smoke grenade. He has some good flashes indeed to try and enable Divo on the entries. He will dispatch off Storm in the corner. That's going to create the space now for a plant. Flexi just desperately spraying through the smoke, trading blows. He's come off worse for wear. Nixa full control, man advantage. There's plenty of money for Exceed, so there's no reason not to go for this.
Nixa have long control as well. This is what you want on an off the plant.
Yeah, this deep smoke towards short CT side, you can see Exceed deciding to maybe not commit to this. I don't know.
I think they're just hanging around, see if they get a free kill. Yeah, now it should be a save.
Okay, well, that's a 4th round on the board. We mentioned how 3 certainly wouldn't be enough here for Nixa. They've been able to recover a 4th, and I think if they can make the 7-5, they would have done really well to weather the storm. No guns being carried across actually will, I think, affect the investment a little bit. The man's probably going to drop an AWP here for drop shots, so Wipeout and Storm going to be reduced to FAMASas or MP9s.
I'd really like to see Exceed do the same smoke towards B now, but like Ruan said, maybe send someone Cave, maybe send someone B ramp just to get ready to play on the flash, because now Nixa walked through that smoke and no one was there. So now if they throw the smoke again, Nixa might think, hey, there's going to be no one there, but this time Exceed can play behind it.
It's going to be fighting for probably here, some elbow aggression.
Bam hearing the sound cues there.
I think if this ends 7-5, Nixa will be quietly content with their return, considering how tough this half has actually been for them.
Agreed.
With how dominant Exceed have been, they want 8-4. They really wanted to push this advantage home going into the second half of the map. They know that this is Nix's pick as well. Divo just narrowly missing out on the timing. They know they've got the player locked in on that corner right now.
No molly. There's one molly in the keys from Hayes.
Dropshot desperately tries to rotate across to join up with his teammate, and he will find at least a kill to bring it back into even numbers.
I'm surprised they let him out of house there. Should have been dead to right.
This could be really strong.
Who's going to take contact? Either player, or do you just sit patiently and wait for them to come your way?
Really good molly.
Although Storm's still able to get a kill, Flexi capitalizes on that as well, running out of ammo, but he's inflicted a lot of damage onto Bam, but Bam still holds his own. Important headshot landed there. That's going to create the space. It's the ex-Nibble duo. Malkis and Bam, they've got a lot of synergy. Very good friends between the two of them, and you know that that means the comms are going to be perfect. How do they go about this? Looks like they're going to throw some misdirection into the mix right now. Malkis is just trying to keep them focused over towards B. Bam with the bomb.
He needs to make some noise there towards B, though. He's just sitting there quietly.
Although, could also work in his favor because he's going to catch the man jumping back in towards A. Could have gone about it either way. You can certainly make a case for both sides. Dropshot will go back to deal with Malkis, and now he's got the low HP player Bam left. Last round of the half. There's no kit for Dropshot. He's been able to find 17 kills on this half alone. He needs 18 to win the round, though, because he's not going to get the 10-second stick, that's for sure. Taps that defuse, tries to figure out exactly where Bam is positioned. Nothing on offer, though. Bam, cold as ice right now, continues to bait these shots out. He's playing this to perfection. He knows he's got that 10-second timer, and Bam will just step out and land the instant headshot. Good recovery from Nixa.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy with the 5 rounds, considering how it went at the start of the half.
Just look at the kills, fellas. On Nixa, there's nobody on double digits. On the side of Exceed, you've got 17 on Dropshot, 10 on Wipeout, and 13 on Flexi. And that just shows you kills are not the commodity that matters in a game of Counter-Strike.
The man sitting on 3 for 6, though. I'm sure he's not very happy.
Yeah, Malkis 3 for 9, Hayes 4 for 10.
Then again, I don't feel like the man's had a lot of opportunities to get a lot of kills. So hopefully it changes in this half.
So we're going to see a mid-pistol here. House is already smoked off. Probably going to be splitting towards Donut, but I don't know. Transition towards Cave.
Can't say I'm a fan of this where you have one smoke and you're trying to use it as a fake.
Thing is, what you'd expect as a CT when you see that house smoke and you hear footsteps towards Catwalk and Elbow, that they are going to be coming towards Donut, which is why they got that double Donut setup. But Nixa, they understand they can't just sit here. They have to get some info.
This is good from Ruben to try clear up middle.
I was going to say Dropshot's in a very good position, but he decides to just step out there, and the fight will be forced upon him. At least Ivo can trade Hayes and Malkis over towards the B bomb site right now. Going to keep it under lock and chain.
Knife.
They do go for the knife indeed, but Bam denies, and Malkis is sat there wondering, mate, why? Why have you just denied me? I can knife his corpse, but that's not going to give me the extra money or the glory.
Really important run from Nixa. Yeah, I don't know what Exceed were thinking, using their only smoke as a fake and then walking back to Cave with no U-turn, and then they just go into a bomb site where there's a crossfire.
All right, well, Nixa draw within 1. Fight back well underway. They've been chasing the map throughout, and they draw within a round, and it's just Glocks.
That Molly and nade combo that we just saw, if you pair that up with the deep smoke that we were talking about at the door, that's generally what you want to see. And then this secondary molly as well, maybe a little bit deeper, and then the CTs take control, which is kind of what they're doing now, but it's slightly delayed.
Ruben wants money. He wants to go farming and hunting. And there are a number of players on the other side. He saw the arm. Should have a good idea that there's a number of players. He's preempting the swing. He's pre-firing. He's running out of ammo, though. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Where is the help? Well, I guess the players remain committed to the bomb site. This will be fine. A good cleanup. So the SMGs do reign supreme.
Yeah, it works out for Nixa, but I don't know. I don't like sending Ruben down like that and not having a person at least close by ramp to be supporting him. Both these teammates were back of B side.
I understand the logic of not wanting to go into Cave necessarily. But I mean, if you've got MP9s, it's not a bad play. But 100% they should have had maybe one guy closer towards ramp there.
Okay, first gun round of the second half. 3 MP9s for Nixa. They really need to get aggressive this round.
Looks like we're going to get the mid pincer from Elbow and from Catwalk. Missed smoke from the CTs.
ZA Uto. KW.
Yeah, it's going to afford Exceed control here. Daivo in a really important position, and the man just swings on him. Crispy headshot coming through from him.
We never see those positions work. I hate it when people sit in donut and they commit to the duels. Like, it's a jiggle angle, smoke it off, run away. Unless you're an AWP.
You've also got the M4 against AK, so the duel's so unfavorable for you, and Bam is now locked in position. In hot pursuit are these team players. Melky's desperately trying to bail Bam out, but he's only going to be able to get the one kill, and as you say, Round is dead in the water. Exceed have regained the lead.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Ruan. You're basically playing angles that they always pre-fire. It's like the same 4 angles that they've shot at people at 1,000 times. You know, you need to switch it up.
You come around the corner, you can even do it at different heights, and you can literally pixel by pixel clear those fine angles. There's nowhere else for you to look, and more often than not, that guy just gets headshotted immediately. The only thing that works is if you have an AWP there.
Flexy's got some good posture.
He's improved.
I feel like posture is really important when you're playing games, guys. You know, just allows for the blood flow to flow the most efficiently it can through your body. You know, you're not going to get achy and sore, and you look after your back in the long run as well.
Yeah, you might not feel it when you're young, but once you get older...
The crouch prawn.
You definitely feel it.
I can already feel it. The crouch prawn.
That's what Ash used to call it, the crouch prawn spray, when you would crouch and walk into an angle. It stuck with me, man. It's a catchy one. Okay, have a look at this. Knicks have decided to spend all their money coming into this round here, guys. Pretty brave decision coming through from them.
Not a fan. I mean, you have 4 people that basically full board, and then you have Ruben sitting on 1.1 with a USP.
Yeah, he's thinking about the long game, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of this. I like this by Exceed, though. I want to see them just walk onto the bomb site. Don't throw util. Don't let them know you're here. Just walk onto the bomb site.
Yeah, there was a big presence created toward Catwalk, you know. 2 smokes on Catwalk. Presence created by Flexi. And now they're coming into an empty bomb site. Smoking off donuts, so you have to take Temple, which is exactly what Deadshot drop shot does. Shout out to Deadshot.
Job to be done here. Knicks are going to have to try and make the retake happen. I'd actually just say you pull the plug on the round entirely here. You carry the forced weapons over, and you try and make something happen in that next round.
TK
have been able to find a kill through the way of a team kill.
But look where they're all positioned.
Yeah, that's not ideal at all. They're actually going to have to fight you. I think they're going to have to swing. They're going to have to force the issue. They recognize that as well. Nixa, they've been able to figure out exactly where these remaining players are. The Incendiary is going to make life really difficult. Wipeout. He will burn to his death, but he gets the kill before that.
Exceed are super lucky to get away with that.
But at the same time, I don't know what Knicks are thinking going for that. You have no kit. Like, someone's not tapping the bomb. In that situation, before you go for that retake, you press tab. You see you don't have a single kit on your team. You know that if you're going to go for the retake, someone has to tap the bomb immediately.
Trev, it's that time of the day, mate.
Chomp time.
It's chomp time for Elusive, baby.
You're such a chomp merchant.
Yeah, you should become a chomp ambassador, Ruan.
Get sponsored.
Surprised these things still exist.
A lot of mid-control gain from Exceed very early into a round. It's going to give them a lot of avenues to go through during the mid-round.
I was going to say, whoever follows me on Twitter gets a chomp, guys, at Hayes Castings.
Here we go.
I mean, that's a pretty good way to farm followers, right?
Retweet, tag 2 friends.
Yeah, a chomp giveaway, baby. All right, well, not much in this round here for Nixa. Licking their wounds. Not a big fan of the setup here. I think full eco, you got to roll the dice. You got to try something out of the ordinary. You can't just play a default hold.
Yeah. We've seen a couple of teams this tournament go towards that 4 or 5-man on ecos, and it's actually worked out for them in their favor. So I'm surprised to see a team with Victor caliber not doing it, just playing the stock standard on an eco, you know.
Good kills being found. Exceed just going through the motions, robust in their anti-eco. Hayes and Bam left remaining. It's about to be double digits cooped up here for Exceed. 10-7. And this is Nix's map pick as well. Just want to reiterate that once again. They looked very good on this map against Adaptive yesterday. However, hasn't been nearly the same sort of form coming through from them. The individuals are struggling across the board for Nixa. Everybody has a negative kill-death ratio. Flexi continues to farm. 16-8 right now. He is sitting pretty.
Yeah, no one really standing out for Nixa, but this is now a really big round for them. I don't know if they should probably take a tactical pause here, discuss what they want to do, how they want to approach this round, what type of tendencies we've been noticing from Exceed. Anything to improve your chances of winning. There we go. taking their last time out.
They can afford an AWP actually. Yeah, there's an AWP on Ruben now, so it's definitely going to be a big run for him to look to get some impact. We were talking earlier about how we feel like Exceed didn't play up to their potential yesterday, and I feel like they're already playing a lot better. You know, this is the Exceed everyone was expecting to see yesterday.
Yeah, 18 for 8 on drop shots, 17 for 10 on wipeout, 16 for 8 on flexi. 3 guys popping off, putting up big numbers. And unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, no one on Nixa really stepping up at this stage.
Yeah, they're all struggling. You need somebody to just ignite the campaign, right? Kickstart it. Bring that motivation, bring that energy. We saw it from Hayes with that clutch that he won earlier. I think it was the 9th round or something in the first half, but unfortunately, it hasn't really brought the fire onto the server for Nixon. If they lose this round here, then Ancient's as good as done.
Yeah, Hayes can only clutch so many rounds.
Looks like a big focus from Nixa towards middle here. 3-man middle setup.
Oh, if the AWP goes down immediately, you do not want to see that.
At least Bam's able to answer back, and Divo remains in position. So at least there's a response from Nixa.
Short and long smoke coming from Exceed. Molly on the pillar. This is really going to disrupt Nix's setup.
Beautiful util usage there to force Melky's out of position. Wipeout's able to get the frag as a result, and straight through the smoke, drop shot takes down Bam. Hayes desperately fighting back to try and give Nixa something to work with here in the round. Divo finds some favorable timing as that smoke starts to fade. He will dispatch of Storm. And now a 1 versus 2 to try and make this round work for his team. And I feel like he has to go for it. It's one of those rounds where you've got to stand up, you've got to make your presence known, take the round by the scruff of the neck and roll the dice.
Yeah, if you want to make a comeback on this map, you got to win this. You got to go for this clutch.
No kit though, so he needs to hurry up.
He's got a nade and wipeout is low.
He's going for the save.
Well, the molly on the bomb probably enough to just seal the deal here altogether. Divo going to head for the hills, and that's Exceed up to
get
11.
He's going to get the AWP. But we see some hunting from Exceed, potentially.
If Exceed kill him here and get the AWP, I would just type GG if I was Nixon. Wipeout ends up dying. The guy was in CT spawn. Val, can we do something about the bomb radius, please?
Do you know where Ancients is set, boys?
Amazon? The Amazon forest?
Not far away. It's in Mexico, apparently. So Central America. Lots of jungly vibes there as well. Some Mayan history. How well do you know about the Mayans, Trev?
Not a lot, but I saw the movie with Mel Gibson.
Okay.
Apocalyptico or something like that.
How much do you know about the Roman Empire, Elusive?
Enough not to want to talk about it on the stream.
Okay, all right. Well, we got a game of Counter-Strikes. That's fair enough. Divo has a job to do over on the same bomb side right now. Big entry indeed from Wipeout. The man will combine, Exceed, march on in towards this A bomb site. They've got a man advantage. Plant's going to come through as well. Rounds dwindling for Nixa. They don't have the luxury of just saving the guns here and looking forward to the future.
Again, these post plants from Exceed. You got to take temple control if you're not going to take donut. You don't want to be stuck towards A main. They have a decent spread now, which is a bit better, but looks like a save call coming in from Nixa, opting to go for the overtime play.
It's kind of understandable because they've got no money in the bank, and if both those players commit and die, then, I mean, game's already as good as done, I'd imagine, but at least they've got a little bit more firepower. Hayes would love to be able to upgrade this MP9 to an AK, playing some gun game, if you will. Could even be an AWP up for grabs, a good multi-kill coming through from him, but surely Exceed have got his number, and there we go. If it wasn't Flexi, it probably would have been the bomb. What a display out of Flexi, guys. 18 and 8 right now. The most experienced player on the server, probably alongside the man. I'd say Flexi's probably more experienced. He actually is comfortably, right?
He is.
I mean, Flexi's been competing. I'm thinking like Hackstack back in 2015 was the first time we saw Flexi on the scene.
Yeah, I was there when he played his first LAN.
What was it, with Carbon at his first LAN?
Yes. It was Telkom VS Masters Cape Town. The only VS tournament ever held in Cape Town.
All right, well, we've got some interesting talking points about that Carbon team playing against Bravado in the final. But we'll put those ones on ice because this is absolutely a vital round right now. Flexi continues to frag. He might be able to find a second. No, good trade out of Melkis. Desperately needed that wipeout on the jump spot. Does see Ruben. Decides against the swing. I thought it was just going to go super wide there. Exceed, they can smell blood. They're 1 round away from locking in this first map. Taking a big step in the right direction. Grand final, that's where they want to find themselves. And they're 4 kills away from going up 1-0 here in the semi.
This is all.
This is a huge gunfight right now. You can see Ruben wants it. They continue to just trade flashes back and forth. Ruben's flash goes too deep. Drop shot very quick on the shot there. Means he will be able to take down his opposite number. And Diver, he has his bell rung through the wall. That is just not ideal at all.
I'd be pissed.
Yeah. Now to be fair. And Dropshot knows there's a player towards the bottom of middle. That should give Exceed quite a lot of info as to what Nixa actually have at their disposal. Nixa have a pretty good picture in terms of what is going to be happening here in this round. Storm catches Melky's lacking. Diver going to have to go nuclear here to try and save the day for his team. By himself, he's got to buy time, but unfortunately Storm will run him over. Some vital kills coming through from Storm on this map already. And now it's all on Bam, and they know exactly where he's coming through from. Mission. Oh man, I mean, it doesn't get more difficult than this for him. And Wipeout, just as the smoke blooms, will take his head off. 13-7. What a dominant display coming through from Exceed on their opponent's map pick. They looked a whole lot better today than they did yesterday against Kippy.
Yeah, I think there's 2 reasons for that. I think firstly, individually, they're just stepping up a bit faster and waking up a bit faster than they did yesterday. We're seeing standout performances from the guys we would expect. And secondly, very different opponent in terms of the style that they're bringing. You know, Kippy was playing very structured, very methodical, very slow. Nixa, not, you know, a bit more puggy. So, yeah, good signs from Exceed so far. Unfortunately, Nixa not bringing that performance that Ruben was mentioning or referencing on the interview earlier.
Yeah, not much to talk about from the Exceed side. I feel like they played pretty stock standard, pretty well, you know. They won the rounds that they were supposed to. I think Ron made a good point about this yesterday where he spoke about Nixa need a player to step up. You know, a player to go ballistic one round, you know, try to rally the troops behind him. I feel like Hayes is trying, but, you know, he is the most inexperienced player on the team. You can't expect him to be the one to rally the troops together. So Nixa are going to have a massive chat backstage now and be like, guys, we're struggling.
All right, well, it's not unfamiliar territory for Nixa as they did lose their game, or should I say their first map against Adaptive yesterday. They got absolutely steamrolled, and they were still able to come out the gate swinging on the second map despite the fact it was their opponents. They're going to have to emulate that here once again today to keep themselves alive in the semi and in pursuit of the grand final.
I got cave.
Let's fucking go!
Okay, unlucky.
What a dominant display coming through from Exceed.
I don't know as yet, Ma. I haven't decided.
Hey sis, did you get my email? Ungabi gwala. Find your courage. Get out there, dude. Find your tribe. And together chase the sun. The world is big. May you always be bigger.
Dad, Mom.
I know.
Telkom. Possible begins here.
Okay, we're back, and hopefully not for the final time today, because we've built this as the pick of the semi-finals. Exceed roll Nixa in that first map, 13-7. It was Nixa's pick as well. Unfortunately, they weren't really able to live up to it. I want to reward the people who are in the crowd waiting, guys. I've got a box of chomps that I don't want any of these left by the end of the day. Anybody looking for a chomp? Yeah, in the front there, that's yours. Right here, boom, for the two of you. You guys, oh, sorry, there's another one under your chair. You like a chomp, mate? Yeah, you get a chomp as well.
If you guys don't take these
I've got
chomps,
two
everyone's
more.
going to eat all of them.
You get a chomp there, and then for the fella next to you guys, sick. Unlucky.
Holy.
All right, well, chomps dished out. We've seen Nixa get eaten up on the server. That's happened to them yesterday as well against Adaptive. So I guess for them the conversation is, boys, we've been here before, let's just run it back.
Yeah, yesterday they bounced back after the first map. I think Exceed, though, they're very happy with their performance from the first game. You know, they're coming into the second map. The last time they played us two, it was a 13-6 scoreline. So I think they're feeling really good. The individuals are stepping up. So now the pressure's really on Nixa for individuals to step up and, just show up today. Otherwise, it's going to be a 2-0, and I think all of us want this to go 2-1.
Yeah, no, like Ruan says, it's the pressure is on Nixa now, to bring it back. I feel like Exceed are coming to this map. They're not going to change much from what they did on the first map. Nixa have to grab the bull by the horns, as they say, and really, I want to see some more aggression, and I want to see some more star power from Divo especially. Hayes is doing as much as he can. Bam's been quiet. Marcus has been quiet. They really need to come together.
Yeah, as for Exceed, more of the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're on a high right now. I think they're in cruise control. Everything's been going well for them. The individuals are stepping up, like I said, and they've got the history of the previous time they played in their favor as well. So I think all the conditions are perfect for Exceed. I think this is their map to lose.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're in complete control at the moment. Individuals are looking red hot and far improved from what we saw out of them yesterday, right, Trev? I mean, it's been really impressive how they've been able to just adjust from yesterday and come out the gate swinging here today.
Now, this is what we expected from them, right? Yesterday, we were pretty surprised to see how they were struggling against Kippy. Obviously, we keep saying Kippy played out of their minds, But Exceed, it's a very high praised org locally. You don't want to go out in the semis. You want to make it to the finals.
All right, well, we're going to find out whether or not they can make it happen in two, or if we're going to require a third. Nixa desperate to force it into that third map. It would be Nuke if we go the distance. It's a map that they looked pretty rough on yesterday, but that'll be far in their memory right now, focused up on the occasion at hand. It's going to be Dust 2. It's the pick of Exceed as well. And with the individuals looking as good as they are, well, Nixa have certainly got their work cut out for them. We know that they have what it takes. They're going to have to now show it in the server as we get into the second map of this second semi-final. Thank you very much, Meg.
Nixa starting on the CT side. They have a diffuse kit. I really like it. Only one smoke on the Exceed side.
Exceed got to choose the T side, by the way, because obviously this is Nixa's map. Oh no, this is Exceed's map pick, right? So Nixa gets to choose the defensive half here. I'm a T-side merchant on Dust 2, guys. I think this is a T-sided map at the moment.
You get to set the pace, like Ruan said. A lot of times during this map, Ts get to set the pace. The CTs have to react.
And I think just after you've won a map in the fashion that Exceed have, you'd love to continue to be able to determine the pace of the game.
Exceed going for a Xbox smoke from going blowers into top. I like this. Okay, they have another smoke for a CT fake. It is causing a rotation. So Exceed have a timing here where they can pop onto the A-bomb side where the defense isn't going to be as strong as it could be.
Yeah, Flexi tries to catch Hayes in transition on the ramp right now. He's forced into the fight. He will be able to at least get a kill. Divo, his position on ramp has been made known. Wipeout desperately trying to force the fight with the player in CT. If he gets that kill, this round becomes a whole lot easier for Exceed, but he's been dropped. Now they're going to have to do it the hard way. The man gets a good kill back to bring it back into an even numbers game here. 3 versus 3. Retake underway. There's a kit in play here for the CT side as well. Kills continues to go back and forth. The Julies from Bam doing the damage. The man continues to frag as well. He's gotten 3, but he can't clock out just yet. There's still more work to be done here. A player left remaining, and Bam is looking to force this fight, but the man with a single bullet left in the chamber will take Bam's head off, and that's one way for the man to kickstart his campaign here on the second map.
It's about time you rocked up.
One thing that I mentioned yesterday when we saw Dust 2 as well, I really want these type of retakes on A for the CTs to lurk around towards long and do the retake from long. You've got the USPs, you've got the long range advantage. When teams just go for this full on top retake, I feel like it always favors the team that already has the site.
Mm-hmm. It was a good strat from Exceed as well. They buy 2 smokes, use one for Xbox to cross into top so no one gets spotted. Have another smoke, the smoke of CT, cause a rotation from A, hit top. Very good round from them. Diver might be able to get some nice information here if he does choose to peek out here. It's always a very hard angle to take a fight with as a CT.
But have a look at the man. He's going to...
Nice flash.
Yep.
Oh, the man just continues to frag, man. That's his 5th of the map already. We're only into the 2nd round right now. Of course, Ruben has saved all his money. Looking forward to that AWP in the future. Means that he's not going to be able to get much done with just that USP. And this is the perfect way for Exceed to pick up on Dust 2 where they left off on Ancient.
I like that Bam's deciding to save his armor and MP9. Marquis only has a scout, so won't be that upset if he dies. Definitely wants to get a kill or two on the exit like that.
Who are we looking at Nixa here to just try and bring the fire into the server for them, boys?
For Exceed?
No, for Nixa, to just try and get things going here once again.
I think just with Dust 2 being the type of map it is, whoever plays long, that's going to be the biggest point of contention. And then I'm looking towards Ruben as the AWP. Like, you know, you're playing, you can take the AWP to long, you can play car if you want to play retake on A or retake top, you can take that AWP top even. Something that we haven't seen teams do on Dust 2 that is very common, that Trevor and I spoke about, is since the T's always smoke off Xbox, you just push that AWP. You boost them top, or you don't even have to boost anymore. You can self-boost, take that AWP towards top, creep catwalk, and then get the kill for the guys that are top middle. Here comes the first long fight.
I like the molly beyond the smoke.
Yeah, it makes it really difficult for the CTs to try do anything. Gonna have to push through the smoke or around the molly. Telegraphed here for Exceed. They just send their numbers out towards long to deal with anything that might be thrown at them from Nixa. Mac 10, such a strong SMG.
Marquis decapitates Flexi and blows up Wipeout.
That is a good couple of kills coming through from him. I mean, in this round, all they're looking for is damage. Not far from finding another Sculpt there.
If he gets one more kill, I think they're happy.
What I would prefer seeing in that type of situation is, you know, if you're going to not invest into the round and you're sending numbers towards long, is having one guy at the back with a flash.
Yeah.
You know, the T's are throwing that long corner smoke. It's fine. You get into that smoke. You get ready. You let them come out of long, and then that one pop flash comes from the back, blinds everyone. The CTs swing through that smoke and they fight.
Ruben has the AWP. Looks like he's going for the long shot.
Remember, guys, Nixa won in 2022 at Comic-Con Africa Telkom VS Gaming Masters Finals. They made it to the final in 23. Here, well, if they lose the series, they fall short, and they continue to actually regress at that point.
That's not the same lineup, though.
Not the same lineup, but the org.
Yes, 100%.
Interesting round here from Nixa. They took long control, but they completely gave it up as well. I'm not sure if they cleared out the whole thing, because all Exceed did was throw the long corner smoke. So if they had a player long saying, guys, nobody's taking long, you should know that the T's are either going to try go towards middle or short. Good molly to delay Exceed.
Another good molly.
Yeah, drop shot's going to be really uncomfortable. Forced all the way back, takes quite a few ticks to the flames as well.
Hayes could get a really good timing here.
I mean, how much does he force the issue is the question, because you don't want to overplay a hand, but at the same time, you want to try and make something happen. Wipeout just spot the top of his noggin. Oh my goodness, not able to get the kill though. It's Wipeout who's struggling. He's incredibly low, and Hayes will finish off the job with the nade. In the meantime, though, that will prompt Exceed to make moves elsewhere.
Nice pump smoke from Nixa.
Oh, Storm, he was the one player who remained in middle. He's going to be able to activate to find 3 kills. Brilliant work coming through from the IGL.
Complete overreaction from Nixa after they smoked off tunnels. B was fine. There had 2 people on B. There's no reason for them to move.
Also, not clearing your corners when you know Exceed have already taken mid control, and then you just run without clearing beyond the doors. It's a very interesting decision from Nixa. I bet they're going to be really upset with themselves. Flexi getting the last 2 though. He definitely has come alive in the semi. He's here for the HLTV rating.
Yeah, any game on HLTV sees Flexi popping off, man. All right, well, as long as he doesn't win, it matters the most. What a way for Exceed to start off on Dust 2. Looking like a completely different team compared to what we saw yesterday. And now I guess we see why Dropshot came on the stage, or came up now with our interview yesterday and said, yeah, we didn't play to our standard at all. This is looking like the Exceed that I suppose he wanted to see yesterday. And as for Nixa, I mean, if this was the first map going down 4-0, you really don't think too much of it. But because they lost the previous map, second map semi-final, the pressure mounts very quickly, exponentially, if you will.
Exceed just taking long here, understanding they had a decent spawn, not the best one, but they've got the gun advantage. Wipeout getting the first 2 kills, you can just commit the rest of your team at this stage.
It comes back to how we spoke about when you're against an anti-eco, you really want to fight those long ranges, and that's exactly what Exceed did that round.
So now it's up to Nixa, right? They've got someone that can do the long molly, so it shouldn't be a problem. They should be able to contest long, 2 rifles swinging, and then the AWP at the back doing the flashes. If you're not going to contest long, at least contest middle, contest top. Maybe even do a double tunnels walk, do something.
Hayes on the AWP. I'm assuming he had the long spawn, so he's the one that's taking the shot.
Fair.
No, he actually went short.
But this looks like it's going to be a delay take from Exceed.
And I like that. I mean, long is just all about the timings. You wait long enough, you know that it's just going to be one CT posted up, Wipeout. Yeah, and Wipeout will dispatch off him. He's going to continue his tirade as well. And there's so much that Exceed could do from this position after they get the opening kill so early on in the round as well, especially having the man in this position in towards mid. He's giving them that option of rotating back, but means he's got to stay alive.
The reaction from Ruben here is really good. When you lose long, generally what the CTs do, they take short control, but I really would have liked to see another player here at least. They should know that the rest of the XE players are towards long now.
Yeah, this is where you activate it long, you pull the trigger, you get a molly or smoke towards top.
Ruben in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but I mean, he didn't really have any options, just trying to fall back, ends up in no man's land. He does get a kill before he goes down. At least it's an even numbers game, but Knicks are just not at all in an ideal position to make the retake happen. Have to make some quick decisions here as to how they're going to set themselves up to try get back in towards the, say, bomb site. As you say, timing of the essence right now. Drop shot's going to get the usual raining one in. He's surely a dead man, and yes, Melkis will ensure that's the case. And my God, that's a brilliant second kill coming through from him. F1 race car, Wipeout left in the clutch now. 1 versus 2, up close and personal, finds that first frag. Not many bullets left in the magazine. That does a lot of damage here to Hayes. He's going to trade guns. Able to pick up an AK with a full mag, and he finishes off the clutch. What a round coming through from Wipeout. That's a quad kill.
Big run from him.
You spoke about how you wanted to see more out of him yesterday, and he has pitched up today.
I feel like the entire XE team is looking a lot sharper today than they did yesterday.
Yeah.
Knicks are taking their first time up. I would have liked to see it a couple of rounds ago. Maybe when XE were up 4-3-0. Yeah, Knicks need to change something up here. Nothing they're doing seems to be working.
I feel like they've just blinked and they're down 0-6 at the moment.
And I really like the adaptation from Exceed too. They didn't have the best long spawn, so they let the CTs take long. They literally wait 5 seconds and they pop long afterwards. Ideally what you want to do is, as a CT, you molly long, and then once you've established long, you get a smoke down. And I don't really like, once you've smoked the doors, to go into pit. Play behind that smoke. Play close to the door. It's very difficult for the T's to come through that smoke and fight someone that's playing right there next to you.
Generally what the CTs would do is they'll give their pit player another smoke. So he'll smoke it off, and then he'll have another smoke after it.
Nice little tag from drop shot.
I like this from Wipeout. I don't think it's going to work, but it's a good strat.
Oh, well, it might actually. He clears his corner, and Melky's tucked into that corner. Is spotted out first. Wipeout just dispatches of him. This is a full investment here from Nixon. If they lose this round, then the cracks turn into crevices.
Sitting in the smoke like this in B is very sketchy, but it looks like he's going to pull back now.
Fire.
And I like that after such a pacey start to the round, they're able to just pump the brakes and pause because they've gotten what they were after, that opening kill. And Wipeout continues to creep his way forward and towards the B bomb site. My goodness, kills just so easy to find right now for Exceed. Just steamrolling Nixa. Hayes desperately trying to find a way back into the bomb site, but this round's over.
Yep.
Might as well be Fort Knox because you're not breaking back into this side of the map.
Yeah, Ruben needs to save his AWP. There's not much to do here. Good to see him running away. I'm sure the man's going to try hunt.
Yep.
No reason for Exceed not to at least spend 1 or 2 guns trying to hunt this AWP down.
And now they saw Hayes as well. One thing that's super underrated on the T side of Dust 2 is, you want to bait out the util in tunnels for the B guys. You want the CTs to drop that tunnel smoke as soon as possible. It's that similar concept of baiting out util on Mirage B apps. You want to apply some pressure on the CTs. And if you notice there's a tendency for the CTs not to smoke it, just walking into B with 2 or 3 people and taking those aim doors, very similar to walking out A on Mirage.
7-0. What can Nixa do?
Well, I feel like a pause wouldn't be a bad option right now. I mean, just looking at the kills alone, right? The Divo's 0 and 7 right now. You've got, not nearly enough kills across the board. Exceed completely outclassing Nixa in every department.
I like this from Nixa. I feel like they should have done this a couple of rounds ago. Send 3 people top, take the control, and I like this from Hayes.
Sometimes you have to force the confidence, right? By just forcing these sorts of plays. And if you can win a round like this, then that might just buoy you on a little bit more, spur you on to continue the fight.
The flash was good, but drop shot was ready for it.
Yeah, holding a tight angle as well, so he's always able to fall back if he does get forced back, and Divo goes hunting.
They should know that Exceed have long control considering where Dropshot was playing, so I'd be very surprised if they get caught off guard by the T's being so close to the bomb side already.
Problem is the bomb. The problem is the bomb. So even though Exceed have got a decent amount of control right now, someone's going to have to go back.
Divo might find it as well.
Yeah, but he might also get caught off by the timing. You see Exceed have no idea where Divo is. They have to just reverse the roles right now, flash their way back in towards T-Spawn, and Divo's offered up the fight there. I don't think you need to, right?
Yeah, I feel like as well, just taking the duel like that, it's such a 50-50, but I feel like he had the advantage there because they had no idea where he is. But the fact that he doesn't get that kill, I think he's going to look back at it and think, what did I do?
That was definitely his kill.
Yeah, 1 for 8 as well, We keep talking about how Divo, he's one of their better players, but he just hasn't rocked up this land.
1v2, still winnable. You got Storm on 9 HP.
Yeah, but Bam is on the other side of Africa. No kit either.
Is that Burkina Faso or Cote d'Ivoire?
Are those real places? I feel like he's putting a curse on me.
Those are real countries, Trey. Better known as Ivory Coast, maybe.
Okay. That's less threatening.
Got a voodoo doll under the table here, man. All right, well, Bam, 1 versus 2 here for him.
He's got a smoke, which is really good since the AWP is sitting in pit and it's planted for pit. So now the AWP
just not sure if there's a kit for him, and unfortunately he hasn't been able to find that kill on the spray, so he's going to have to pack his bags and head for the hills. Exceed with 8 rounds already on this T side, tearing ahead, boys. They are 5 rounds away from the grand final. 5 rounds?
Are we going to see our first 13-0? I hope not.
Did you just like counter jinx it because it's what you don't want to see?
No, I actually do want to see it.
Okay, well then you shouldn't have highlighted it. I see you're a rookie at the job right now. You'll learn the ropes.
It's the anti.
Oh, okay, I see. You're going 4D with this one, mate.
On the bright side, Divo has 1 more kill than they have rounds.
I'm not sure if that's worth celebrating right now. Probably not the way he's looking at it. All right, Bam, a job to do over towards this B-bomb site. And it's not like Exceed have just been bullying Nixa with sort of one option every single round. They've just got a very stable approach to every single round. We've seen multiple different faces from them, but they just can't stop fragging, man. Every single gunfight is going Exceed's way.
I don't know. You ever see that video of I think it was like LeBron James or something playing, or like Kanye West like dunking on a paraplegic basketball team? I'm getting that kind of vibes right now. Well.
Yeah, I mean, Nixa being outclassed is probably another way of putting it. But yeah, fair enough. That's why we got Trev on the desk, is for these fiery statements, and I love it.
Dropshot's just being such a menace. Like, the rifles are going out and doing what they want to do, taking space, and Dropshot is just holding these weird angles where, you expect the CTs to, you've lost control of an area, so obviously you need to start moving forward, and as soon as you do, Dropshot's waiting for you on an angle.
Yeah, he's just preempting the response from the CTs, and he's constantly putting himself in the right place at the right time. Very impressive from Mr. Dropshot. Continues the form we saw out of him yesterday into today. So is Flexi from that previous map. He's 10-6 right now, leading the charge on the server. Divo just trying to stay alive, and he will only just. My goodness, 9-0. Exceed. It's looking like boys against men right now. And these rounds have been clean. Dominance. I mean, you can see, I really like on the HUD, we can see how many players stayed alive in each of the rounds that were being won. And Nixa have never had more than 1 player surviving these rounds that they're losing.
Dropshot has been getting this tag quite consistently.
I feel like that's a mistake from the CTs though.
Yeah, you can just run close to the doors. You don't have to.
I remember when they changed the architecture of the map, they tried to remove the ability for the AWPers to find that shot on the cross, right? That's why they just changed the way it is in T-Spawn, but man, I mean, gamers just find a way.
Yeah, I mean, at least now you do have to commit a second player for the boost, It's not just like one guy can sit in spawn. I really hated that about this map.
Me too.
Is where a guy would just sit in spawn for, 50 seconds, just holding the cross.
I like how Nixa is approaching this round. They're getting info everywhere, pushing top, pushing middle, pushing B, while Exceed has taken long. So Exceed, I mean, this is ideally where, you throw that long cross smoke, you can walk across, you can take the bomb site. It's a nice position to be in if you have that long control.
8 rounds too late though, I'd say.
Better late than never. But it might be too late already. 9 rounds played, 9 rounds found for Exceed. And they've been able to close the gap, but as Yusuf says, at least Nixa know what's coming their way, but Flexi doesn't give a damn. Spray through the smoke, 2 kills found, and it's just a flurry of frags. Quick succession.
I really like how XE keep taking this long. They throw the long smoke, and then they walk across. They're not making a lot of audible footsteps, you know. The Nixa have no idea, are they on the bomb site? Have they crossed long already? Are they still towards the edge? How many numbers they have? None of that information is getting gathered. I would like to see Nixa get aggressive next round. When that long smoke comes out, wait a bit, wait for the timing, pop a flash through, see if you can get a couple of kills.
Ruan might not even need a chomp this map, mate. It's going so quickly.
Well, you can even see on the Nix's faces of the Nixa players, they are not having fun. Not again, please.
Trev, you don't mind solo casting, right?
Yeah, you can lock it down, right, Trev?
I don't mind.
You're experienced in the role, right?
I don't mind, but I think the audience is going to mind.
You've been doing it for 2 days. You're a seasoned veteran. All right, Nixa. Well, it's time to put up or shut up, man. This is the second map of the semi-final. They need to put up 2 rounds here. Give themselves some sort of a buffer, I guess, from that 12-0 scoreline. And right now, they will lock it down. Bam anchoring the B bomb site finds a multi-kill to keep Exceed at bay. And finally, Nixa have cracked the code.
If they lose this round, though, in a 1v5...
There's no way, right, chat? Right, chat? There's no way.
He's on 23 HP now. He should be dead.
Yeah, bomb in full control of the CT side. I mean, even if he finds kills, it could have a little bit of a lingering impact in terms of a few weaker weapons going into the next round, but even then, probably not much of a concern.
Yeah, I think the only sigh of relief here from Nixa is that you know you're not getting 13
Yeah. First South African team to be 13-0'd on LAN in CS2. That is not the mantle you want coming off the back of this event.
I don't know why they're even trying to hunt this. It's not like it's going to make a difference to the economy of Exceed.
Speaking of records, I think we still hold the record for the least amount of rounds won in a grand final. BVD versus Space Soldiers.
Oh.
WSG 2016.
How many rounds did you guys win?
3.
Across the whole series?
Yeah. So best of 3, so we lost 2-0, but we won 3 rounds.
Okay, so you got Xantares peaked a lot, did you?
Yeah. The Xantares was standing in the middle of Mirage, in the middle of middle, and he was just shooting us like...
Zanti peak.
Apparently flashes don't work against him, so...
All right, well, drop shot straight back to business as usual for him.
I feel like
He's
they've
trying to
done
make a play through
every
mid.
round, and yet they're still getting caught by it.
At least Bam has been able to snake his way through. We'll take down Flexi, and there's some success towards long here for Nixa as well.
Wipeout's been eating a lot of donuts because clearly they could see his hip stick out there.
Nixa
that's because he's been hitting the gym, mate.
That's true. Bulking season.
Nixa have been a bit more proactive, which is great, but Exceed have also just started playing differently these last 2 or 3 rounds. I think if they just kept doing what they were doing previously and not playing scared, I think, this could have been a 12-0 scoreline.
I think in the back of XE's mind, they've kind of already won this map, so they kind of just
That's such a dangerous mentality, though, mate. You cannot get complacent.
But I mean, when you press tab and you see someone's 5 for 12, 5 for 9, 3 for 10, I don't blame them.
The kill distribution on the side of Exceed, 7, 10, 11, 9, and 12. Everyone pitching up.
You want to talk about the kill distribution on Nixa?
8, 10, 5, 5.
You could have just said there's not a lot of kills.
Let's put a spotlight on it. Why don't we, boys? Ruben has a job to do right now. AK in play. He's got some support here from Long as well. The man spots out ahead, and he knows that there might be more than just the one here. Oh, he thought he had that kill for free, but the second player actually does come into the equation and makes a difference. Drop shot and Storm now to try and basically guarantee themselves the map win. If they can make this 11-1, I don't see any world in which Nixa are going to be fighting back into this game. Oh, and there's a big problem. Storm has to get out of here. He's the one with the bomb in his back, and he is not going to be allowed to. Drop shot misses a shot, and that will be Nixa doubling up their round count, 10-2. I mean, at least there's a bit of an upward turn at the end of the half there. A little bit of a sweetener for Nixa, but you really can't spin this one in any positive sense for Nixa. That was a disastrous half.
If there's ever a pistol round that you want to win, it's this one. I don't know how, but you need to make a plan. I'd like to see something, I don't know, something new, you know. I don't want to just see the regular B rush, top rush, long rush. I'd like to see something like a split maybe. Only see, what is that, 1 smoke? No, 2 smokes, a molly. Okay, there's a lot of util on the Nixa side, so they do have the means to make this round work.
I like this from drop shots.
Yeah, 4, beautiful.
Information found, and he gets out with his life intact as well. Nixon, hot
Big
pursuit
nade.
right now. They're going to catch that grenade. Bam. Almost receiving maximum damage from it, and Dropshot's in a really good position. He's using the changed architecture here on Dust 2. Going to continue to inflict chip damage. Is that a flash? It is indeed. Peek off the back of it. Flexi at range, tapping away, combines with Storm. And Nixon have kind of just been caught in no man's land. They're really struggling to transition from Catwalk onto the bomb site. It's so awkward when you're just out in the open. It's only Hayes left remaining. We've seen him win a 1 versus 4 already, but that one was impossible. And Exceed take a massive step in the direction of that grand final. They're just 2 rounds away.
At least we know Beamer would have gone for the knife there.
Respect. Respect.
That's not the body language of a winning team.
No. Also, buying up here with no plant, it's Jova.
Would you have rather played for OT?
Yeah.
Guarantee yourself at least 1 gun round? Trev, I'm right there with you, man. Most people disagree with me on that one. Elusive, you going for the Force here?
It depends how good our T side is.
Okay.
What's the difference between 11-2 and 12-2?
Nah, this guy gets me, man.
I mean, do you really want to lose the tournament without having a single gun round on your second half?
No, sir.
Yeah.
All right, well, at least they've been able to force an opening kill here towards Long. Going to be quite difficult to recover. Oh, it actually was recovered already. Good job. Hayes has that in his grasp.
Look at the response from Exceed, though. Immediately lose long control, take short control, clearing out lows. This is the type of things you'll see from Punisher as well. This is why I think they 2 are the favorites at the moment. Just the way they move around the map.
If this is the Exceed we get tomorrow in the grand final, then we've got a scrumptious affair lined up for us in that best of 5. Here at the Cathedral of South African Counter-Strike. Nasric Center.
Diver just creating a little bit of presence there to secure that rotation towards A.
I don't even know if Exceed will go for this, you know. They might just try and feel it out. Divo doesn't have to do much at all. Can just hold this very passive angle. Continues to edge his way forward.
No.
Bam's going to get caught with the molly out. Not like this Nixer.
No reason to take out your molly there.
And now it's really difficult because all 3 of these players are just cooped up in the bomb site, and there's so many different avenues of pressure that are going to be mounting over on B. It's taking really long for Exceed to get in position, though. I'm not even entirely convinced that they're going to go for this. I think that they might just be trying to lock Nixer into the bomb site.
I like this.
And there we go. They will be able to mow them down as Nixer looks to exit, and they will certainly get the round on the board, but they lose everybody in the process.
Is that a Pikachu in the crowd?
I didn't catch that, unfortunately.
Clearly not a big Pokemon fan.
I'm focused on the Counter-Strike on my monitor, you see.
What Counter-Strike?
It's a hell of a game, Trev.
4 galleys on the side of Nixer. I'm a happy man.
4 galleys and 1 chomp. Perfect buy.
Doesn't get better than that. Okay, well, it's actually going to be an eco round here from Exceed, and I really like the fact that they haven't spent any money coming in since they carried the forced weapons over. They know they can inflict some damage. It's a very good flash indeed for them to swing off of and deal with those forward positions on short. Now, what we do have is an opportunity for one of the craziest comebacks we'll ever witness in South African Counter-Strike. Being down 11-2, T-side Dust 2, down 0-1 in a semi-final on LAN. Nixer have a chance to do something really cool here.
If Nixer bring this back, I will eat my words.
What? I mean, would you get a Nixer tattoo?
No.
Okay, all right. I mean, there's got to be something we can get you.
He's already wearing a Nixer pant, so...
Yeah. Can't be that much of a sellout. Timeout from who? Exceed? Okay.
Yeah, they're going to half buy here again. There's just no need to spend your money in this type of a round. You've got so much time, so much runway to finish off the job. Keen to see who's being the most vocal here with the timeout. I'm sure it'd be Storm and the man. Fairly reserved personalities on Exceed, right? You know, it's normally Wipeout and Flexi, not players you're going to hear a huge amount out of.
Yeah, in general, we haven't heard a lot of banter and a lot of, shouting and cheering and so forth from the teams after winning the rounds. Not like we did in the Synthesis Monarch
That's
game.
still the game of the tournament so far, man.
Yeah.
Synthesis versus Monarch, that was...
and then the Kaipi versus Exceed is the second one.
Kippy versus Exceed, I think, is the one for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of ferocity in that matchup as well.
I like this from Exceed. Look at all this map control they just got.
She's Dropshot just being super cheeky.
Yeah, and he's actually been able to completely bypass these players as well. It's just all about the timing. Ruben's still locking down the back lines.
Yeah, another rotation can come in.
Really good awareness here from Ruben. I mean, he's got nothing else to do
Yeah.
with his teammates taking long, so you might as well just post the flank.
It's quite an annoying position to be in if you have long and you know you can't exit long.
Is that 2 mollies? Okay, that molly seems okay. There could still be someone behind the car. You can see they're actually still worried about it.
Well, 11-5 is going to make for far better reading than 11-2 ever did. And as you just continue to claw your way back, step by step.
Round by round.
Round by round. Inch by inch.
Let's not finish that. Don't want to start quoting movies Ruan doesn't know again.
They're just looking for kills now. I mean, Nixa, they desperately need to build up some bank, and they have got some spare money. It means that if they lose a round, it's not like it's just series over immediately afterwards. And there we go, clean up crew on Isle Dust 2. 11-5, and now the first gun round of the second half.
All purchased for Exceed, and he's got the long spawn. That's not the best long spawn though. Or is it? I think you get one
Looks
a
like
little
the
bit
second
better. Yeah,
best.
it's the second best one. But it doesn't look like Nyx is going for it anyway.
Ruben trying to do his best drop shot impression.
This is the first real challenge of the second half for Nixa.
Yeah, missed smoke at the long corner as well.
You can't be missing that smoke at this level.
And Hayes pays the price.
That's really bad. I don't even know what to
If
say.
my teammates do that, I'm
And
very
you're the one
upset.
dying?
Yeah.
No, words are being spoken.
Not yet though, not in the middle of the round, only after the round.
No, in the middle of the round.
You've got to clear comms. Drop shots repositioning as well. I love to see the presence he's having across the map right now. We saw this as a big feature in his success yesterday on Ancient. Omnipresent. Flexi just really smart timing there as he looks to reposition. His head would have been spotted, and yeah, he knows to get out of dodge. It's a 5v3. No need to continue to make any plays here. Bunker down, call it a day.
I like what you mentioned about drop shot repositioning. You can definitely see the difference between him and some of the other AWPers at this tournament who don't really work the map as he does. You can see the impact it has for his team.
Would Dropshot be the pick of the AWPers at the tournament so far? I guess it's between him and Slowy.
For me, it's Dropshot.
Yeah,
so
I'd
far.
actually go with Dropshot as well. I mean, we haven't needed to see as much out of Slowy, so it's a pretty tough comparison in that regard. But just based on what we have seen this weekend, Dropshot has been mega.
Don't forget about Zero Chance.
Yeah, he didn't have to AWP that much, but when he did AWP, he was landing his shots
He was
quite
reliable.
consistently. Yes.
All right, well, this round is looking fantastic for Exceed as they get themselves up to map and series points. 12-5 right now. 7 opportunities to secure their spot in the grand final tomorrow and line up a best of 5 against the Punishers. What a matchup that would be. Two teams have certainly shown the best form this weekend.
Just feels very similar to last year's Nibble lineup where, you know, they're playing this puggy style, but they just lack a little bit of depth.
And when things start going wrong, what do you fall back on?
Exactly. If the individuals aren't going to step up, what do you do?
Flexi underarms the nade in the smoke, recognizing there's a player close. Bam is just catching utility at this point, making his life a whole lot more difficult. And unfortunately for Nixa, they are in a position where after losing that previous round, they don't actually have all the money in the world. So a couple players been reduced to pistols. 4 versus 5. Nixa just fighting tooth and nail right now to try and keep themselves in the series.
I'd like to see Exceed time a flash here through the smoke.
Yes. Either that or you're going to play retake and you have one of your teammates lurk around long.
Still one smoke left in Nix's pocket. And it looks like they're just going to slow things down here and maybe try and sell the fact that they've moved away from long.
They're probably going to wait out that CT smoke because they don't want to really run up the side when there's that big puffy smoke. You never know where the CTs could be hiding.
Well, there goes their last smoke, and Exceed have a pretty good idea of what's going on here. Numbers on the correct side of the map as things stand.
Walking across is really good.
Storm could get caught in an untimely moment. He should get taken down. Flexi can't do a huge amount about
isolated.
it. Yeah, tucked in the corner right now. Tech9 runs out of ammo, I think. Eventually, Flexi will go down. The man with a little cheeky jump up there, not going to be able to deny the plants. And it's not really an ideal retake here for Exceed either. 3 versus 3, but it's the position which would they have to try and work here to force their way forward. The man will get a kill, has to be traded, and he is. Wipeout taking down Melkis means it's all on Bam. In a position right now, he's not going to be able to fall back. He's got no cover. He's going to have the fights forced upon him, and Wipeout will come out on top. What a display out of Wipeout here in this series. Exceed absolutely demolished Nixa. It wasn't even a contest. 13-5 on the second map, 13-7 on the first, 2-0, as clean as you like, and Exceed are seeded into that grand final. They booked themselves a date with Punishers tomorrow here at the Nasric Center, Comic-Con Africa 2024.
Yeah, it's a devastating way to go out of the tournament. You know, you feel like you didn't really pitch up on the day, you didn't show what you can. Similar position that we saw Kitsuna in on the first day, so yeah, unlucky for Team Nixa, but Exceed obviously just building that massive lead on the T side of Dust 2. Not much you can do.
I was actually going to make the exact same point you made about Kitsune. This is the similar situation here where it feels like Nixa didn't rock up at all. And they started getting aggressive way too late in the round. You can't wait till you're 6-7 rounds down to start playing the game. You need to get aggressive early on, set the pace.
Yeah, Exceed are going to be very happy with their return there.
They look like a completely different team today.
Completely different team.
And just with that in mind, right, now we obviously see Exceed going to Punishers in the grand final. And I think we spoke about it at the start of the tournament. If we had to do a prediction overall, we look at the entire bracket and we say, we're not going to do prediction map for map or you know, matchup for matchup. We're just going to go play through the entire bracket. Who do we expect to see in the grand final? And for me, it was these two teams.
Like the pick'ems for a major, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I think that they probably were two of the favorites coming into the competition. Commiserations to Nixa, Trev. I mean, it's one thing losing a semi-final, but when you lose a semi-final and you haven't really pitched up, I mean, that just eats away at you, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know some of the Nixa players, and I know they're not going to be happy with their performance, especially Diver. You know, I keep bringing him up because he's a really good friend of mine, and he has the mechanical ability to really turn these types of games around, but he just didn't show up today.
It's unfortunate. For the final time today, we're going to head across to Carmel on the stage.
Thank you very much to the team at the desk, Ruben. I mean, we came into this one knowing the stakes were high, but these guys were so concise and considerate in dispatching of you. What went wrong for you guys? When you look at it, yes, they're a good team. What could you have done better?
Honestly, I think we just struggled to get our footing. Comms were very lacking, especially on the first map, and everyone said they felt a bit uncomfortable. And yeah, I think we just...
But it was always going to be a tough ask. I mean, that gap was too big. Can you take heart, though, from that performance?
Yeah, definitely, but it's too late. You know, being behind, you know, 0-8 or 0-9, it's always going to be a tough fight, bringing it back. But yeah, like I said, the Oaks were feeling uncomfortable. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure, and yeah, we gave it our best, but it's not good enough.
And just to your fellow teammates, words of encouragement, thanks. As the person leading them, what do you have to say to them, having come so far with one more game to go?
I'm proud of the team. They all stepped up. You know, like I said, we gave our best. And, you know, I think for some of the Oaks, like Jason, he's still 17 years old. There's still a long road ahead for him. CS2 is a fun game. Like Oak said as well over the weekend, we play CS for the passion. So, yeah, we're excited for the future. Hopefully there will be more lands in the future. And we'll see where it goes.
And then lastly, your prediction for the final tomorrow, Exceed versus the Punishers. Who do you think takes it?
I think the Punishers win.
Anyone here agree? Okay, there we go. Some people who put money on the Punishers agreeing as well. Unlucky on the result, but all the best for tomorrow. 3rd and 4th place still up for grabs. Make some noise for Nixa, Ruben and the gang. Thank you very much, brother. Sending it back to the desk for them to speak to the winning team with Storm joining the crew.
An IGL competing at his first event, and he's been able to get himself all the way into the final, mate. I mean, I know you would have had your concerns, right? You know, leading a team with players like The Man, Flexi, you've got very established players on the South African scene, so there would have been some pressure on you trying to, you know, do those guys justice, and now you've led them to a final.
Yeah, look, we're all really good friends, so they're obviously more experienced, but I think we're so close together, it doesn't feel like that, you know, yeah.
Okay.
So, with you coming in as the IGL, is this your first event, your first LAN event, first event IGLing?
Yeah, IGLing, yeah.
Okay, so with that in mind, you know, obviously you've got a lot of experience in the team.
Yeah.
How does the IGL dynamic work? Because, you know, it's very specific based on each team. Some teams will have an IGL that micromanages and tells everyone what to do, kind of like Carrigan-esque. Others will be like, you know, the IGL just kind of sets the groundwork, and then it's secondary calls coming from the sides, coming from the more experienced players. How does it work in your team?
So it's exactly like you said. So I'll start off, like I'll say my mind, say what I'm thinking. If someone disagrees, if like a couple people are not feeling it, I ask, okay, is this the call? You guys feeling this? Then that's what we follow. Then depending on what happens during the round, we just go off of that.
Okay.
Yeah. But I make most of the calls, yeah.
Just to harp on that point that Ruan brought, you are playing with some of the most experienced players in the country. You know, Flexi, the man, they've been around the block a while. How does it feel being the youngest player and having to, you know, basically be the captain for so many veterans of the scene?
Look, yesterday I was feeling it a bit for sure. I think that was a big reason it went like that, especially my blunder and the pistol around there. That was all my bad. But I think today they really calmed me down and they put their trust in me, and I respect them for that, and I really enjoyed it.
Let's talk about the difference between yesterday's performance and today's performance, because they were night and day. I mean, if you just took the nameplates off, you looked like a different teammate.
Yeah, so yesterday, again, we just did not play our game. I was feeling like really bad after the first thing that happened. And then today, like I said, they calmed me down. They really brought me back, you know, just like made me understand that we got here for a reason, that I am doing well. And then, I think today was just everything came together and we showed really our true form.
Yeah, so tomorrow you guys are playing Punishers in the grand final. How do you guys plan on approaching that? How do you fancy your chances? Is there any specific preparation that you want to do? Because from what we can see so far, Punishers have been playing a very standard style. They haven't done anything fancy. We've spoken to Rusty, asking, you know, if he's got some pocket strats or anything that he's been using, and nothing has been necessary as of yet. So is there anything you guys are looking out for?
So, we've been playing each other throughout the whole year. They've pretty much beat us most of the times. But I think if we just go in tomorrow just with the same mentality we had today, just like we played so well today together, I think if we can just go in tomorrow like that, I think we'll be fine, just fine.
All right, well, congratulations, Storm. A huge win for you guys, and that's certainly going to, it's all about peaking at the right time throughout a tournament, and you guys are getting better and better as the event is going on. We're going to bid you farewell now, mate. You can take your headset off and go and celebrate with your team. All right. Fellas, that's the end of the day.
It's a rather quick one.
I know, it just doesn't feel right after the marathon we had yesterday. Can we get another game? Should we just organize another matchup? Because it feels too easy.
There we go. Trevor said it. It's something I mentioned to Trevor as well. If there's time throughout the weekend, I would love to get a little show match going at some point. I'll just need some peripherals from someone.
See, you two have just been watching the players on stage and you've got that itch, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. It is the end of the day. What a day. It's been a quick one. We had the High School Esports League Grand Final. That was cleaned up by Parklands 2-0. Then we went into our first semi. Punishers cleaned up Monarch 2-0. And, Exceed kept up with that trend. Maybe everyone just wanted to try and make it in time for the rugby happening later.
Yeah, I think the rugby... do you want to transition this into a rugby game? Should we talk about
please. I'm out of my element.
Trevor a little bit out of his depth for that one, I think.
Is that the one where you need 3 wickets or something?
It's actually 10 wickets, and no, that's cricket. But nice try. I wasn't expecting such a quick day coming into this elusive. What was the most rounds actually won by a team who lost a map? Did we even get more than 8 on any of the maps? Just trying to think back. The High School Esports League was pretty quick from Parklands. I don't think that there was actually too close of a map there. We know that Monarch just got 6 or 7 on a map.
Yeah, I think the closest game we saw was probably that first half on Ancient between Monarchs and...
the 6-6.
Yes.
Monarch and Punishers,
Monarch against Punishers. Yeah, that was probably the closest half that we saw throughout the day, but I think, yes, the most rounds we saw was probably 7 or 8.
Yeah, this was an anomaly of a day, though. Just moving through so quickly, swift 2-0s. Trev, we weren't expecting that coming into today, were we?
No, we definitely knew the 2 teams that won today were the favourites, but I was definitely expecting Monarch and Nixa to put up a better fight. I think they'll be pretty displeased of how they played, both teams. Monarch maybe a bit less than Nixa. They are a bit more inexperienced. But the 2 favourites just running away with it. I'm excited to see what they do in the finals tomorrow.
Well, let's talk a little bit about tomorrow, because obviously that is the next set of action that's going to be coming through. We've got the 3rd, 4th playoffs, which is going to be between Nixa and Monarch Realm. A great opportunity for Monarch Realm, right? Because having just beaten Synthesis guaranteed them another 2 best of 3s on LAN on the stage. And I feel like they're probably going to be more excited about that opportunity than the Nixa boys.
Yeah, I think especially now that Monarch have seen, the cracks in Team Nixa.
Yeah.
If the individuals aren't stepping up and this is what they're going to bring, then if I'm Nixa, I'm stressed, because you can't bring this level of performance, not even against a team like Monarchs. Monarchs have been impressing me throughout this tournament anyway, so I think that's going to be a really good game, actually.
I do feel like now that both these teams have been eliminated and they're playing for that third, fourth spot, I feel like the pressure will be off, and I actually think both teams are going to play a lot better CS tomorrow, considering they're not playing for that spot in the grand final.
And to be fair, LAN Counter-Strike in South Africa is just so few and far between these days that any opportunities you get to play on stage, even if it is in a third and fourth playoff match, is something that you would welcome, right?
Yeah, I think these guys, we've got pretty much this one LAN in a year, and it's obviously the first CS2 LAN, so I think these guys relish the opportunity in a single elimination format to come back on this stage and play the third, fourth place, playoffs and cement themselves as one of the top 3 teams.
Yeah, have some fun, make the most of it. After that third and fourth place playoff game, we're going to have a grand final, a best of 5 matchup. Woo, doesn't get better than that. It's going to be between Punishers and Exceed, of course. Now, there's no map advantage coming into that grand final. That best of 5 could go the distance. I mean, South African CS, generally our finals have actually been a bit anticlimactic. I mean, it tends to happen in Counter-Strike finals in general, especially BO5s, but I feel like tomorrow has the potential to just pop off and be a crazy day.
Yeah, I just really, really hope that the individuals from Exceed step up tomorrow like they did today. I don't really think that's a talking point for Punishers. They've been looking very solid from the get-go. All of the individuals, literally from round 1 till the last round, have been looking very, very solid. So I would like to see Exceed stepping up individually and forcing a team like Punishers to dig into that strat book and not just do the normal stuff they've been doing this whole tournament.
Yeah, couldn't say it better myself, eh? I do feel like with Punishers, every game they've played so far, they've been far the way the better team. Besides maybe the 6-6 half from the first game, I do want to see how they play when they're on the back foot, though. I feel like if Exceed can put Punishers on the back foot, take away the momentum, I feel like Exceed might edge it out.
Most memorable thing that happened today?
The Chomp giveaway.
On the spot, baby. No, surely it's got to be something to do with the Counter-Strike, surely. I know that we didn't have lengthy series, but anything that really caught your mind, caught your attention?
Not specific plays. I just commend Dropshot on the way that he's always in kind of like favorable positions and just having a very good impact with the AWP. And I mean, his rifling's been really good as well. And like you said, he'll probably come on the stage and tell you he hasn't been playing really well. But yeah, I've been really impressed by his performance as far.
Your highlights of the day, Trev?
I'm trying to think now. I'll probably have to give it to Punishers, not as individual person, just a team in general, because we talk all the things we spoke about yesterday and the day before we'd like to see from the high score teams and the low teams. It's the things that they immediately do, You really like seeing that when we talk about something that we want to see the teams do, seeing the teams do it without needing to get that information, it's really impressive. And I feel that's why Punishers to me are the favorites for tomorrow.
All right, well, that is the billing for the day done and dusted. Tomorrow is Championship Sunday, and I dubbed Nasric the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, the Nasric Center here for South African Counter-Strike. It's where all the action's going to go down tomorrow. Third, fourth playoffs up first, just get the appetite going, and then we get into the main event. It's going to be that best of 5 grand final between Punishers and Exceed. Unfortunately, not the exciting, lengthy day we were expecting, but still some fantastic Counter-Strike on display from the winners. That's not the end of everything, I guess. We're still going to have some giveaways on stage, so if you're still around, don't go too far, grab a seat. The prizes are getting better and better as the weekend is going on. Part of me kind of wishes that I could actually take part in these giveaways. They're so sick, but yeah, it just comes with the territory, I suppose. Either way, guys, thank you so much for joining us throughout the day. Hope that you enjoyed the show. Like I said, tomorrow, third, fourth playoffs to open things up. I believe it's going to be at about 9:30. We will open up the gates and get into all of the action from us here at the Telkom VS Gaming Masters. It's been a pleasure, and we'll catch you guys again tomorrow.
Box loud, hitting that stuff till you hearing that sound.
as yet, Ma. I haven't decided, really.
Hey sis, did you get my email? Ungabi gwala. Find your courage.
Welcome our next speaker from the top woman in science, Notaram.
Get out there, dude. Find your tribe. Never let them go. And together chase the sun. Wow. Notando, the world is big. May you always be bigger. I'm proud of you.
Dad, Mom.
I know.
Telkom. Possible begins here.